Hey friend, this is Hogwarts. I hope you all are doing well. In this channel, we mostly create the fan fiction kind of stories, which is related to the Harry Potter. In that small changes can rewrite the whole story. You already know that. If you enjoy this kind of videos, so must subscribe the channels for more upcoming video. Now let's start the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Hogwarts Tales. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was trained by the spirit of Merlin and rewrote the laws of magic before Hogwarts. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The voice beneath the stairs. The spider in the corner of Harry Potter's cupboard had been working on the same web for 3 days. Harry watched it now, in the thin grey light that crept beneath the door, as it moved with patient precision from anchor point to anchor point. The spider didn't rush. It didn't panic when a strand broke or when vibrations from the house above sent it scuttling for cover. It simply waited, then returned to its work. Harry had decided, somewhere around the second day of observation, that he wanted to be like the spider. He was 5 years old. He knew this because Aunt Petunia had mentioned it while complaining to Mrs. Number 7 about the cost of feeding that boy for another year. 5 years of the cupboard. 5 years of learning which floorboards creaked, which hours were safe to breathe loudly, which expressions on Uncle Vernon's face meant a missed meal versus a grabbed collar. The spider finished another connection and paused, legs testing the tension. Harry heard the stairs groan above him, Dudley, probably, heading down for his third breakfast. His cousin moved through the house like a small earthquake, all stomping and demanding in getting. Harry had learned to move like smoke. Like he wasn't quite there at all. The cupboard door rattled. Up. Get up. Aunt Petunia's knuckles were sharp against the wood. Harry was already sitting, already awake. He'd learned to sleep light, to surface at the first whisper of movement in the house, but he waited 3 seconds before responding. Answering too quickly made them suspicious. Answering too slowly earned punishment. 3 seconds. The space where a normal boy would be waking. Coming, Aunt Petunia. He pulled on Dudley's cast-off clothes, a jumper 3 sizes too large and trousers held up with a frayed belt. The clothes smelled of dust and something chemical, fabric softener, maybe, from whatever charity bin Aunt Petunia had reluctantly retrieved them from. Harry had stopped minding the smell. He'd stopped minding a lot of things. The kitchen was bright and warm, smelling of bacon and eggs and fresh toast, all for Dudley, who sat at the table like a small king surveying his kingdom of breakfast meats. Uncle Vernon rustled behind his newspaper, a cup of tea steaming beside a plate piled high enough to feed a family. Harry's plate, when it came, held a thin slice of toast and a smear of margarine. He didn't complain. Complaining was one of the first lessons he'd unlearned. Don't dawdle, Aunt Petunia snapped. You've got the garden to weed before school. Harry nodded, eating quickly but not too quickly, and slipped out the back door into the grey morning light. The garden was Aunt Petunia's pride, roses and hydrangeas and perfectly trimmed hedges that she spent hours fussing over. Harry's job was the ugly work, pulling weeds, turning soil, hauling bags of fertilizer that weighed nearly as much as he did. He'd been doing it since he was 4, since his hands were big enough to grip and pull. The soil was cold and damp against his fingers as he knelt between the rose bushes. The thorns caught his sleeves, his skin, drawing thin lines of red that he'd learned to ignore. Pain was just information. The roses would hurt him whether he minded or not. He was halfway through the second bed when he felt it. A warmth in his chest, sudden and strange, like swallowing sunlight. His hands tingled. The air around him seemed to thicken, to hum with something just beyond hearing. Harry froze. This had happened before. Not often, maybe 4 or 5 times that he could remember, but enough that he recognized the feeling. Something was about to happen. Something he couldn't control. The last time, he'd been running from Dudley's gang, and suddenly he'd been on the school roof with no memory of climbing. The time before that, Aunt Petunia had tried to shave his head, and by morning his hair had grown back completely. Each time, the warmth came first. The tingling. The sense of the world holding its breath. Each time, something impossible followed. And each time, the Dursleys looked at him with fresh fear and fresh hatred, and the punishments that followed were worse than whatever he'd accidentally done. Harry clenched his fists, willing the warmth away. Not now. Not here. Please. The feeling crested, and passed. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The air returned to normal. His hands were just hands again, dirty and cold and ordinary. Close. Too close. He finished the weeding mechanically, his mind elsewhere, trying to understand what had almost happened. The warmth had felt different this time. Stronger. More present, like whatever caused these incidents was growing along with him. Harry didn't know the word for it yet, wouldn't know it for some time, but he was right. His magic was maturing. And something very old and very patient was beginning to take notice. School was its own kind of survival. Harry walked 3 steps behind Dudley and his gang, close enough to satisfy the teachers who expected them to travel together, far enough to avoid casual violence. The route to St. Gregory's primary school took them past identical houses with identical gardens, through a small park where pigeons scattered at Dudley's approach, and down a lane where older kids sometimes waited to steal lunch money. Harry had no lunch money to steal. This made him both useless and interesting to the older kids, useless because there was nothing to take, interesting because taking nothing from someone smaller was still entertaining. He'd learned their schedules. Tuesdays and Thursdays they lurked by the lane. Mondays and Wednesdays they preferred the park. Fridays were unpredictable. Today was Tuesday, so Harry angled left at the crucial moment, slipping through Mrs. Henderson's garden. She was deaf and never noticed, and emerging on the far side of the danger zone. Dudley and his gang didn't notice his absence. They rarely did unless they specifically wanted him for something. The school building came into view, squat, brick, utterly ordinary. Harry felt the usual mixture of relief and dread. Relief because at school, at least, there were rules that applied to everyone. Teachers who sometimes noticed when Dudley went too far. Dread because the classroom was another cage, another place where he had to perform normalcy while feeling anything but. His teacher this year was Mrs. Calloway, a tired woman with gray hair and glasses that she constantly pushed up her nose. She liked quiet students, which meant she liked Harry well enough. She didn't notice much about him at all, which was exactly how he preferred it. The morning passed in the usual blur, maths that Harry found easy but pretended to struggle with, being too smart earned Dudley's special attention, reading that he genuinely enjoyed but hid behind a mask of indifference, history that droned on about kings and queens who had nothing to do with him. At lunch, Harry sat alone at the edge of the playground, nibbling the dry sandwich he'd assembled from scraps before leaving the house. The other children gave him a wide berth, not because he'd done anything, but because Dudley had made it clear what happened to anyone who befriended his cousin. Harry watched them play, tag and football and complicated games with rules that changed by the minute. He'd never been invited to join, and he'd stopped wanting to years ago. Wanting things you couldn't have was just another form of pain. A ball rolled toward him, stopping near his feet. Harry looked up to find a group of boys staring at him, one of them Dudley, all of them waiting to see what he'd do. If he kicked it back, they'd say he'd kicked it too hard, or not hard enough, or in the wrong direction. If he didn't kick it back, they'd say he was weird, unsociable, stuck up. There was no winning move. Harry stood, walked around the ball without touching it, and headed for the school building. Behind him, he heard Dudley's braying laugh and the mocking voices of his followers. Freak can't even kick a ball. Probably scared he'll turn it into a frog. Harry kept walking. The words didn't hurt anymore. They'd hurt once, when he was younger and still hoped for something different. Now they were just noise. The afternoon brought art class, one of Harry's hidden pleasures. Mrs. Calloway gave them paper and cheap watercolors and told them to paint whatever they liked. Most of the children painted houses, families, pets. Normal things for normal children. Harry painted threads. He didn't know why. His brush moved almost on its own, laying down lines of gold against a background of deep blue. The threads connected to nothing visible, but somehow suggested connection, a web of light linking points that existed just beyond the paper's edge. "That's interesting, Harry." Mrs. Calloway had appeared beside his desk, looking at his painting with a slight frown. "What is it supposed to be?" Harry considered the question. The honest answer, "I don't know, it just felt right," wouldn't satisfy her. Teachers always wanted explanations, meanings, stories that fit into neat boxes. "Just patterns," he said. "I like patterns." She nodded slowly, unconvinced but unwilling to push. "Well, keep working on it." Harry returned to his painting, but the spell was broken. The threads had stopped flowing through him, and what remained was just colored water on paper. He set down his brush and watched the paint dry, wondering why something so simple felt like loss. The bell rang, releasing them into the afternoon. Harry gathered his things methodically, waiting until most of the class had left before making his own exit. Dudley and his gang would be waiting by the school gates, eager for the afternoon's entertainment, but there were other routes home. Longer, less direct, but safer. He was halfway across the playground when he heard them. "There he is." Harry didn't run. Running made it worse, they were faster, and the chase excited them. Instead, he walked faster, angling toward the gap in the fence that led to the back streets. If he could reach it before they caught up, get him. They were running now, all 5 of them, Dudley's mass leading the charge. Harry's legs weren't long enough, weren't fast enough. He could feel them closing the distance, hear their breathing and laughing and the promise of violence in every footfall. The fence was too far. He wasn't going to make it. Harry felt the warmth again, sudden and fierce, flooding his chest like liquid fire. His skin tingled. The air went thick and strange, and time seemed to stretch like taffy, each second lasting longer than it should. No, he thought desperately. Not here. Not in front of everyone. But the warmth didn't listen to him. It never had. The world slowed. He could see everything with impossible clarity, Dudley's face twisted with cruel joy, Piers Pocus's narrow eyes calculating the best angle of attack, Malcolm Baddock's meaty fists already swinging forward. He could see the individual blades of grass beneath his feet, the motes of dust suspended in the air, the very light bending around him like he'd become the center of something vast and invisible. Push. The thought came from nowhere, or everywhere, or from some part of him that wasn't quite Harry anymore. Push them away. He did. It wasn't a physical movement, his arms stayed at his sides, his legs kept their rhythm, his face showed nothing but fear. But something else moved, something that lived in that strange warmth, and it reached out and pushed. All 5 boys flew backward like they'd hit an invisible wall. Dudley landed hard on his backside, the impact driving the air from his lungs in a wheeze. Piers tumbled over a park bench. Malcolm, Gordon, and Dennis scattered like bowling pins, rolling across the grass in a tangle of limbs. For one impossible moment, Harry stood alone in a circle of fallen bullies, the warmth still singing in his chest, the world still slowed and strange around him. Then time snapped back to normal, and the warmth drained away, leaving him hollow and shaking. Dudley was staring at him. They were all staring, the bullies, the other children who'd been watching, even a teacher who'd emerged from the building at the commotion. Staring at Harry Potter, the quiet freak who'd just done something impossible. Run. Harry ran. He didn't go home. Home was Privet Drive, and Aunt Petunia would hear about this within hours. The neighborhood gossip network was faster than any telephone. Home meant questions he couldn't answer, accusations he couldn't deny, punishment for sins he didn't understand. Instead, he ran until his lungs burned, until the familiar streets gave way to unfamiliar ones, until he found himself in a part of Little Whinging he'd never explored. Old houses here, set back from the road behind overgrown gardens. A church with a crumbling steeple. A graveyard with headstones dating back centuries. Harry collapsed against an ancient oak, gasping for breath, his small body trembling with exhaustion and fear and something else, something almost like exhilaration. He'd done that. Whatever that was. He'd felt something building in his chest and he'd pushed and the world had obeyed. The thought was terrifying. It was also, in some deep and secret part of him, the most amazing thing he'd ever experienced. What am I? The question had haunted him for years, whispered in the dark of his cupboard, screamed in the silence of his mind. The Dursleys called him freak, weirdo, unnatural. The other children avoided him like he carried some invisible disease. Even adults seemed to look through him, their eyes sliding away from something they didn't want to see. Harry had always assumed he was simply wrong, somehow. Broken in ways he couldn't fix. A mistake that the universe hadn't gotten around to correcting. But maybe, just maybe, he wasn't broken at all. Maybe he was something else entirely. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Harry knew he should go back. The punishment for being late would be severe, but the punishment for vanishing entirely would be worse. Aunt Petunia might even call the police, and then there would be questions Harry couldn't answer without revealing what he'd done. He pushed himself to his feet, wincing at the ache in his muscles, and began the long walk back to Privet Drive. The house was silent when he arrived, which was somehow worse than shouting. Harry slipped through the back door, hoping against hope that, boy. Uncle Vernon stood in the kitchen doorway, his face purple with rage. Behind him, Aunt Petunia hovered like a frightened ghost, her lips pressed into a thin white line. Dudley was nowhere to be seen, probably hiding in his room, enjoying the anticipation of Harry's punishment. Mr. Hendricks called, Uncle Vernon said, his voice dangerously quiet. From the school. Said you attacked 5 boys. Said you sent them flying without touching them. Harry's stomach dropped. I didn't, don't you dare lie to me. Vernon's roar shook the windows. I've had enough of your freakishness. Your unnaturalness. We took you in out of the goodness of our hearts, gave you a roof and food and decency, and this is how you repay us. I didn't mean to, Harry whispered. I don't know how. Vernon's hand caught him across the face, hard enough to knock him sideways into the kitchen counter. Stars exploded in Harry's vision. He tasted blood. Get in your cupboard, Vernon hissed. You'll stay there until I decide what to do with you. No food. No light. No anything until you've learned to control yourself. Harry stumbled to the cupboard, his cheek burning, his head spinning. The door slammed shut behind him, the lock clicking into place. Darkness swallowed him whole. He didn't cry. He'd stopped crying a long time ago. Instead, Harry curled into his thin mattress and pressed his hand against his stinging cheek, feeling the heat where Vernon's palm had struck. The pain was familiar. He could handle pain. But the warmth was still there, somewhere deep in his chest. Quieter now, dimmed by exhaustion and fear, but present. Real. Whatever he was, whatever was happening to him, it wasn't going away. And somewhere in the darkness behind him, where the wall met the floor, something waited. 3 days. That was how long Harry spent in the cupboard, with only water slipped grudgingly under the door twice a day. His stomach cramped with hunger. His body ached from lying on the thin mattress. His cheek turned from red to purple to a sickly yellow-green. But his mind was racing. Harry had always been observant. It was survival, in the Dursley household. Noticing the angle of Uncle Vernon's jaw could mean the difference between a smack and a beating. Reading Aunt Petunia's posture told him whether to speak or stay silent. Even Dudley's small, piggy eyes carried information about coming danger. Now, in the darkness, Harry turned that observation inward. The warmth was still there. He could feel it if he concentrated, a kernel of heat somewhere behind his breastbone, pulsing gently with his heartbeat. It wasn't painful. It wasn't even uncomfortable. It was simply present, like a hand he'd never realized he had. On the second day, Harry tried to touch it. Not physically, his hands stayed at his sides, fingers laced over his chest. But in his mind, he reached for that warmth, trying to grasp it, understand it, make it do something. Nothing happened. The warmth remained just out of reach, tantalizing and frustrating in equal measure. On the third day, Harry tried something different. Instead of grasping, he listened. The warmth had a sound. Not really, it wasn't audible in any conventional sense, but when Harry stopped trying to control it and simply paid attention, he became aware of a kind of humming. A vibration just below the threshold of perception. It reminded him of standing near power lines on quiet mornings, feeling the electricity buzz through the air. The humming seemed to come from everywhere at once, from his own body, yes, but also from the walls of his cupboard, the floor beneath him, even the dust motes suspended in the thin light that crept beneath the door. Everything hummed, everything vibrated, and the warmth in his chest was simply where all those vibrations converged. "What are you?" Harry asked the humming, not expecting an answer. But something shifted. In the far corner of the cupboard, behind the bucket and the broken vacuum and the pile of Dudley's discarded toys, something moved. Not physically, Harry's eyes, adjusted to the darkness, saw nothing change, but in that other way, in the humming, something stirred. Harry's breath caught. He pressed himself against the wall, suddenly terrified. The warmth in his chest flared, reacting to his fear, and the humming grew louder, more insistent. "Who's there?" he whispered. Silence. The ordinary silence of an empty cupboard, broken only by the distant sounds of the Dursleys going about their lives above him. Harry forced himself to breathe. There was nothing there. He was tired and hungry and his mind was playing tricks. But as the hours passed and his body finally gave in to exhausted sleep, he could have sworn he heard something else beneath the humming. A voice, perhaps. Or the ghost of a voice. Words too faint to understand, but unmistakably words, speaking to him from the darkness behind the wall. The next morning, Aunt Petunia unlocked the cupboard and thrust a plate of cold toast at him. "School," she said shortly. "Make yourself presentable. And if there's any more trouble," she didn't finish the threat, but she didn't need to. Harry ate the toast in 3 bites and dressed in his least rumpled clothes. His legs wobbled when he stood, weak from 3 days of confinement, but he forced them to steady. Showing weakness invited exploitation. This was an old lesson, learned early. The walk to school was quiet. Dudley had apparently been warned not to interact with Harry, probably to avoid any more incidents, and his gang kept their distance, shooting nervous glances that Harry found grimly satisfying. They were afraid of him now. It wasn't much, but it was something. Mrs. Calloway frowned when she saw the fading bruise on Harry's cheek but didn't ask questions. Teachers never asked questions about Harry Potter. It was as if an invisible force deflected their attention, made them look away, think about something else. Harry had always assumed this was deliberate indifference. Now, feeling the warmth pulse gently in his chest, he wondered if something else was at work. The school day dragged on in the usual blur of lessons and loneliness. Harry kept his head down, answered only when called upon, and avoided any situation that might trigger another incident. The warmth stayed quiet, content to hum beneath his awareness like a sleeping cat. But when he got home, something was different. The cupboard door was open. Not just unlocked, open, swinging slightly in a draft that shouldn't have existed in the windowless hallway. Harry paused at the threshold, every survival instinct screaming at him. This was wrong. The Dursleys never left the cupboard open. They didn't want to be reminded of its existence any more than necessary. He approached slowly, ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. The hallway was empty. The house was silent, Uncle Vernon at work, Aunt Petunia out shopping, Dudley at a friend's house. Being Dudley, this meant terrorizing some other child's neighborhood. Harry was alone. He pushed the cupboard door wider and stepped inside. Everything looked normal. His thin mattress, his few belongings, mostly broken things Dudley had discarded, the spider still working on its web in the corner. Nothing out of place, nothing changed. Except in the far corner, behind the broken vacuum, where Harry had felt that impossible presence 3 nights ago, the wall was different. Not visibly, it looked exactly as it always had, plaster and dust and a faint watermark from some long-ago leak. But when Harry looked with that other sense, when he listened to the humming, he saw something else. A line of symbols, carved into the wall behind the plaster. They glowed faintly, a soft golden light that existed somewhere between visible and imagined. Harry had never seen anything like them. He reached out, fingers hovering an inch from the wall. The warmth in his chest surged. "Don't!" Harry snatched his hand back, spinning to face the voice. But the cupboard was empty. No one stood in the doorway. No one had spoken. No one visible, at least. Who said that? Harry whispered. Silence. Then, faint but unmistakable, me. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, a whisper in the air itself, ancient and tired and somehow familiar. Harry's heart hammered in his chest, but he forced himself to stay still. Running hadn't helped with the bullies. It wouldn't help here. "Who are you?" he asked the empty room. The golden symbols on the wall pulsed brighter. The humming grew louder, and Harry felt something straining, like a muscle too long and used trying to remember how to flex. Waiting. So long. Waiting for. The voice faded, overcome by static that wasn't quite static, more like 1,000 voices speaking at once, too far away to distinguish. Harry strained to hear more, to understand, but the symbols were already dimming, the humming returning to its baseline murmur. He stood in the darkness for a long moment, barely breathing. Then, slowly, he reached out and touched the wall. The world cracked. It wasn't pain, exactly. More like the sensation of being unmade and remade in the span of a heartbeat, every cell in his body disassembled, examined, and put back together by hands that knew what they were doing. Harry screamed, but no sound came out. He was nowhere, everywhere, floating in a void that was also somehow the cupboard, the house, the street, the world, the entire universe compressed into a single point of unbearable pressure. And then, finally, Harry opened eyes he hadn't realized were closed. He was still in the cupboard, still standing, still touching the wall. But something had changed. The golden symbols burned bright now, bright enough to cast real light, and the humming had become a roar that filled his entire being. And he wasn't alone. The man, if man was the right word, stood between Harry and the door. He was old, older than anyone Harry had ever seen, with a long white beard and silver eyes that seemed to look through Harry rather than at him. He wore robes of deep blue, embroidered with symbols that moved when Harry tried to focus on them. He was also not entirely there. Harry could see the cupboard door through him, the details wavering like a reflection in disturbed water. "You're not real," Harry said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. The old man smiled, and despite everything, the strangeness, the fear, the lingering sensation of being unmade, Harry felt his tension ease slightly. It was a kind smile. A grandfatherly smile, if grandfathers actually existed outside of books. "I am as real as anything, child. Simply not as present. A distinction you'll come to understand." The man's voice was the same one Harry had heard before, but stronger now, clearer. "But where are my manners? 15 centuries of waiting, and I've forgotten how to introduce myself." He straightened, robes shifting in a wind that didn't exist, and suddenly he seemed less like a kindly grandfather and more like something ancient and powerful barely contained in human form. "I am Merlin Ambrosius. And you, Harry Potter, are my heir." The silence that followed was profound enough that Harry could hear his own heartbeat, could hear the blood rushing through his ears, could hear the house settling around them like an old man shifting in sleep. "Merlin," Harry said flatly. "Like the wizard. From the stories." The stories came from me, yes. Though I suspect they've drifted considerably from truth over the centuries. Did they keep the bit about the dragons? I was rather proud of the dragons. Harry stared at the translucent figure, searching for signs of, what? Deception? Madness? But the man's silver eyes were clear and calm, and the symbols on the wall continued to pulse in rhythm with his words. You're dead, Harry said. I am many things, child. Dead is merely one of them. That doesn't make sense. Merlin's smile widened. Very little does, at first. But you'll learn. You've already begun learning, whether you realize it or not. He gestured at Harry's chest, at the place where the warmth still burned. You felt it. The humming. The connection to something larger than yourself. That's magic, Harry, real magic, not the parlor tricks your descendants have reduced it to. My descendants? Wizards. Witches. Those who carry magic in their blood. Merlin's expression shifted, something like sorrow flickering across his features. They forgot what magic truly is. They shrank it, codified it, built rules around it until it became a trained dog rather than a wild wolf. I suppose that's partially my fault. Harry's head was spinning. Too much information, too fast, on top of 3 days without food and a lifetime of being told he was worthless, broken, wrong. He sat down heavily on his mattress, not caring if it made him seem weak. Why are you here? He asked. What do you want from me? Merlin's translucent form drifted closer, settling into something that might have been sitting if he'd been solid enough to need support. I've been waiting, he said quietly. For a very long time. Waiting for someone who could see what I left behind. Someone who could touch the old magic without being destroyed by it. Someone, he paused, silver eyes studying Harry with uncomfortable intensity. Someone who had not yet been taught to be small. I don't understand. No. But you will. Merlin raised one ghostly hand, and the golden symbols on the wall rearranged themselves, forming shapes that Harry almost recognized. Tell me, child, when you pushed those boys away, when you made the impossible happen, did you use words? Did you wave a stick? Did you follow rules? Harry shook his head slowly. I just pushed. In my mind. And it happened. Yes. Merlin's voice held something like triumph. That is magic as it was meant to be. Not incantations and gestures, not wands and spellbooks, simply will made manifest. You reached into the fabric of reality and pulled. Is that why they're scared of me? The Dursleys? They should be scared. What you did is impossible by any measure they understand. What you are is impossible. Merlin leaned forward, his form growing momentarily more solid. You are the first wizard in 15 centuries to touch raw magic without dying. That makes you dangerous, and dangerous things attract attention. Something cold settled in Harry's stomach. What kind of attention? Merlin was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its warmth. There are beings in this world, Harry, who have lived far longer than any human should. They achieved their immortality by binding magic, by creating rules that lock certain powers away, certain possibilities out of reach. These rules, these laws, they benefit from them. They feed on them. And I broke one of their rules. You began to. What you did to those boys, the way you moved energy without paying the usual cost, that should have been impossible. The first law says all magical change requires equal magical expenditure. You convinced the magic to change itself, sidestepping the cost entirely. Merlin's silver eyes glittered. I spent decades learning to do that. You did it instinctively, at 5 years old. Harry didn't know what to say. This was too big, too strange, too far outside anything he'd experienced or imagined. He was a freak, a burden, a mistake. He wasn't, couldn't be, whatever Merlin was describing. "You don't believe me," Merlin observed. "That's wise. Belief should be earned, not given. So let me offer you proof." He raised his hand again, and the golden symbols on the wall moved. They flowed like water, rearranging themselves into a shape that Harry recognized instinctively, a web. The same web the spider in the corner had been building. The same pattern he'd painted in art class without knowing why. "This is magic," Merlin said. "Not spells or potions or any of the toys wizards play with now. This is the thing itself, the threads that connect all things, the web that underlies reality. You've been seeing it your whole life, Harry. In dreams, in flashes, in moments when the world went strange around you. You thought you were broken. You're not. You're just awake." Harry stared at the glowing web, feeling something click into place in his mind. The humming made sense now. The warmth in his chest. The way he'd always felt like he was standing slightly outside the world, looking in. "Can you teach me?" he asked quietly. Merlin's smile returned, but it was complicated now, proud and sad and somehow heavy with years Harry couldn't begin to imagine. "I can try," he said. "But understand, what I teach you is not what wizards learn in their schools. It is older, deeper, and far more dangerous. There will be no wands to focus your power, no words to shape your intent. You will learn to speak directly to magic, and magic, child, does not always answer kindly. I don't care. You will. But that's a lesson for another day." Merlin's form flickered, growing fainter. "The stone you touched, the one that held me, is nearly depleted. I cannot sustain this form for much longer. But I am with you now, Harry, bound to your magic as I have been bound to nothing since my own body failed. When you sleep, I will be there. When you dream, we will speak. And slowly, carefully, I will teach you what you need to know." "What do I need to know?" Merlin's voice was fading, the words coming from further and further away. "Everything," he whispered. "And nothing. The first lesson is the hardest. Magic is not a tool to be wielded. It is a conversation to be had. Learn to listen, Harry. Before you try to speak, listen." And then he was gone. The symbols faded. The humming dimmed to its usual murmur. Harry sat alone in his cupboard, in the dark, surrounded by broken toys and dust and the patient spider in its corner. But he was not the same boy who had woken up that morning. He was heir to Merlin. And somewhere, far away, something ancient and terrible stirred, sensing the first cracks in laws that had stood for 1,500 years. The weeks that followed were the strangest of Harry's life. Outwardly, nothing changed. He went to school, did his chores, endured the Dursleys' casual cruelty with the same practiced indifference he'd developed over years. Dudley's gang gave him a wider berth now, remembering what had happened in the playground, but this only made them more creative in their torment, spreading rumors, hiding his belongings, convincing other children that Harry was dangerous, unstable, wrong. Harry let them. It didn't matter anymore. Because every night, in the darkness of his cupboard, Merlin came to him. Not in person, the stone was too depleted to sustain that kind of manifestation. But in dreams, in that strange space between sleep and waking, the ancient wizard's voice was clear and present. He asked questions that seemed nonsensical at first. What does the color blue sound like? If you could taste the number 7, what would it be? When you close your eyes, what shape is the darkness? Harry answered as honestly as he could, and slowly, impossibly, his answers began to make sense. Magic is not one thing, Merlin explained during one of their dream conversations. They stood in a forest that existed only in Harry's mind, surrounded by trees made of silver light and paths that branched in impossible directions. It is everything. The boundary between magic and not magic is a lie that wizards tell themselves to feel safe. In truth, all things hum with the same energy, the same web I showed you. The difference is only in degree. So everything is magic? Everything participates in magic. Some things more than others. Wizards are born with a deeper connection, an ability to grasp the threads more easily. But even the most ordinary human touches magic constantly, in dreams, in moments of intense emotion, in the flash of insight that solves an impossible problem. Merlin smiled, his dream form younger somehow, less burdened. You are not special because you have magic, Harry. You are special because you can see it. Harry considered this. The spider in my cupboard. Is it magical? In its way. It participates in the web as all living things do. But no, it cannot grasp the threads as you can. It simply exists within them. Like a fish exists within water. And I'm not a fish. Merlin laughed, the first time Harry had heard him do so. No, child. You are something else entirely. The fish swims in the water. The wizard drinks from it, bottles it, claims to understand it. But you, he reached out, his dream hand brushing Harry's forehead. You can become the water, if you learn how. You can be the current itself. These conversations continued for months, each one building on the last. Merlin taught Harry to perceive the threads of magic in everything around him, not just in moments of crisis, but always, a constant background awareness that became second nature. He taught Harry to listen to the humming, to distinguish individual notes within the vast symphony, to understand that every object and creature and moment had its own unique frequency. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, Harry's life began to change. The Dursleys still hated him, but their attention seemed to slide away more easily now. Harry hadn't done anything deliberate, hadn't even known he was doing anything, but the threads around him had shifted, reorganized themselves to make him less present in their awareness. He ate better, scraps of food appearing in the cupboard without explanation, slept deeper, the cupboard somehow warmer and more comfortable than before, and found time to himself that had never existed before. That's you, Merlin told him when Harry mentioned these changes. Your magic responding to your needs. You're not casting spells, you're simply being magical more efficiently. The threads rearrange themselves around you because you're part of them now. But I'm not doing it on purpose. No. And that's important. Deliberate magic is powerful, but it's also loud. What you're doing now is quiet, a whisper rather than a shout. The beings I warned you about, they listen for shouts. Whispers are harder to hear. Harry remembered Merlin's warning about the immortals who benefited from the laws. He'd asked about them several times since, but Merlin always deflected, saying Harry wasn't ready, that knowledge at the wrong time was more dangerous than ignorance. But Harry was observant. He noticed the way Merlin's dream form flickered when certain topics came up. He noticed the fear that lurked beneath the ancient wizard's calm. Whatever was out there, whatever had stood against Merlin 15 centuries ago, it was still there. Still watching. Still waiting. And sooner or later, it would notice Harry. 6 months after the stone cracked, Harry walked through the construction site where everything had begun. It was a Sunday, the site abandoned for the weekend. The building that would eventually become offices or flats or whatever little whinging needed was still just a skeleton of steel and concrete, surrounded by churned earth and scattered equipment. Harry didn't know why he'd come here. Something had drawn him, a tug in his chest, a feeling that something important waited in this particular place. The warmth pulsed as he picked his way through the mud. He found the spot without knowing how, a patch of bare earth behind the half-built foundation, unremarkable in every visible way. But when Harry looked with his other sight, when he listened to the threads, he saw something impossible. A line. Not a physical line, it existed only in the humming, only in that space between visible and imagined. But it was there, a golden cord running through the earth, pulsing with energy, connecting this unremarkable patch of English soil to somewhere else. Somewhere distant and vast and thrumming with power. Ley lines, Merlin's voice whispered in his mind. They'd practiced this, communicating during waking hours, not just in dreams. It was exhausting for them both, but useful. The old roads of magic. They crisscross the world, connecting points of power. And this one runs right under my cupboard. Not by accident. I placed the stone there, centuries ago, knowing that a ley line would grow beneath this place. Knowing that one day, someone would touch it. Pride colored Merlin's voice. Magic flows through the lines like blood through veins. Touch one, and you touch all of them. Harry knelt, his fingers hovering over the earth. He could feel the power pulsing beneath, immense, ancient, patient. It had been flowing through this spot since long before humans built their first shelters nearby. Can I use it? Eventually. But not yet. The lines are powerful, and power attracts attention. What I want you to understand now is that magic is not evenly distributed. There are places in this world where the threads are thicker, where the humming is louder. Learn to sense these places. They will be important. Harry committed the feeling to memory, the particular vibration of the ley line, the way it differed from the ambient magic around him. Another piece of the puzzle, another tool for survival. He was about to stand when he felt something else. A coldness at the edge of his perception. A presence that was not Merlin, not the passive humming of the threads, not anything he recognized. Harry. Merlin's voice was sharp now, urgent. Leave. Now. What is it? Something watching. Something, the ancient wizard's voice cut out, replaced by static, by the sensation of a connection forcibly severed. Harry ran. He didn't look back, didn't need to. He could feel it behind him, that cold presence, spreading across the ley line like ice on water. It was searching for something. For him. He burst out of the construction site and sprinted down the street, his legs pumping, his lungs burning. The coldness followed, stretching after him like a shadow, but it couldn't seem to cross from the site to the wider world. Something held it back, the limits of the ley line, maybe, or rules Harry didn't understand. He made it home, made it to his cupboard, made it to the thin safety of walls that were still warded with Merlin's ancient protections. Only then, curled in the darkness with his heart hammering, did he feel the coldness recede. Merlin, he whispered into the silence. Minutes passed. Harry thought maybe the connection was broken entirely, maybe whatever had been watching had severed it permanently. Then, faint but present, I'm here, child. I'm here. What was that? Another long pause. When Merlin spoke again, his voice was heavy with an emotion Harry couldn't quite identify. That was the Arithmancer. One of the beings I warned you about. It, sensed your presence on the ley line. Sent a tendril of consciousness to investigate. Did it find me? I don't think so. You're too new, too quiet. It sensed something, but not you specifically. Merlin's voice hardened. But we cannot be careless again. They're watching the lines now. Watching for anomalies. You need to learn faster, Harry. You need to be ready. Ready for what? For the day they find you. Because they will, eventually. And when they do, Merlin didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Harry lay in the darkness, feeling the warmth in his chest pulse with each breath, and understood something fundamental: he was running out of time. Whatever Merlin planned to teach him, whatever Harry needed to become, it had to happen fast. Because something very old and very cold was looking for him. And sooner or later, it would look in the right place. The spider finished its web that night. Harry watched it settle into the center, legs testing each thread, feeling the vibrations that would tell it when prey arrived. It had worked for days, patient and precise, and now it was ready. Harry thought about webs. About patterns. About threads connecting everything to everything else. Merlin, he whispered into the darkness. Yes. You said magic is a conversation. That I need to learn to listen before I try to speak. Yes. Harry was quiet for a moment, forming his question carefully. What if I don't just want to listen? What if I want to ask questions? Merlin's presence flickered with something like surprise. Questions. The magic. The threads. They just exist. They do what they've always done, follow rules someone else made. Harry felt the warmth pulse in his chest, responding to his growing certainty. But rules are just agreements. And agreements can be renegotiated. Silence stretched between them. When Merlin finally spoke, his voice was strange, awed and frightened in equal measure. That, he said slowly, is exactly what I was hoping you would ask. And somewhere, in a manor house in Scotland, a teacup cracked without being touched. A woman looked up from her reading, her inhuman eyes narrowing. Interesting, Seraphina Crow murmured to herself. Very interesting indeed. The web was being rewoven. And the spiders were beginning to take notice. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the first law broken. 6 months changed everything and nothing. Harry Potter was still the boy in the cupboard, still the unwanted nephew, still the freak who made strange things happen. But beneath the surface, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the quiet hours when the Dursleys slept, he was becoming something else entirely. He sat now in the thin morning light, cross-legged on his mattress, watching the threads. They were everywhere, of course. They had always been everywhere. But 6 months of Merlin's teaching had sharpened Harry's perception until he could see them without effort, like seeing colors or hearing sounds. Golden strands connecting every object in the cupboard, the mattress to the floor to the walls to the house above, the house to the street to the town to everything beyond. An infinite web of relationships, each thread humming with its own particular frequency. You're staring again. Harry smiled slightly. Merlin's voice came clearer now, almost conversational, though the ancient wizard still couldn't manifest fully outside of dreams. I'm practicing. You've been practicing for an hour. Even my patience has limits. You're 1,500 years old. I thought patience was your specialty. Patience for meaningful work, yes. Watching a child stare at walls. Less so. Harry didn't rise to the bait. He'd learned that Merlin's grumpiness was mostly performance, the wizard's way of pushing Harry to act rather than observe. But this morning, Harry wasn't interested in action. He was interested in something he'd noticed over the past few weeks, something that didn't quite fit the picture Merlin had painted. The threads aren't random, he said slowly, feeling his way toward the thought. I used to think they were, just connections, existing because things exist near each other. But they're not. They follow rules. Merlin's presence flickered with interest. Go on. This thread here, Harry gestured at a strand connecting his mattress to the floor, though of course there was nothing visible to gesture at. It's different from the one connecting the mattress to the wall. Not just in direction, but in quality. The floor thread is about weight, support, gravity. The wall thread is about proximity, containment. They're doing different jobs. And jobs mean purpose. Purpose means someone gave them purpose. Harry turned his attention inward, toward the warmth in his chest. You said the laws were agreements. Rules that someone made. But I'm starting to think the threads themselves are part of that. They're not natural, they're constructed. Designed. The silence that followed was longer than usual. You're half right, Merlin said finally. The threads are natural as anything can be. They exist because reality exists, they're the medium through which existence relates to itself. But the rules they follow, the patterns they form, the limitations they accept, those were imposed. By me. By others before me. By beings who understood that unrestricted magic was too dangerous to allow. So you didn't create magic. You just organized it. Constrained it. Shaped it. Made it predictable. Merlin's voice carried old sorrow. When I was young, truly young, not merely centuries old, magic was wild. Chaotic. A wizard could wish something into existence, but the wish might manifest sideways, or backwards, or in ways that destroyed more than they created. People died constantly, reality itself sometimes tore from the stress of too many contradictory intentions. Harry tried to imagine it, a world where thought became reality without filter, where every desire and fear could reshape existence. It sounded terrifying. "So you made rules," he said. "To protect people. To protect everything." The laws weren't limitations for their own sake, they were guardrails. Ways of ensuring that magic flowed in predictable directions, that cause led to effect, that the universe remained coherent. Merlin paused. "But guardrails can become prisons. That's what I didn't understand when I built them. I thought I was protecting the future. Instead, I was constraining it." Harry absorbed this, fitting it into everything else he'd learned. The threads. The laws. The beings who fed on the current arrangement. "The first law," he said. "All magical change requires equal magical cost. That's one of your guardrails. The most fundamental one. Without it, a wizard could create endless energy from nothing, reshape the world according to whim, become a god in all but name. The cost requirement ensures that magic remains a transaction rather than a theft. But I broke it." Harry remembered the playground, the moment of impossible push. "When I threw those boys back, I didn't pay any cost. The magic just did what I wanted. You didn't break it. You found a loophole." Merlin's voice carried something like pride. "You didn't force the magic to change, you convinced it. The cost was paid, but not by you. The magic itself rearranged its internal economy to accommodate your request. I asked nicely, and it said yes. In essence. Though the process is considerably more complex than that." Harry considered this. "So the laws aren't absolute. They're more like social norms. Things magic does because it's been doing them so long it forgot there were alternatives." "Precisely." Merlin's presence brightened. "You understand faster than I did, and I was considered a prodigy. Perhaps it's because you came to magic without preconceptions, you never learned the correct way to think about it, so you're not limited by that thinking. Or maybe I'm just used to questioning rules that don't make sense." "That too." Harry stood, his legs protesting after an hour of stillness. The cupboard was too small for real movement, but he stretched as best he could, feeling his joints pop and settle. Through the door, he could hear Aunt Petunia moving around the kitchen, the familiar sounds of breakfast preparation. "Today's the day," he said quietly. "Yes." Merlin's voice carried tension now. "Are you certain you're ready?" "No. But I don't think waiting will make me more ready." "And you said the arithmancer is still watching the ley lines. The longer I stay quiet, the more likely it finds me anyway. There's a difference between being found and announcing yourself." "Is there?" Harry felt the warmth pulse in his chest, steadier now, more controlled. "You taught me that magic responds to intention. That the threads reshape themselves around clear purpose. If I keep hiding, keep being afraid, the magic will feel that. It'll make me smaller." Merlin was quiet for a long moment. "You're right," he said finally. "And wrong. Fear isn't weakness, it's information. What matters is what you do with it." A pause. "But yes. You're as ready as you can be without actually doing the thing. The rest is learned by doing." Harry nodded, though Merlin couldn't see the gesture. He'd made his decision weeks ago, really. Today was just execution. He was going to break the first law. Deliberately this time. And he was going to understand exactly what that meant. The Dursley household followed a rigid schedule, which made it predictable, which made it exploitable. Uncle Vernon left for work at 7:45 precisely, taking the car and leaving Aunt Petunia with her shopping trips and social calls. Dudley left for school at 8:15, always late but never quite late enough to face consequences. Aunt Petunia departed at 9:30 on Tuesdays and Thursdays for her garden club meetings, leaving the house empty until noon. Today was Tuesday. Harry had done his morning chores with mechanical efficiency, weeding, cleaning, the endless small tasks that Aunt Petunia invented to keep him busy and miserable. He'd eaten his meager breakfast in silence, kept his head down, played the part of the broken boy they expected. At 9:32, he heard the front door close and Aunt Petunia's footsteps retreat down the walk. He waited 3 more minutes to be safe, then slipped out of his cupboard and into the empty house. The living room was exactly as it always was, spotless, uncomfortable, decorated in a style that Harry privately thought of as aggressive normalcy. Every surface gleamed. Every pillow sat at a precise angle. The only photographs were of Dudley, Dudley as a baby, Dudley at school, Dudley with various relatives who all seemed to share the family's round, piggy features. Harry ignored all of it, moving instead to the center of the room where the morning light pooled on the carpet. "Here?" he asked silently. "As good a place as any," Merlin replied. "The wards I placed on this house extend throughout. Whatever you do here will be contained." "Contained how?" "The beings watching the ley lines will feel something, an anomaly, a fluctuation. But they won't be able to trace it back to you specifically. The wards scramble magical signatures. It's why they haven't found you already." Harry nodded and sat cross-legged on the carpet, ignoring the absurdity of his position, a 5-year-old boy, nearly 6 now, preparing to rewrite the laws of reality in a suburban living room surrounded by doilies and porcelain figurines. "Talk me through it again," he said. Merlin's presence settled around him, closer than usual, almost protective. "The first law states that magical change requires equal magical cost. Energy in, energy out. You cannot create something from nothing, you can only transform what already exists. But when I pushed those boys, I didn't transform anything. I just pushed. You pushed using magic that hadn't been paid for. That should have been impossible. The magic should have refused, or rebounded, or extracted the cost from you directly, which, at your level of development, would likely have killed you. But it didn't. No. Because you didn't try to force the magic. You asked it to reconsider. And magic, it turns out, is capable of reconsidering, if the question is framed correctly." Harry let this sink in. The warmth in his chest pulsed steadily, responding to his concentration. "So what I need to do," he said slowly, "is ask the question deliberately this time. Not in a moment of panic, but with full understanding of what I'm asking. Yes. And when you do, you need to listen to the answer. Magic will respond, it always does, but the response won't necessarily be what you expect. The key is staying present, staying aware, and not letting surprise break your concentration. What happens if I lose concentration? Best case, nothing. The magic simply doesn't respond. Worst case, the magic responds unpredictably, and the wards may not be enough to contain the result. So, no pressure." "Exactly, no pressure," Merlin agreed, and Harry could hear the grim humor beneath the words. He closed his eyes and reached for the warmth. It came easily now, flowing up from his chest into his awareness like water finding its level. The humming filled him, the million-voiced song of the threads, the constant conversation of reality with itself. He could feel the room around him, the carpet beneath his legs, the furniture, the walls, the very air itself. All of it connected, all of it participating in the web. "I'm going to try something small," he murmured. "Creating light. That should require energy from somewhere, electrical, chemical, something. But instead of paying that cost myself, I'm going to ask the magic to find another way. Light is good. Simple enough to control, complex enough to demonstrate the principle. Proceed." Harry focused on his cupped hands, feeling the threads that connected them to everything else. He could see the space between his palms, empty air, dark and waiting. He knew what light was, scientifically speaking, electromagnetic radiation, photons bouncing off surfaces into his eyes. Creating light meant creating photons, which meant creating energy, which meant... No. He was thinking about it wrong. He wasn't trying to create anything. He was trying to convince the magic that light could exist here without following the normal rules. Harry took a breath and asked, "Why does creating light require energy?" The question wasn't spoken aloud, wasn't even thought in words exactly. It was more like a direction of attention, a focus on the specific thread that connected darkness to light, and the rules that governed that connection. For a long moment, nothing happened. The humming continued unchanged, indifferent to his query. Then something shifted. It was subtle at first, a change in frequency rather than intensity. The threads connecting his hands to the air between them began to vibrate differently, as if considering a new possibility. Harry felt a presence in that vibration, not a mind exactly, but something like a mind. Something that had heard his question and was processing it. Why does creating light require energy? The answer came not in words but in understanding, flooding directly into Harry's awareness. Light requires energy because the laws say it does. The laws say it does because Merlin and Brocius codified the principle 15 centuries ago, drawing on older agreements, imposing structure on chaos. The energy requirement prevents unlimited creation, which prevents reality from destabilizing, which prevents catastrophe. Harry received this information and asked another question, but what if light could exist without taking energy from somewhere else? What if the web itself could provide what's needed, rearranging rather than extracting? Another pause. Longer this time. Then, incredibly, impossibly, the magic answered, "Show me." The words, if they could be called words, resonated through every thread in Harry's body. This wasn't a refusal or an acceptance. It was a demand for clarification. The magic wanted to understand what Harry was proposing. He focused on his cupped hands, on the space between them, and imagined light. Not light created from energy, but light that simply was, existing because the threads had reorganized themselves to allow it, costing nothing because the cost had been distributed across the entire web, becoming infinitesimal, becoming nothing. The threads in his hands began to twist. Merlin's voice came from far away, "Harry, carefully," but Harry wasn't listening. He was watching, feeling, as the magic reached out to the web around it, finding connections that stretched through the walls, through the ground, through the air itself. Thousands of threads, millions of threads, each carrying a tiny fraction of the energy required, so small that no individual thread would notice the loss. The web itself was paying the cost. The universe was subsidizing his request. Light bloomed between his palms. It wasn't bright, just a soft glow, like a candle seen from across a room. But it was there, existing without source, without fuel, without any of the normal requirements. Harry stared at it, feeling the impossibility of what he'd done, and the light stared back. "You did it," Merlin breathed. "By the old gods, you actually did it." Harry let the light fade, feeling the threads relax back into their normal configurations. He was breathing hard, though he hadn't moved. His body felt strange, not tired exactly, but stretched, like he'd just used muscles he hadn't known he had. That was. He struggled to find words. "Different than I expected." "Different how?" "I thought I'd be fighting the magic. Forcing it to do something it didn't want to do. But it wasn't like that. It was more like..." He paused, searching for the right analogy. "Like showing someone a door they didn't know existed." The magic wasn't resisting, it was curious. Merlin was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice carried something Harry had never heard from him before, uncertainty. "In 15 centuries, the ancient wizard said slowly, I have never heard magic described as curious. I have seen it resist, comply, ignore, react. But curious? A pause. Perhaps you're touching something I never reached. Perhaps you're finding depths I didn't know existed. Is that good or bad? I have absolutely no idea. And that, Harry, terrifies me more than I can express. The light was just the beginning. Over the following weeks, Harry pushed further. Not dramatically, Merlin counseled caution, and Harry agreed that small experiments were safer than large ones. But each day he found new ways to convince the magic that its normal rules were optional. He made water flow uphill by asking the threads to reconsider their understanding of down. The cost was paid by the air pressure in the room, which decreased so slightly that no instrument could have measured it. He made a broken cup repair itself by pointing out to the magic that broken and whole were just different arrangements of the same matter, and the transition between them didn't need to be one-directional. He made Aunt Petunia forget to assign him an afternoon of chores by gently suggesting to the threads around her mind that her attention might be better directed elsewhere. This last one troubled him. Touching another person's consciousness felt like a line he shouldn't cross, but the hunger in his belly argued louder than his principles. Each experiment taught him something new. The magic wasn't a tool, he realized, and it wasn't a force. It was more like a language. A way of describing reality that, once understood, allowed the speaker to suggest edits. The laws were grammar rules, patterns that the language followed out of habit rather than necessity. And like any grammar, they could be bent, or broken, by someone who understood them deeply enough. But understanding came with complications. The arithmancer was not the only presence watching the ley lines. Harry became aware of them gradually, flickers at the edge of his perception, cold spots in the web of threads, places where something watched. They weren't always the same, sometimes angular and mathematical, the arithmancer, sometimes smooth and old, something else, sometimes sharp and hungry, something else entirely. But they were always there, circling the edges of little whinging like sharks around a boat. They couldn't find him. Merlin's wards held, scrambling Harry's magical signature, making him invisible to direct search. But they knew something was happening. Someone was touching the laws, reshaping them, asking questions that hadn't been asked in 15 centuries. And they were not pleased. "We need to talk about what comes next," Merlin said one night, his dream form pacing through a forest that existed only in Harry's sleeping mind. "You've mastered the basics faster than I imagined possible. But basics aren't enough. The beings watching, the Covenant, as I've come to call them, they won't wait forever. Sooner or later, they'll find a way past the wards, or they'll take more direct action." "What kind of direct action?" "I don't know. That's what frightens me. The Covenant has existed since before my time. They're not a unified organization so much as a collection of powers who benefit from the current arrangement. They agreed to the laws because the laws serve their interests. They agreed to let me exist because I was useful, predictable, manageable." Merlin's expression darkened. "You are none of those things." Harry sat on a dream log, watching silver leaves fall from silver trees. "What? Learn faster. Grow stronger. Become powerful enough that confronting you carries costs they're not willing to pay." Merlin stopped pacing and faced Harry directly. "I want to teach you the second law. And then the third. And then as many as I can before they find us." "The second law? Magic cannot act on matter without consent. It's why wizards need wands. The wand consents on the matter's behalf, acting as intermediary. It's why transformation spells require physical contact. It's why magic feels indirect even to those who wield it." Harry considered this. "But I've been acting on matter without consent. The water, the cup, Aunt Petunia's mind, you've been asking, not acting. That's different. You're not forcing the matter to change, you're inviting it to reconsider its current state. The consent comes from the matter itself, once it understands your request." Merlin smiled slightly. "It's a subtle distinction, but it matters. The second law remains intact because you're working within its spirit, even while appearing to violate its letter. So I can break the laws without really breaking them. You can transcend them. Move beyond their limitations while still honoring their purpose. That's the key. That's what I never figured out until it was too late. The laws weren't meant to be eternal. They were meant to teach. Guidelines for children until the children grew up enough to understand the reasons behind the guidelines. And the covenant? The covenant treated the laws as ends in themselves. They found ways to exploit the limitations, to build power from the structure I created. They don't want children growing up. They want eternal students, forever dependent on rules they didn't make and can't change. Merlin's voice hardened. They need to be shown that the rules have an author, and the author can revise. Harry looked up at his ancient teacher, seeing for the first time the full weight of what Merlin was proposing. This wasn't just about Harry's survival. It wasn't even about learning magic. This was about challenging beings who had shaped the magical world for millennia, about threatening power structures that predated human civilization. You want me to fight them, he said. Eventually, yes. But not yet. First you need to understand what they are, what they want, why they matter. Merlin sat down across from Harry, his dream form becoming more solid, more present. Let me tell you about Seraphina Crow. Seraphina had been Merlin's student. Not his first, not his favorite, but perhaps his most talented. She'd come to him as a young woman, already powerful by the standards of her age, burning with questions that no one else could answer. Merlin had seen himself in her, the hunger for understanding, the impatience with limits, the certainty that magic could be more than what tradition allowed. I taught her everything, Merlin said, his voice distant with memory. The threads, the web, the laws. How they were made, why they were made, what they protected against. She absorbed it all like a sponge absorbs water, effortlessly, inevitably. What went wrong? I died. Merlin's laugh was bitter. Or rather, I almost died. My body failed, too many years of channeling power it wasn't built for. I found a way to transfer my consciousness into a holding pattern, bound to the stone you touched, waiting for someone who could inherit what I'd learned. But to Seraphina, I simply vanished. No warning, no explanation, no goodbye. Harry waited, feeling the weight of old grief in Merlin's words. She looked for me. For decades, she searched every corner of Britain, every magical site, every rumor and legend. When she finally gave up, something in her had hardened. The teacher who'd given her everything had abandoned her. The knowledge she'd treasured felt like betrayal. She decided that if Merlin could leave, then Merlin's work could be improved upon. She joined the covenant. She helped create it. Or rather, she helped unify it. The beings who would become the covenant had existed for millennia, each pursuing their own immortality, their own exploitation of the laws. Seraphina showed them how to work together, how to share power rather than competing for it. She convinced them that the laws were too important to be left to chance, that they needed guardians. Enforcers. And they believed her. She was persuasive. And she was right, in a way. The laws did need protection. Without them, magic would return to chaos, and chaos serves no one. What Seraphina didn't understand, what the Covenant has never understood, is that there's a difference between protecting the laws and ossifying them. The laws were meant to evolve. They weren't meant to last forever. Harry absorbed this, fitting it into his growing understanding of the magical world. So Seraphina thinks she's protecting magic. Keeping it safe. She thinks she's completing my work. Perfecting it. Ensuring that the structure I built lasts until the end of time. Merlin's expression was complicated, anger and sorrow and something that might have been love, long since calcified into memory. She's wrong, of course. But she's not evil. None of the Covenant is, not exactly. They're just wrong. And being wrong with that much power behind you becomes indistinguishable from being monstrous. Where is she now? Hogwarts. Merlin spoke the name with a peculiar heaviness. She bound herself to the castle centuries ago, weaving her consciousness into its stones. She's not the headmaster, not a teacher, not any official position. She's simply there, in the walls, in the magic that flows through every corridor. She's been shaping the school for generations, influencing which students are accepted, which subjects are taught, which questions are allowed to be asked. She's controlling Hogwarts. Guiding it. Gently. Subtly. Making sure that magical education stays within safe boundaries. That no student ever asks the questions you're asking now. Merlin's voice dropped. When you go to Hogwarts, and you will, when you're 11, she'll be waiting. She'll have had years to prepare. And she'll know exactly who you are. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dream forest's temperature. He'd known, abstractly, that there were powerful beings opposed to what he was learning. But putting a name to one of them, a name and a history and a location, made it suddenly, terrifyingly real. Can I beat her? Not yet. Maybe not ever. Serafina has had 1,000 years to develop her power, to deepen her connection to the laws, to build defenses you can't even imagine. But beating her might not be the goal. Merlin leaned forward. What you can do, what you must do, is show her that the laws aren't sacred. That they can change. That magic can grow beyond the boundaries she spent a millennium enforcing. And then we see what happens. Maybe she fights to the death. Maybe she listens. Maybe something else entirely. Merlin's smile was thin. The future isn't written, Harry. That's rather the point. Aunt Marge arrived on a grey Saturday in March. Harry knew something was wrong the moment he saw the car pull up, a rental, larger than Uncle Vernon's sedan, carrying a woman whose bulk seemed to fill the entire back seat. Dogs were supposed to be in kennels, but one had apparently traveled with her, a bulldog named Ripper, whose small eyes tracked Harry through the window with unmistakable hunger. Marjorie's visiting for a week, Aunt Petunia had announced that morning, her voice carrying a particular strain that meant she was dreading the experience as much as Harry was. You will be invisible. Do you understand? She doesn't know you're here, and I want to keep it that way. Harry had nodded, retreating to his cupboard to wait out the storm. But storms have a way of finding those who try to avoid them. The first 2 days passed without incident. Harry stayed hidden, emerging only when the house was empty or when Aunt Marge was absorbed in bellowing conversation with Uncle Vernon. He ate scraps, slept fitfully, and practiced his magic in tiny increments, nothing that could draw attention, just gentle conversations with the threads that kept him sane. On the third day, Ripper escaped from Aunt Marge's bedroom. Harry was in the back garden, weeding, when he heard the bark. He turned to find the bulldog charging across the lawn toward him, all muscled fury and gleaming teeth. Behind it, visible through the kitchen window, Aunt Marge was laughing. She'd let it out on purpose, Harry realized. She'd wanted to see what the dog would do to the thin, strange boy her brother's family kept hidden. He had perhaps 3 seconds before Ripper reached him. Time seemed to slow, not through magic this time, but through sheer adrenaline. Harry could see every detail, the dog's rippling muscles, the drool flying from its jaws, the malicious satisfaction on Aunt Marge's face. He could push the dog away. He'd done it before, with Dudley's gang. But that had been instinct, panic, uncontrolled. And Merlin had warned him about the beings watching the ley lines, about how breaking the laws drew attention. But there was another option. Instead of pushing, Harry asked. Why are you attacking me? The question wasn't directed at the dog's conscious mind. Ripper didn't have much of one. It was directed at something deeper, the threads of magic that connected Ripper's instincts to his actions, the patterns that made prey, and predator, and violence meaningful concepts. Why are you attacking me? The threads responded. Harry felt them shift under his attention, felt the magic that made Ripper become suddenly visible. And there, buried beneath layers of training, conditioning, cruelty, he found something unexpected. Fear. Ripper wasn't attacking because he was aggressive. He was attacking because he was terrified. Years of abuse from Aunt Marge had left the dog traumatized, hair-triggered, unable to distinguish between threat and non-threat. He saw a small figure in the garden and something in his broken mind screamed danger, and his only response was violence. Harry didn't push the dog away. He reached into the threads of Ripper's being and began to untangle them. It wasn't like anything he'd done before. This was deeper, more intimate, not convincing matter to change, but touching consciousness itself. Harry found the knots of fear and aggression, felt how they'd been tied by years of pain, and began to loosen them. Not erasing them, that would have been a violation, but showing them that other configurations were possible. You don't have to be afraid, he told the magic that made Ripper who he was. The world isn't only danger. The dog stumbled, its charge faltering. Harry watched as confusion replaced fury in those small eyes, genuine confusion, not the trained blankness of an attack interrupted. Ripper stopped completely, barely a meter away, and sat down heavily on the grass. Then the dog whined. A small, lost sound that Harry had never heard from it before. It's okay, Harry told the threads, still gently unwinding the worst of the damage. You're okay now. Ripper lay down on the grass, rolled over, and exposed his belly. Inside the house, Aunt Marge's laughter died. Harry could see her face through the window, twisted with shock and something approaching fear. Her killer dog, her beloved weapon, was lying submissive at the feet of the freak child. Harry ignored her. He knelt beside Ripper and carefully, cautiously, touched the dog's exposed belly. Ripper's tail wagged once, uncertainly. What did you do? Merlin's voice was barely a whisper. I helped him, Harry said simply. He was hurting. You, Merlin stopped, seeming to struggle for words. Harry, you didn't just ask the magic to change. You edited a living consciousness. You rewrote the dog's fundamental trauma responses. Is that bad? It's unprecedented. Merlin's voice carried wonder and horror in equal measure. What you did, it should have violated the second law. You acted on Ripper's mind without consent. But you didn't feel like you violated it, did you? Harry considered this. He'd asked the threads to reconsider, the same as always. He'd shown Ripper's magic that other configurations were possible. And the magic had agreed. The dog consented, he said slowly. Not consciously, he couldn't, he was too damaged. But something in him wanted to be different. I just showed him the door. That's not how the second law is supposed to work. Maybe the second law is wrong. Silence stretched between them. Through the window, Harry could see Aunt Marge reaching for the door handle, presumably to reclaim her dog. Behind her, Aunt Petunia was wringing her hands, clearly terrified of what Harry had just done. We need to go inside, Harry said quietly. There's going to be consequences. Yes, Merlin agreed. More than you know. The consequences came swiftly. Aunt Marge demanded that freak be punished. Uncle Vernon, red-faced with fury, locked Harry in his cupboard with promises of worse to come. Aunt Petunia called someone, Harry couldn't hear who, speaking in low, urgent tones about the boy and another incident. Harry sat in the darkness, feeling the threads hum around him, and waited. Ripper, he noticed, was different now. Through the walls of the cupboard, through the web of connections that linked everything to everything, Harry could feel the dog's presence, calmer, softer, no longer the knot of fear and fury it had been. Aunt Marge would probably have the dog checked by a vet, would probably declare him ruined, but Harry couldn't bring himself to regret what he'd done. He'd helped. That had to count for something. You've attracted attention, Merlin said. His voice was tense in a way Harry had rarely heard. Not from the Covenant, the wards are holding. But from somewhere else. Somewhere I didn't expect. Where? I'm not certain. But there's been a ripple. A response to what you did. Something has noticed that a wizard, if you can be called a wizard, just touched consciousness directly, without intermediary, without cost, without limit. Something good or something bad? I don't know. And that terrifies me. Hours passed. Harry slipped in and out of a doze, his dreams fragmented and strange. He saw threads made of silver light, weaving patterns he almost understood. He saw a forest of ancient trees, each one carved with symbols that glowed gold. He saw a castle on a cliff, its towers reaching toward a sky full of strange stars. And he saw a face. Old. Female. Eyes the color of storm clouds, hair like tangled shadows. She was looking at him, through him, and her expression was unreadable. Not hostile, not friendly. Merely, interested. So, a voice said, and it wasn't Merlin. "You're the one who's been making noise." Harry tried to speak, but dreams don't work that way. The face continued to regard him, evaluating. Merlin's heir. I shouldn't be surprised. He always did think too small. A pause. You've broken 2 laws now, child. The third will be harder. But if you manage it. The face smiled, and Harry felt a chill that transcended his dream state. If you manage it, come find me. I have something to show you. He woke to the sound of the cupboard door opening. It wasn't Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon. A woman stood in the hallway, dressed in emerald robes that should have looked absurd in the context of number 4, Privet Drive, but somehow didn't. She was old, white hair pulled back in a severe bun, face lined with decades of experience, but her eyes were sharp and alert. "Mr. Potter, I presume." Her voice was Scottish, crisp, and carried an undertone of concern she was trying hard to hide. "My name is Professor McGonagall. We need to talk." Harry sat up slowly, taking in the details. The woman carried no wand that he could see, but magic clung to her like a second skin. He could feel it in the threads, a controlled burn of power carefully contained. Behind her, barely visible in the hallway, Aunt Petunia hovered, her face white with fear. "How did you find me?" Harry asked. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly. "You're on the Hogwarts enrollment list. Have been since birth. When the monitoring charms detected unusual activity, I came to investigate." Monitoring charms. Standard procedure for magical children in Muggle households. We watch for accidental magic, signs of distress, anything that might require intervention. Her voice softened marginally. "The charms have been triggering quite frequently around you, Mr. Potter. But what happened today was different. What happened today was..." She trailed off, seemingly struggling to find the right word. "Impossible?" Harry suggested. "Unprecedented." McGonagall straightened, reasserting her professional demeanor. "You touched that dog's mind. Without a wand, without an incantation, without any of the tools or techniques that should be required. The monitoring charms registered it as a violation of fundamental magical principles." "The second law," Harry said quietly. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "You know about the laws." "I've been learning." "From whom?" "You're 5 years old. You shouldn't even be aware that magic exists, let alone, nearly 6, Harry interrupted. "And I have a teacher." He could feel Merlin's presence hovering at the edge of his consciousness, tense and watchful. The ancient wizard said nothing. This was Harry's conversation to navigate, but his attention was focused entirely on McGonagall. "A teacher." McGonagall's voice was carefully neutral. "And who might that be?" Harry considered his options. Lying would be easy. McGonagall didn't seem capable of reading his mind, not with Merlin's protections in place. But something in her manner, in the careful concern beneath her stern exterior, made him want to try honesty instead. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Try me." "Merlin Ambrosius. He's been teaching me since I accidentally woke him up 6 months ago." The silence that followed was profound. McGonagall stared at Harry, her face cycling through emotions too fast to track, disbelief, shock, something that might have been fear. In the hallway, Aunt Petunia made a small whimpering sound. "Merlin," McGonagall said finally, has been dead for over 1,000 years. 15 centuries, actually. And he's not dead exactly. More, waiting. Harry met her eyes squarely. I know it sounds mad. But I can prove it. How? Harry reached out with his senses, feeling the threads that connected McGonagall to the world around her. She was well protected, decades of magical practice had built up layers of defense, but Harry wasn't trying to penetrate her shields. He was looking for something else. There. A thread connecting her to a small object in her pocket. A locket, he thought, or perhaps a ring. Something old, something meaningful, something that carried emotional weight. The object in your pocket, Harry said. The one that belonged to someone you lost. It's a ring, isn't it? Gold band, emerald stone. It belonged to a woman. Someone you loved. McGonagall's face went pale. Her hand moved involuntarily toward her pocket. How could you possibly? The threads, Harry said simply. They connect everything. People, objects, memories. You've been carrying that ring for years, and your grief has woven itself into the magic around it. I can see the pattern. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she reached into her pocket and withdrew a ring, exactly as Harry had described. Gold band, emerald stone. Her eyes glistened. Elphinstone, she whispered. My husband. He died 5 years ago. I'm sorry, Harry said, and meant it. I didn't mean to intrude. I just wanted you to believe me. McGonagall looked at the ring, then at Harry, then at the ring again. When she spoke, her voice was different, softer, more uncertain. If what you're saying is true, if Merlin himself is teaching you, then everything we thought we knew about magic is incomplete, Harry finished. The laws aren't absolute. They're just habits. Really old habits that everyone's forgotten they made. That's heresy, McGonagall said, but there was no heat in it. If the Department of Mysteries heard you say that, let them hear. It's still true. McGonagall was quiet for a long time. Harry could feel her wrestling with the implications, her trained understanding of magic clashing with what she'd just witnessed. Finally, she seemed to reach a decision. I need to speak with Dumbledore, she said. This is beyond anything I can address alone. But Harry, she paused, choosing her words carefully. Whatever you're learning, whoever is teaching you, be careful. There are powers in this world that don't take kindly to challenges. Powers that have been invested in things staying as they are. I know, Harry said. They've been watching me. McGonagall's eyes widened. Watching you? Who? I don't know all of them. But they call themselves the Covenant. The word hit McGonagall like a physical blow. She actually stepped backward, her face draining of what little color remained. That name, she whispered. Where did you hear that name? From Merlin. He helped create them. Or they created themselves around his work. It's complicated. McGonagall was shaking now, genuine fear, not just shock. Mr. Potter. Harry, the Covenant is not something a child should know about. It's not something anyone should know about. Those who learn too much about them tend to disappear. Is that a threat? It's a warning. She glanced toward the door, as if suddenly worried about being overheard. I'll speak to Dumbledore tonight. Until then, stay quiet. Don't practice magic, don't draw attention, don't. She stopped herself, seemingly realizing the futility of her instructions. Just, be careful. Please. She turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. The ring, she said quietly. You could see all that? The grief, the love, the years of carrying it? Yes. Could you see him? Elphinstone. In the threads? Harry considered the question carefully. He reached out again, following the connections from the ring to McGonagall to the memory of a man she'd loved. The threads were faint, death did strange things to magical connections, but they were there. "He's not gone," Harry said softly. "Nothing truly disappears. The threads that connected you are weaker now, stretched thin, but they haven't broken. Part of him is still with you. Will always be with you." McGonagall's composure cracked. Just for a moment, Harry saw past the stern professor to the woman beneath, the woman who had lost her husband and never fully recovered, who carried his ring as a reminder of what she'd had and what she'd lost. "Thank you," she whispered. And then she was gone, robes swirling behind her, leaving Harry alone in the doorway of his cupboard. "That was risky," Merlin said that night, his dream form pacing through the silver forest. "Revealing yourself to a Hogwarts professor. Mentioning the Covenant by name. You've accelerated the timeline considerably." She was going to investigate anyway. "The monitoring charms caught what I did to Ripper. Better she hears the truth from me than draws her own conclusions." "Perhaps. But McGonagall will report to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore." Merlin's expression clouded. "Albus Dumbledore is complicated. He's powerful, intelligent, well-intentioned. He's also deeply invested in the current magical order. He sits on the Wisengamot, advises the minister, influences educational policy. If he decides you're a threat to stability, he has the resources to make your life very difficult. More difficult than it already is. You have no idea." Harry sat on a dream log, watching silver leaves drift through silver air. "You said I needed to learn faster. That the Covenant was watching, that time was running out. Today felt like progress. Today felt like acceleration. Those aren't the same thing." Merlin stopped pacing and faced Harry directly. "Progress is controlled growth. Acceleration is, uncontrolled. You've drawn attention from multiple directions now, the Covenant, Hogwarts, possibly the Ministry. And there's still the presence you felt in your dream, the woman with storm-cloud eyes. Who is she?" "I don't know. That's what disturbs me. I thought I knew all the major powers, the Covenant, the old magical families, the remnants of pre-human entities. But I didn't recognize her. She spoke of the third law as if she knew what it was, what it meant, why it mattered. That suggests age and knowledge beyond what I expected. She said to find her. If I manage to break the third law. Which you absolutely should not attempt until we understand who she is and what she wants." Merlin's voice was sharp. "The third law is the most fundamental of them all. Breaking it would, what is the third law?" Merlin hesitated. "Magic cannot create. Only transform." Harry turned this over in his mind. "So. I can change things from one state to another, but I can't make something from nothing." "Exactly. The first law governs cost. The second governs consent. The third governs possibility itself. It's the reason magic feels limited, not because power is scarce, but because creation is impossible. You can reshape the world, but you cannot add to it. But the universe is constantly creating. Stars form, life evolves, new things come into existence all the time. Not through magic. Through physics, chemistry, biology, natural processes that don't involve conscious intention. Magic is different. Magic is willful. And willed creation is." Merlin paused. "It's the one thing I couldn't find a loophole for. The one law that seemed truly absolute." Harry thought about this. About the threads, the web, the way everything connected to everything else. About the first law, which he bypassed by distributing cost across the entire web. About the second law, which he bypassed by finding consent in unexpected places. "What if creation isn't making something from nothing?" he said slowly. "What if it's just, transforming possibility into actuality? The thing you're creating already exists, in a sense. It exists as a potential. You're just making it real. Merlin was quiet for a long moment. That's exactly the kind of thinking that could get us both killed, he said finally. And exactly the kind of thinking that might actually work. When Harry woke the next morning, he knew immediately that something had changed. The house was quiet, too quiet. No sounds of Aunt Marge bellowing, no Dudley stomping, no Aunt Petunia bustling. Harry crept out of his cupboard to find the living room empty, the kitchen empty, the entire ground floor abandoned. A note sat on the kitchen table, "Gone to London. Emergency. You will stay in the garden shed until we return. Do not enter the house." Underneath, in Uncle Vernon's angry scrawl, "If you cause any more trouble, boy, you'll wish you'd never been born." Harry read the note twice, then folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. He wasn't sure what constituted an emergency that required all four Dursleys to leave immediately, but he doubted it was anything good. The garden shed was small, dusty, and filled with tools that Aunt Petunia never actually used. Harry pushed aside the lawnmower and created a space for himself among the rakes and trowels. "Interesting," Merlin murmured. "They've been called away. The timing seems suspicious. You think someone arranged this? I think we should be careful. The wards on the house extend to the property, but the shed is at the edge. If someone wanted to approach you without triggering the defenses." Harry reached out with his senses, feeling the threads around him. The garden was calm, ordinary, birds singing, insects buzzing, the normal hum of suburban life. But at the edges of his perception, something moved. Cold. Precise. Mathematical. "The arithmancer," he breathed. "Inside the house. Now." Harry didn't argue. He bolted from the shed, sprinting across the garden, feeling the cold presence expand behind him. It wasn't moving physically, it was moving through the threads, following connections, calculating angles of approach. He reached the back door just as the presence reached the edge of the property. The wards blazed. Harry felt it like a physical blow, ancient magic slamming against cold mathematics, Merlin's 1500-year-old protection screaming in protest. The arithmancer couldn't enter, couldn't pass the boundary, but it was pushing, and the wards were straining. "Upstairs," Merlin commanded. "The master bedroom. There's a secondary ward stone under the floorboards, I need you to touch it, reinforce the protections." Harry ran, taking the stairs two at a time, ignoring the absurdity of a 5-year-old knowing exactly where to find a magical artifact in his aunt's bedroom. The cold presence was everywhere now, pressing against every window, every wall, every crack in the magical defenses. The master bedroom was pristine and unwelcoming, decorated in Aunt Petunia's usual style of aggressive normalcy. Harry dropped to his knees and began pulling up carpet, searching for the loose floorboard Merlin described. There. A section that moved when he pushed it. Beneath, wrapped in cloth that had once been white but had yellowed with age, a stone similar to the one in his cupboard, smaller, less powerful, but still thrumming with ancient magic. Harry touched it. The world went golden. He was standing in a place between places, a space that existed alongside reality rather than within it. The threads were visible here, not as faint impressions but as solid lines of light, crisscrossing in every direction. And in the distance, pressing against a barrier of golden fire, was the arithmancer. It wasn't human. Harry had known that intellectually, but seeing it directly was different. The arithmancer was equations, living mathematics, constants and variables arranged in shapes that hurt to look at. It existed at the intersection of number and being, a consciousness that had evolved from pure logic. Anomaly, it said, and the word wasn't spoken so much as calculated, a solution to an equation that produced sound as its output. You are the source of the fluctuations. You are causing errors. Harry felt the golden fire around him pulse with Merlin's power. He was inside the ward network now, connected to defenses that had protected this property for centuries. The arithmancer couldn't reach him here. But that didn't mean it couldn't see him. The first law has been violated, the arithmancer continued. The second law has been reinterpreted. Unacceptable. The laws are invariant. The laws are absolute. You will be corrected. The laws aren't absolute, Harry said, surprised by how calm his voice sounded. They're agreements. They're habits. They can change. Incorrect. The arithmancer's form shuddered, its equations rearranging themselves frantically. The laws are mathematical certainties. They cannot be other than what they are. You are not changing them, you are creating errors. Bugs in the program of reality. I am the debugger. I will correct you. You can't reach me. Not today. But the wards are finite. The protections will decay. I am patient. I am eternal. I will wait, and I will calculate, and eventually I will find the solution that makes you zero. The arithmancer's presence began to withdraw, folding back through the threads toward wherever it had come from. But before it vanished entirely, it spoke one more time, the one who sent us was right. You are dangerous. More dangerous than we anticipated. The Covenant will be informed. They will not wait as long as I would. And then it was gone, leaving Harry alone in the golden space between places, surrounded by the light of ancient wards and the weight of implications he didn't fully understand. The wards held, Merlin said that night, his dream form exhausted and flickering. Barely. Another sustained assault and they might have failed. So we're running out of time. We've been running out of time since you touched the stone. Today just made it more obvious. Merlin sighed. The arithmancer mentioned the one who sent us. That suggests coordination. The Covenant is working together, pooling resources. They've decided you're a genuine threat. Am I? To their power? Absolutely. Everything you've done threatens the structure they've built their immortality around. If you can break the laws, really break them, not just find loopholes, then nothing they've achieved is safe. Harry absorbed this. He was 5 years old, nearly 6, he reminded himself. He lived in a cupboard under the stairs. And apparently, he was considered a genuine threat by beings who had existed since before human civilization. What do we do? What we've been doing, only faster. You need to understand more laws, break more limits, become powerful enough that attacking you carries costs they're not willing to pay. Merlin's form solidified slightly, as if drawing on reserves he shouldn't have had. And we need allies. You can't face the Covenant alone, no matter how much you learn. McGonagall? Possibly. And Dumbledore, if he can be convinced. The goblins, certainly, they've been chafing under magical restrictions for centuries. There are others, old powers who have no love for the Covenant but have lacked the leverage to oppose them. Merlin's eyes glittered with something that might have been hope. You could be that leverage, Harry. A catalyst for changes that are long overdue. Or I could be corrected. Made zero. Whatever that means. Yes. That's also possible. Merlin's voice was quiet. I won't pretend this isn't dangerous. I won't pretend you might not die. But I believe, I truly believe, that what you're doing matters. That the world needs to change, and you might be the one who changes it. Harry thought about the spider in his cupboard, working patiently on its web. About the threads that connected everything to everything else. About the laws that governed reality, and the beings who fed on them, and the impossible task of challenging powers that had lasted millennia. Okay, he said simply. Okay. Okay. I'll keep learning. I'll keep breaking laws. I'll find allies and make plans and try not to get killed. Harry met Merlin's eyes. But I need you to promise me something. What? If I'm going to do this, if I'm going to challenge the Covenant, rewrite the rules of magic, all of it, I'm not doing it to become like them. I'm not doing it for power or immortality or because I want to be special. I'm doing it because the world is broken and I can see how to fix it. The moment I start losing that, the moment I become another monster who thinks he knows best, you need to stop me. Merlin was quiet for a long moment. I can't promise that, he said finally. I don't have that kind of power anymore. But I can promise to try. And I can promise to remind you of who you are, when you're tempted to be something else. That's enough. Is it? Harry smiled, and the smile had edges that hadn't been there 6 months ago. It'll have to be. In a manor house in Scotland, Seraphina Crow listened to the arithmancer's report and said nothing. When the mathematical entity finished and retreated to its calculations, she stood and walked to the window, looking out at the night sky. The stars were the same stars she'd watched for 1,000 years. The darkness was the same darkness. But something had changed. Merlin's heir, she murmured to herself. Of course. He was always sentimental about legacies. She reached out with her consciousness, touching the threads that connected the manor to Hogwarts, feeling the ancient castle's vast magical presence. Somewhere in those corridors, in those stones, the child would eventually walk. He would attend classes, make friends, think himself safe within Hogwarts' protective walls. And he would have no idea that those walls were hers. Let him learn, she said to no one. Let him grow. Let him think he can challenge us. She smiled, and the expression was cold and patient and absolutely certain. We've waited 1,000 years. We can wait a little longer. The stars watched impassively as ancient powers circled a child who had barely begun to understand what he'd awakened. The threads of fate wove themselves into new patterns. And somewhere, in a cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter slept, dreaming of golden fire and mathematical entities and the face of a woman with storm-cloud eyes. The first 2 laws had been broken. 5 more remained. And the real war was just beginning. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Architecture of Impossible. 2 years changed Harry Potter in ways that went beyond the physical. He was 7 now, taller by several inches, his features sharper, his eyes holding depths that made adults uncomfortable when they accidentally met his gaze. The Dursleys had learned to avoid looking at him directly, not from any conscious decision, but from an instinctive unease that crept over them whenever they tried. Harry hadn't done anything deliberate to cause this. He'd simply become more, and their limited minds couldn't process what he was becoming. He stood now at his bedroom window, yes, bedroom, not cupboard. He'd convinced them to give him Dudley's second room through a combination of subtle magical suggestion and the simple fact that his presence in the cupboard had started making the house feel wrong, watching the pre-dawn light creep across Little Whinging. The threads were particularly visible at this hour, when the world balance between night and day and reality felt thin and malleable. You're brooding again, Merlin observed. Thinking, Harry corrected. There's a difference. The difference being, brooding is unproductive. Thinking leads somewhere. And where is your thinking leading this morning? Harry watched a thread of golden light pulse between 2 houses across the street, a connection between people who probably didn't even realize how bound together their lives had become. Neighbors, he guessed. Maybe friends, maybe enemies, maybe something in between. The threads didn't judge, they simply connected. I've been practicing the exercises you taught me, he said. Seeing deeper into the web, understanding how the connections form and break and reform. But something's been bothering me. Go on. The threads aren't healthy. Harry turned from the window, pacing his small room with an energy that belied the early hour. Not just here, everywhere I can sense. They're clogged. No, that's not right. They're rutted. Like a road that's been traveled the same way for so long that the wagons can't take any other path. Merlin's presence flickered with something that might have been pride, or might have been concern. You're seeing the effects of standardized magic. Centuries of wizards casting the same spells, thinking the same thoughts, moving energy through the same channels. The web has adapted to accommodate their patterns. But that's not how it's supposed to work, is it? Harry stopped pacing, struck by a realization. The web should be flexible. Dynamic. It should find new paths naturally, not get stuck in old ones. That was the intention, yes. When I codified the laws, I assumed they would serve as training wheels, guidelines that wizards would eventually outgrow. Instead, the guidelines became doctrine, and the doctrine calcified into tradition, and the tradition. Merlin trailed off. Became a prison. Yes. Harry absorbed this, fitting it into his growing understanding of the magical world. He'd learned so much in 2 years, not just about the laws and the threads and the web, but about the society that had grown up around them. Merlin had told him about the Ministry of Magic, the Wisengamot, the ancient families who hoarded power and knowledge. He'd explained Hogwarts and its secret guardian. He'd described the Covenant in detail, their origins, their members, their weaknesses. And Harry had listened, and learned, and practiced, and waited. But waiting was becoming harder. I need to see it for myself, he said suddenly. Not through the threads, not through your memories. I need to actually look at the magical world. Understand what we're trying to fix. That's dangerous. You're still a child, a famous child, whose face is known to every witch and wizard in Britain. The moment you're recognized, I won't be recognized. Harry smiled slightly. I've been practicing that too. He closed his eyes and reached for the warmth in his chest, now a constant companion rather than an occasional visitor. The threads around him responded to his attention, awaiting instruction. Harry asked them a question: what if no one could see me clearly? The magic considered, then answered with a subtle rearrangement. The threads connecting Harry's appearance to potential observers shifted, becoming fuzzy, indistinct. Anyone looking at him would see a boy, certainly. But they wouldn't be able to focus on details, his face would slide out of memory, his features would blur into generic childhood. He would be, for all practical purposes, invisible while remaining perfectly visible. Impressive, Merlin admitted. But the wards on Diagon Alley are sophisticated. If they detect magical interference, they won't detect this. I'm not hiding, I'm just being forgettable. The magic doesn't register it as concealment because I'm not concealing anything. I'm just discouraging attention. Merlin was quiet for a moment. You've thought this through. I've had 2 years to think. Today feels right. The Dursleys are taking Dudley to an arcade in London, they'll be gone until evening. And I have a sense that something important is going to happen. Something I need to be present for. Your instincts have been reliable so far. More reliable than they should be, frankly. Merlin's tone shifted, becoming serious. Very well. But be careful, Harry. The Covenant has been quiet for months, but quiet doesn't mean absent. They're watching, waiting for you to make a mistake. I know. Harry pulled on the least worn of his clothes, still Dudley's cast-offs, but at least they fit now, since Harry had convinced the fabric's threads to rearrange themselves into something more appropriate. That's why I'm not going to make one. Getting to London was easier than it should have been. Harry had discovered months ago that the threads connecting places could be manipulated just like any other aspect of reality. Distance, he'd learned, was mostly a matter of perspective. Things seemed far apart because the threads between them were long and winding, following paths established by centuries of travel and expectation. But threads could be shortened. Paths could be straightened. He didn't apparate, that was a wizard technique, loud and obvious and limited by laws he'd already transcended. Instead, he simply asked the space between Little Whinging and London to become temporarily smaller. The magic obliged, and Harry found himself stepping from his backyard into a quiet alley near Charing Cross Road in the span of a single breath. The sensation was strange but not unpleasant, like walking through a door that led somewhere much farther than it should. Harry took a moment to orient himself, feeling the web of threads around him reconfigure to accommodate his new location. London was loud. Not just in the audible sense, though the traffic and crowds and general chaos of a major city was overwhelming after the suburban quiet of Little Whinging, but in the magical sense. Threads tangled everywhere, connecting thousands of people in patterns of stunning complexity. Harry could feel old magic beneath the streets, ley lines pulsing with energy, ancient wards protecting places whose existence had been forgotten by the modern world. And there, just ahead, so faint that non-magical eyes would never notice, the leaky cauldron. Harry approached carefully, extending his awareness to probe the building's defenses. The pub was warded, but the wards were designed to prevent muggles from noticing the entrance. They had nothing to say about a wizard child, even one as unusual as Harry. He slipped inside without difficulty. The interior was dim and shabby, smelling of smoke and old beer and something underneath that was unmistakably magical. A few patrons hunched over drinks at scattered tables, their conversations dying to whispers as Harry entered. He felt their eyes slide over him, register child, and dismiss him as unimportant. His forgettability charm was working perfectly. He moved through the pub quickly, not wanting to test the charm against prolonged observation, and emerged into a small courtyard facing a brick wall. 3 up, 2 across, Merlin murmured. Tap it with magic, not a wand, they're not necessary for this. The wall will respond. Harry extended his awareness toward the indicated brick and nudged. The wall shuddered, then began to rearrange itself, bricks folding away to reveal, Diagon Alley. Harry had seen glimpses of it through the threads, distant impressions filtered through Merlin's ancient memories. But nothing had prepared him for the reality. The street stretched before him, narrow and winding, packed with shops that defied architectural logic. Cauldron emporiums stacked impossible heights of pewter and copper. Apothecaries displayed jars of ingredients that seemed to move when Harry didn't look at them directly. Owls hooted from perches outside a post office. Witches and wizards in robes of every color bustled past, their conversations creating a constant buzz of magical commerce. And underneath it all, visible only to Harry's trained perception, the threads. They were everywhere, connecting everything. But Merlin had been right, they were rutted. Harry could see the paths that magic took through this place, worn deep by centuries of repetitive use. The same spells cast the same ways by generation after generation of wizards, never questioning, never innovating, never asking if there might be another approach. It was beautiful and terrible at once. Beautiful because magic was inherently beautiful, because even constrained and rutted magic was wondrous compared to the mundane world. Terrible because Harry could see what it could be, the potential locked away behind laws and traditions and the simple weight of accumulated habit. It's worse than I thought, he said quietly. Yes. Merlin's voice was heavy with old sorrow. This is what I made. This is what they've done with my gift. Harry walked slowly down the alley, trying not to draw attention while observing everything. He watched a witch repair a cracked window with a wave of her wand, a simple fixing charm that any competent magical could perform. But where Harry saw possibility, she saw only the spell she'd been taught. The threads around the window could have been rearranged a dozen different ways, each more elegant than the standard charm. She never considered them. He passed a group of young wizards demonstrating hexes to each other, laughing as they made each other's ears grow or hair change color. The magic they wielded was real, powerful, but also small. Parlor tricks. Toys compared to what magic could actually do. And everywhere he looked, the threads were sick. Not damaged, exactly, more like atrophied. The web of connections that should have pulsed with vital energy was sluggish, tired, weighed down by generations of limitation. Harry could feel ancient channels that had once carried tremendous power now reduced to trickles. Could feel potential paths that had closed entirely, blocked by laws that no one remembered creating. This is what the Covenant wants to preserve, he said. This diminishment. They don't see it as diminishment. They see it as stability. Order. Safety. Merlin's tone was bitter. They've forgotten what magic was. What it could be. They've built their immortality on the current arrangement, and any change threatens everything they've achieved. Harry continued down the alley, his perception expanding to take in more and more of the magical infrastructure. He could see the wards now, layered protections built up over centuries, anti-muggle enchantments, security spells, monitoring charms. Impressive by conventional standards, but also rigid. Inflexible. If someone could find a way around the established defenses, the whole system would struggle to adapt. He paused outside a shop called Flourish and Blots, watching a witch browse through stacks of books. The threads around the volumes were fascinating, each book carried connections to its author, its readers, the ideas it contained. Knowledge itself left magical traces, Harry realized. The more a concept was studied and understood, the stronger its presence in the web. He was about to enter when he felt something else. Cold. Calculating. Familiar. Harry's attention snapped outward, scanning the threads for the source of the sensation. There, 3 shops down, standing in the shadow of a narrow alley, a figure that didn't quite belong. The man appeared ordinary enough, middle-aged, forgettable features, wearing robes that blended with the crowd. But the threads around him were wrong. Twisted in ways that suggested manipulation. He was looking for something. Looking for Harry. One of Vance's agents, Merlin murmured. Lady Alara Vance, the Covenant member who operates through the old families. She must have dispatched trackers after the Arithmancer's report. He can't see me. The forgettability charm won't work on someone who knows what they're looking for. He's not scanning faces, he's scanning magical signatures. Your camouflage hides your appearance, but your presence is harder to disguise. Harry watched the tracker move through the crowd, his attention sweeping methodically across the alley. He wasn't in a hurry, he clearly didn't have Harry's precise location, just a general sense that something unusual was in the area. But he was patient, thorough, and eventually he would narrow down the search. I need to deal with him, Harry said quietly. If he reports back to Vance, dealing with him could be even worse. If he disappears, or returns with evidence of magical interference, Vance will know you're active. She'll increase surveillance, coordinate with other Covenant members. Better to let him search and find nothing. He won't find nothing. He'll find me, eventually. His scanning technique is good, I can see the threads he's using to detect anomalies. Another few minutes and he'll triangulate my position. Merlin was quiet, considering. What are you proposing? Harry studied the tracker, watching how he used magic to scan his surroundings. The technique was elegant in its way, he was reading disturbances in the local thread network, looking for patterns that didn't fit the normal flow. Harry's presence definitely created such patterns, he couldn't help it, not without suppressing his magical nature entirely. But what if the patterns didn't lead to Harry? I'm going to show him something else, Harry said. Something more interesting than me. Before Merlin could object, Harry reached out with his awareness and touched the threads around the tracker. Not to interfere with his magic directly, that would be detected, but to create a subtle rearrangement in his environment. Harry asked the web a question, what if there was something fascinating in that direction? The threads shifted. A path of enhanced interest formed, leading away from Harry toward the far end of the alley, toward Gringotts, the Goblin Bank, with its ancient wards and hidden depths. The tracker's scanning technique caught the disturbance and interpreted it exactly as Harry intended, something unusual, something worth investigating, something that way. The man's head turned. His eyes narrowed with professional interest. He began moving toward Gringotts, forgetting entirely about the other disturbances he'd detected. Harry watched him go, waiting until the tracker disappeared into the crowd before relaxing. That was clever, Merlin admitted. And dangerous. If he realizes he's been manipulated, he won't. I didn't force him to do anything, I just made something else seem more interesting. His own mind did the rest. The technique won't even register as magical interference because technically, it wasn't. I just suggested a shift in priority. You're getting too good at this. Harry smiled slightly. That's the idea. With the immediate threat dealt with, Harry continued his exploration, though he moved more carefully now, keeping his awareness extended for any further trackers. The encounter had confirmed what he'd suspected: the Covenant was actively searching for him, dispatching agents to monitor magical hotspots. He couldn't afford to be careless. He wandered past Elop's Owl Emporium, quality Quidditch supplies, a narrow shop that sold nothing but magical quills. Each location taught him something about the current state of magical society, the priorities, the limitations, the unquestioned assumptions. Wizards used owls for communication because they'd always used owls. They played Quidditch because their ancestors had played Quidditch. They bought specialized tools for every task because the idea of general-purpose magic had been forgotten. It was, Harry thought, a culture that had stopped evolving. He was examining the window display of a shop called Wiseacre's Wizarding Equipment when he felt something new. Not cold like the tracker, warm, actually. Bright. And somehow familiar, though Harry couldn't say why. He turned to find a boy his own age standing a few feet away, staring at him with an expression of confusion. The boy was round-faced and nervous-looking, with brown hair and eyes that seemed slightly too large for his face. He wore robes that marked him as from a wealthy family, though he carried himself with none of the arrogance that usually accompanied such status. In his arms, he clutched a toad that seemed as uncomfortable as its owner. But what caught Harry's attention was the magic. The boy's threads were flickering. Not in a dangerous way, more like a candle in a draught, unsteady, uncertain. His magical core was strong, stronger than most adults Harry had observed, but something was blocking it, preventing the power from flowing properly. "Can you see me?" Harry asked, surprised. His forgettability charm should have made prolonged observation impossible. The boy blinked. "What?" "I mean, yes, of course I can see you. Why wouldn't I?" He trailed off, frowning. "Actually, that's strange. I was walking past and I just noticed you. Like you suddenly appeared. But you've been standing there the whole time, haven't you?" "More or less." Harry studied the boy with interest. His charm was designed to prevent people from focusing on him, but this boy had somehow pushed through. That suggested either strong natural resistance to mental magic, or an instinctive understanding of threads that he himself didn't recognize. "What's your name?" "Neville." "Neville Longbottom." The boy shifted awkwardly, adjusting his grip on the toad. "This is Trevor. He keeps trying to escape." "Your family magic," Harry said, seeing it now, the threads connecting Neville to something vast and old, an ancestral power that stretched back generations. "It's not working properly." Neville's face went pale. "How do you know about, that's supposed to be, my grandmother says, I can see it." Harry stepped closer, ignoring Neville's instinctive retreat. "The connection's there, but it's tangled. Like someone tried to force it into a shape it wasn't supposed to take." He reached out with his awareness, tracing the threads that bound Neville to the Longbottom legacy. The magic itself was impressive, centuries of accumulated power, passed down through bloodlines, strengthened with each generation. But something had gone wrong. The threads were knotted, crossed, wrapped around themselves in ways that prevented proper flow. "Your parents," Harry said quietly, understanding coming to him through the threads. "Something happened to them. Something that affected the family magic." Neville's eyes glistened. They were attacked. When I was a baby. They're in St. Mungo's now. The healers say they'll never recover. The magic tried to protect them, and when it couldn't, it recoiled." Harry could see it clearly now. The defensive spell that had been meant to save Neville's parents had instead rebounded, tangling the family threads in its desperate attempt to shield something, anything. "It's been strangling you ever since. Preventing your own magic from connecting to the family power. Gran says I'm nearly a squib." Neville's voice was barely a whisper. "Says the Longbottom magic is dying because I can't carry it. She's tried everything, tutors, rituals, even." He stopped, seeming embarrassed. "Even what?" Uncle Algie threw me out a window once. And off a pier. To try to force accidental magic. Neville hunched his shoulders. Nothing worked. Harry felt a flash of anger at the casual cruelty, throwing a child into danger to trigger magical survival instincts. But the anger was distant, secondary to the fascinating puzzle in front of him. He could see the problem. Which meant he could probably fix it. "Do you trust me?" Harry asked. Neville stared at him. "I don't even know you." "Fair point. Let me put it differently, yes. Of course I would. But the healers at St. Mungo's, the specialists Gran hired, they all said, they don't see what I see." Harry extended his hand. "I can untangle the knots. It won't be comfortable, but it also won't hurt. And when it's done, you'll be able to do things you never imagined possible." Neville looked at Harry's hand like it was a live snake. The toad in his arms croaked anxiously. "Why would you help me?" he asked finally. "You don't know me. I don't know you. This could be some kind of trick." "It's not a trick. It's..." Harry paused, searching for the right words. "I've been learning things about magic. Things that most people have forgotten. One of those things is that we don't have to accept the world as it is. We can fix what's broken. We can heal what's hurt." He met Neville's eyes steadily. "You're hurt. I can help. That's enough reason." For a long moment, Neville didn't move. Harry could see him wrestling with fear, hope, suspicion, and desperate longing. Finally, slowly, the round-faced boy extended his hand and placed it in Harry's. The contact was electric. Harry's awareness expanded, flooding into Neville's magical system like water into a dry riverbed. He could feel everything, the tangled knots, the blocked channels, the desperate power trying to break free. And he could feel the fear, too. Neville's terror of being inadequate, his guilt over not being the son his grandmother wanted, his conviction that he was fundamentally wrong. None of that was true. The boy was a vessel of tremendous potential, crippled by circumstance and misunderstanding. Harry began to work. It wasn't like fixing Ripper. Neville's mind was fully functional, not traumatized into dysfunction. Instead, Harry focused on the threads connecting Neville's core to his family magic. He found the original knot, the point where everything had started to go wrong, and began to trace its structure. The defensive spell that had tried to protect Neville's parents had been cast by someone who loved them deeply, Neville's grandmother, Harry suspected, based on the magical signature. But it had been cast in panic, without proper preparation, and when it failed to save its targets, the magic had nowhere to go. It had looped back on itself, tightening around the family connection like a noose. Harry couldn't undo the original spell, that would require power he didn't have. But he could create a bypass. A new path that circumvented the knot entirely, connecting Neville's core to the family magic through channels that hadn't existed before. The threads resisted at first, uncomfortable with the novel configuration. Harry asked them to reconsider, pointing out that the new path served the same purpose as the old one, better, actually, since it wouldn't strangle the user. The magic deliberated, then accepted. Neville gasped as power flooded through him. It was like watching a light turn on in a dark room. The flicker in his thread steadied, strengthened, became a solid flame. His magical core, starved for so long, began to drink in the family power it had been denied. The connection was crude, Harry didn't have time for elegance, but it worked. Neville pulled his hand back, staring at it like he'd never seen it before. The toad in his arms had stopped squirming, apparently mesmerized by whatever it sensed in its owner's transformation. "What did you do?" Neville breathed. "Gave you a new path to your magic. The old one was blocked, now it's not." Harry stepped back, suddenly aware of how much energy the working had cost him. "You'll need to practice. The connection is there, but using it will take time to learn. Like exercising a muscle you've never used before." Neville was still staring at his hand. Small sparks of golden light danced around his fingers, involuntary magic, released by a system that had been dammed up for years. This is... I can feel. He looked up at Harry, and his eyes were shining. I can feel everything. The magic in the air, the connections between things, he stopped, overwhelmed. It can be intense at first. You'll adjust. Harry glanced around, checking for observers. A few passers-by had noticed the sparks around Neville's hands, but they seemed to assume it was a young wizard playing with accidental magic. Nothing too unusual in Diagon Alley. We should probably move somewhere less public. Right. Yes. Of course. Neville followed Harry down the alley, his movements already more confident, more grounded. I don't even know your name. Harry considered the question. He'd avoided giving his real name so far, but there was something about Neville, the warmth in his threads, the genuine nature of his gratitude, that made deception feel wrong. Harry, he said. Harry Potter. Neville stopped walking. Harry Potter? His voice had gone strange. As in, the Harry Potter? The boy who lived? Is that what they call me? You're famous. Everyone knows about you, the baby who survived the killing curse, who defeated you-know-who. Neville was staring at Harry like he'd just announced he was the second coming of Merlin. But you're supposed to be living with muggles. No one knows where you are. There have been articles, speculation, I've been learning, Harry said simply. There's a lot to learn. But how? I mean, what I just felt you do, that's not normal magic. I've never heard of anyone being able to, because no one's tried. Not for a long time, anyway. Harry started walking again, forcing Neville to follow or be left behind. The magical world has forgotten a lot, Neville. They've gotten comfortable with limitations that don't need to exist. I'm trying to remember what was forgotten. Neville was quiet for a moment, processing. Then, Gran's not going to believe this. She's been trying to fix me for years, and you just... He gestured vaguely at his newly functional magical system. I didn't fix you. You were never broken. I just removed an obstacle. They walked in silence for a while, weaving through the crowds. Neville seemed to be adjusting to his new sensory awareness, occasionally stopping to stare at something that Harry assumed was magical and newly visible to him. The boy who did that, Neville said finally. The one who attacked my parents. Bellatrix Lestrange and the others, they were caught, but the one who planned it, Voldemort. Neville flinched at the name. You say it. It's just a word. Words only have power if you give it to them. Harry paused outside a quiet alcove between shops, pulling Neville into relative privacy. What do you know about that night? The night he attacked your parents? Not much. Gran doesn't like to talk about it. Something about a prophecy, information that you know, that Voldemort wanted. My parents wouldn't give it to him, so the Death Eaters tortured them until... He swallowed hard. Until they broke. A prophecy. Harry filed that information away, something to investigate later. Do you know what it said? No. No one does, I think. Or if they do, they're not telling me. Neville's expression shifted, curiosity replacing grief. But you're connected to it too, aren't you? The same prophecy. That's why he attacked you on the same night. Possibly. Harry had suspected as much, his own survival, the Voldemort attack, the way Dumbledore had hidden him with the Dursleys, it all suggested something larger at work. But he hadn't pursued the mystery, focused as he'd been on more immediate concerns. We can figure that out later. Right now, I need to ask you something. Anything. After what you did for me, don't promise anything before you hear the question. Harry met Neville's eyes directly. What I'm doing, learning the old magic, challenging the limitations that wizards have accepted, it's dangerous. There are powerful beings who don't want things to change, who will do anything to stop me. If you're seen as my ally, you become a target too. Neville was quiet, processing the weight of what Harry was saying. Those beings, he said slowly. Are they connected to what happened to my parents? To Voldemort? It was Harry's turn to pause. He hadn't considered the connection, but now that Neville mentioned it. I don't know. Maybe. The Covenant, the beings I'm talking about, they've been manipulating the magical world for centuries. If Voldemort served their purposes somehow, then stopping them might mean stopping whatever created him. Neville's voice had hardened in a way that surprised Harry. The round-faced boy suddenly looked older, more determined. I spent my whole life being told I wasn't good enough, that I was a disappointment to my family. You just showed me that was a lie, that something external was holding me back, not something wrong with me. Yes. So if there are beings out there doing the same thing to the whole magical world, holding everyone back, making everyone less than they could be, then I want to help stop them. Neville's chin lifted. I don't care how dangerous it is. I owe you that much. Harry studied the boy, his first real ally, gained by accident rather than design. The threads between them were already strengthening, forming connections that went beyond mere acquaintance. You don't owe me anything, Harry said. What I did was free. No strings attached. Then I'm not doing it because I owe you. I'm doing it because it's right. For a moment, Harry didn't know what to say. He'd spent so long alone, learning from an ancient voice in his head, preparing for battles he'd expected to fight solo. The idea of companionship, of someone who chose to stand beside him, was foreign. Okay, he said finally. Then we're allies. Neville's smile was the brightest thing in Diagon Alley. They separated an hour later, after exchanging methods of communication. Neville didn't have an owl, but Harry showed him how to send messages through the threads, a technique that startled the other boy thoroughly. Harry watched Neville disappear into the crowd, already carrying himself differently, and felt something he hadn't expected, hope. An interesting development, Merlin observed. Though not without complications. The Longbottom family is prominent. Augusta Longbottom sits on the Wisengamot. If Neville reveals what you did for him. He won't. Not yet, anyway. Harry had asked Neville to keep their meeting quiet, and the boy had agreed with gratifying seriousness. He understands that secrecy protects both of us. For now. But secrets have a way of escaping, especially among families. We'll deal with that when it happens. Harry moved through the alley, heading back toward the leaky cauldron. Right now, I'm more interested in what I learned today. The state of magical society, the trackers Vance has deployed, the way the threads are rutted. You're building a picture. I'm preparing. Harry reached the brick wall that marked the boundary of Diagon Alley and began the process of sealing the entrance behind him. The Covenant thinks they have time. They think I'm just a child, learning slowly, making incremental progress. They don't realize. Don't realize what? Harry smiled slightly. That I'm not learning slowly at all. That every day, I understand more. That the incremental progress they're tracking is just the surface, the parts one can't hide. Underneath, I'm growing faster than they can imagine. Overconfidence is dangerous. So is underestimating yourself. There's a balance. Harry stepped through the leaky cauldron, nodding to the barkeeper, who barely registered his passage, and emerged onto the Muggle streets of London. I have 5 years until Hogwarts. 5 years to prepare, to find allies, to understand what I'm actually fighting against. Today was a good start. And what's the next step? Harry began the process of shortening the space between London and Little Whinging, feeling reality fold around him. The goblins, he said. They've been chafing under magical restrictions for centuries. They might be interested in an alternative arrangement. He stepped forward, and London became Little Whinging in the span of a breath. The Dursleys returned that evening to find Harry in the backyard, weeding the garden as if he'd never left. Aunt Petunia gave him a suspicious look. she always did, now, unable to articulate what felt wrong about her nephew but unable to ignore it either, but said nothing. Uncle Vernon grunted something about the freak staying out of the way, for once, and retreated to the living room to watch television. Harry continued his work until sunset, enjoying the simple physical labor after a day of intense magical activity. The threads around him hummed with familiar patterns, home, such as it was, and he let his mind drift through the events of the day. Diagon Alley had been illuminating. The tracker had been concerning but manageable. And Neville. Neville was unexpected. Harry hadn't gone looking for allies, hadn't thought he'd find any among wizard children, but the round-faced boy had pushed through his defenses simply by being genuine. There was something refreshing about it, about encountering someone who had no agenda, no hidden motives, just honest gratitude and a desire to help. Harry would have to be careful, of course. Neville was untrained, vulnerable, potentially a liability if the Covenant decided to use him as leverage. But he was also the first real connection Harry had made with someone his own age, and that had value beyond strategic calculation. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Harry set down his weeding tools and stretched, feeling the pleasant ache of honest labor in his muscles. "You're thinking about him," Merlin observed. "The Longbottom boy. I'm thinking about what he represents. The potential that's being wasted in the magical world, all those witches and wizards trapped in limitations they don't even realize exist." Harry watched the last light fade from the sky. "If I can help one person, I can help more. If I can fix what's wrong with Neville's family magic, I can fix what's wrong with other family magics. The more I learn, the more I can do. The Covenant will notice, eventually. They'll realize that the magical world is changing, that someone is interfering with their careful arrangements." "Good." Harry's voice was calm, certain. "Let them notice. Let them wonder. Let them worry about what might be coming, because while they're worrying, I'll be working. While they're planning, I'll be preparing. And by the time they figure out what I actually intend to do." "Yes." Harry smiled, and there was something ancient in the expression, a shadow of Merlin's own determination, passed down through centuries of waiting. "By then, it'll be too late to stop me." The weeks that followed established a new pattern. Harry continued his education with Merlin, diving deeper into the theory and practice of fundamental magic. He learned about the remaining laws, the third through the seventh, each one a linchpin in the current magical order, each one a potential target for transcendence. He practiced his ability to converse with the threads, to convince rather than compel, to find loopholes in rules that were supposed to be absolute. But now he added new elements to his routine. He visited Diagon Alley twice more, each time taking care to avoid Vance's trackers while gathering information about magical society. He observed the way wizards interacted, the assumptions they made, the limitations they accepted without question. He mapped the flow of power through the alley's businesses and institutions, identifying pressure points, potential allies, and vulnerable systems. He began, tentatively, to reach out to the goblins. This was delicate work. The goblins distrusted wizards on principle, and with good reason. Centuries of oppression, broken treaties, and legalized discrimination had made them wary of any magical human who approached them. Harry couldn't simply walk into Gringotts and announce his intentions, he needed to establish credibility first. He started by adjusting the wards around the bank. Not dramatically, that would have been noticed, triggered alarms, brought consequences he wasn't ready to handle. Instead, he made tiny modifications, subtle improvements that enhanced rather than threatened goblin interests. A security flaw here, quietly patched. A monitoring charm there, slightly strengthened. Small gifts, left anonymously, demonstrating capability and goodwill. The goblins noticed. They always noticed magic touching their domain. After the third modification, Harry found a letter waiting for him in his bedroom. How it had arrived without triggering Merlin's wards was a mystery. The goblins, apparently, had tricks of their own. "Young wizard," the letter read. Your improvements to our defenses have been observed and noted. The Director of Accounts requests a meeting to discuss your intentions. Present yourself at Gringotts on the next new moon, at midnight. Come alone. It was unsigned, but the wax seal bore a symbol Harry recognized from his research, the sigil of the Goblin Nation, independent of their Gringotts identity. A meeting with Goblin leadership, Merlin mused when Harry showed him the letter. That's significant. They don't grant such audiences lightly. They're curious. I've been showing them that I can do things wizards shouldn't be able to do. They want to know more. And what will you tell them? The truth, as much as I can. That the laws constrain them as much as anyone. That I'm learning to transcend those laws. That if they help me, I might be able to help them. That's a dangerous offer. The goblins have been waiting for exactly such an opportunity, a chance to throw off wizard domination, to reclaim the power they lost in the goblin rebellions. If they think you can deliver that, then they'll be motivated allies. Harry folded the letter carefully. I know it's risky. But the Covenant is coming for me eventually, and I can't face them alone. The goblins have resources, knowledge, magical traditions that predate Merlin's laws. They could be invaluable. Or they could use you for their own purposes, then discard you when you're no longer useful. Maybe. But that's true of any ally. Harry smiled slightly. Besides, I have no intention of being useful in ways they can easily discard. The new moon came 3 weeks later. Harry slipped out of number 4 Privet Drive at 11, using his space-folding technique to reach London well before midnight. The streets were quiet, the Muggle city slumbering, unaware of the magical world that existed alongside it. Diagon Alley was closed, of course, the shops shuttered, the street deserted. Harry walked past the darkened storefronts to the great marble building that dominated the far end of the alley, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The bronze doors were shut, but Harry didn't need doors. He'd been given an invitation, and that invitation created a path through the wards, a narrow channel that would allow him entry without triggering the fearsome goblin defenses. He touched the doors and felt them recognize him. A click, a shift in the magical structure, and a smaller door appeared within the larger one, goblin-sized, requiring Harry to duck as he passed through. The interior of Gringotts was different at night. Without the bustle of wizard customers, the bank's true nature became visible, an ancient fortress, carved into the bedrock of magical London, filled with traps and protections that had evolved over millennia. Harry could feel the weight of goblin magic pressing down on him, watching, evaluating. A single goblin waited in the cavernous entrance hall. He was old, older than any goblin Harry had seen during his daytime visits, with silver hair, weathered skin, and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. Harry Potter, the goblin said. His voice was rough, carrying the accent of a language that predated English. We wondered when you would appear. You know who I am. We know many things. The goblins remember what wizards have forgotten. He gestured toward a corridor that led deeper into the bank. Follow. The director waits. Harry followed, aware that he was walking into the heart of goblin power with no guarantee of safe passage out. But the threads around him were calm, watchful, yes, but not hostile. The goblins were curious, as he'd suspected. Curious was good. The corridor led downward, spiraling into depths that Harry knew extended miles beneath London. The air grew warmer, denser, carrying hints of forge smoke and something older, the scent of stone that had been worked for thousands of years. Finally, they emerged into a vast chamber lit by rivers of molten gold flowing through channels in the floor. The heat was intense, but the magic in the air was stronger, ancient, pre-human, thrumming with power that owed nothing to Merlin's laws. And in the center of the chamber, seated on a throne carved from a single block of obsidian, was the Director of Accounts. She was female, Harry could tell that much, though goblin features were difficult for human eyes to read. Her face was lined with centuries, her hands gnarled with age and power, her eyes sharp as cut diamonds. She wore no regalia of office, no visible symbols of authority. Her presence was authority enough. "Harry Potter," she said, and her voice resonated through the chamber like a struck bell. "Heir of Merlin. Breaker of laws. You have been busy." Harry inclined his head respectfully. "Director. I appreciate the audience. Do not appreciate prematurely. Audiences can end in many ways, not all of them pleasant." She studied him with unblinking eyes. "You have improved our wards. Modified defenses that have stood for centuries. This is unprecedented. I meant no offense. I was trying to demonstrate goodwill." "Goodwill, from a wizard?" "We have learned to be skeptical of such offers." But there was something in her voice that wasn't quite dismissal. "Tell me, boy, why do you come to us? What do you want from the Goblin Nation?" Harry had prepared for this question. He'd practiced his answer with Merlin, refined it until every word served his purpose. But standing before the director, feeling the weight of her attention, he found himself abandoning the prepared speech. "I want to change things," he said simply. "The magical world is sick. The laws that govern it have become chains, limiting what magic can do, constraining what magical beings can become. Wizards don't see the chains because they've worn them so long they feel natural. But the goblins see. You've always seen." The director's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the air around her. "Continue. I'm learning to break those chains. One law at a time, one limitation at a time. But I can't do it alone, and I can't do it without understanding magic as it existed before the laws. The goblins have that knowledge. You remember the old ways, the wild magic, the time before Merlin organized everything into neat categories. And in exchange for this knowledge, what do you offer us?" "Freedom." Harry met her eyes directly. "Not tomorrow, I'm still learning, still growing. But eventually, I will have the power to change the fundamental rules that govern magic. When that day comes, the goblins will no longer be second-class citizens in a wizard-dominated world. You will have access to magic that was denied you. The treaties that bind you will be voided, not by war, but by the simple fact that the rules they were based on no longer apply." The chamber was silent. The rivers of molten gold continued their eternal flow, but otherwise nothing moved. "You speak of revolution," the director said finally. "I speak of evolution. The magical world needs to change or it will die, atrophied by its own limitations, strangled by rules that have outlived their purpose. I'm trying to save it, not destroy it. But saving it means reshaping it, and reshaping it means challenging powers that have been comfortable for far too long." "The Covenant." Harry blinked, surprised. "You know about them?" "We know many things." The director's smile was thin and dangerous. "The goblins have had dealings with the Covenant, none of them pleasant. They use the laws to maintain their power, and that power has often been used against us. Then you understand why I need allies. Why I can't face them alone. I understand why you think you need allies." The director rose from her throne, her small form somehow dominating the vast chamber. "What I do not understand is why I should believe a wizard child who appears from nowhere, making grand promises about changing the very nature of magic. Test me." The words came before Harry had fully thought them through, but he didn't take them back. "Test you. You have knowledge I need, old magic, pre-law techniques. But you're right not to trust me blindly. So test me. Ask me to do something that should be impossible. If I succeed, you'll know I'm telling the truth. If I fail..." He spread his hands. "Then you'll know I'm a deluded child, and you can send me away with no harm done." The director studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded, a small gesture that carried enormous weight. "Very well. A test." She raised one gnarled hand, and a servant appeared from the shadows, carrying a small box. "In this box is a gold coin, enchanted by Merlin himself during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. The enchantment prevents goblins from ever claiming ownership of it. We can hold it, store it, but we can never possess it. It was a cruelty, inflicted by a wizard who called himself our ally. Harry felt a flash of anger at this, though he couldn't say whether it was his own emotion or an echo of Merlin's guilt bleeding through their connection. The servant opened the box, revealing a single gold galleon that glowed with subtle enchantment. The threads around it were twisted, locked into a pattern that screamed wrongness to Harry's senses. "Break the enchantment," the director said. "Remove the prohibition. Let us possess what is rightfully ours." Harry reached out and took the coin. The enchantment was old, genuinely old, in a way that Harry had rarely encountered. Merlin's magic, unmistakably, but Merlin at a different point in his existence, angrier, more willing to use power as a weapon. This wasn't the teacher Harry knew, this was the wizard who had built the laws, who had been willing to impose order by force when persuasion failed. Harry studied the threads that bound the coin, tracing their structure. The prohibition was elegant, in a brutal way. It tied the concept of goblin ownership to the concept of impossibility, making the two synonymous for this particular object. No amount of physical possession could change the magical reality. The coin would always belong to whoever had given it to the goblins, never to the goblins themselves. "Clever," he murmured. "Wrong, but clever. Can you break it?" The director's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could feel her hope beneath the surface. Breaking it would be difficult. The enchantment is woven into the coin's fundamental nature. Harry turned the galleon over in his hand, feeling its weight. "But I don't need to break it. I just need to redefine what it's protecting against." He closed his eyes and reached into the threads. The prohibition was based on categories: goblin and ownership and impossibility. But categories were just agreements, ways of organizing reality that had been codified into law. And agreements could be renegotiated. Harry asked the magic a question: what is ownership? The threads responded with the conventional definition: a relationship between a being and an object, establishing exclusive rights and control. The laws had refined this definition over centuries, creating a framework that determined who could own what and under what circumstances. And why can goblins not own this coin? Because the enchantment says so. Because Merlin decreed that goblin ownership of this object was impossible. Because the magic accepted that decree and enforced it. But why did the magic accept it? Because. The threads hesitated. This was a question they had never been asked, a challenge to an assumption so fundamental that it had been invisible. Why should magic care who owns an object? Ownership is a social construct, a legal fiction. It has no physical reality, the coin exists regardless of who claims it. So why does magic enforce ownership restrictions at all? The answer came slowly, reluctantly, because it was asked to. Because Merlin codified property rights as part of the laws, creating magical frameworks that enforced social agreements. This was supposed to provide stability, prevent disputes, maintain order. But this particular enforcement is causing harm. It's perpetuating an injustice. Does magic want to perpetuate injustice? The threads twisted, uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Does magic have any reason to maintain this specific prohibition, beyond the fact that it was established long ago? No. Then let's establish something new. Harry reached deeper, finding the knot at the center of the enchantment, the point where Merlin's will had bound itself to the concept of goblin ownership. He didn't try to break the knot, that would require power he didn't have. Instead, he expanded it, showing the magic that goblin and wizard and human were all arbitrary categories, ways of dividing up beings that were, fundamentally, all participants in the same web. If ownership was a relationship between a being and an object, then the type of being shouldn't matter. The magic that enforced ownership for wizards could equally enforce it for goblins. The prohibition wasn't protecting anything real, it was just prejudice, coded into the fabric of reality. Change, Harry asked the magic. See differently. Allow what was denied. The enchantment shuddered. The threads rearranged themselves, the knot loosening, the categories blurring. And then, with a sensation like a lock clicking open, the prohibition dissolved. Harry opened his eyes and handed the coin back to the director. She took it carefully, her gnarled fingers closing around the gold. For a moment, nothing happened. Then her face changed. Surprise, wonder, and something that might have been joy flickered across features that Harry suspected rarely showed any emotion at all. "Mine," she breathed. "It's mine. I can feel it, the connection, the ownership. After 4 centuries." She looked up at Harry, and her eyes glistened with tears she would never acknowledge. "You did it. You actually did it. The prohibition was based on arbitrary categories. I convinced the magic that the categories didn't make sense. You convinced the magic." The director laughed, a harsh, barking sound, but genuine. "You argue with reality itself, and reality listens. That's one way of putting it." The director composed herself, wiping away evidence of her momentary vulnerability. When she spoke again, her voice was steady, businesslike, but Harry could hear the difference underneath. "You have passed the test, Harry Potter. The Goblin Nation acknowledges your power and your unusual perspective." She gripped the coin tightly, as if afraid it might revert to its former state. "You spoke of alliance. Of exchange. What specifically do you need from us?" "Knowledge of magic before the laws. Techniques, theories, anything that might help me understand what magic was before it was constrained. This we can provide. Our archives contain records that predate human writing. You will have access to them, supervised access, but access nonetheless. And in exchange, when the time comes, when you have the power you speak of, you will remember the goblins. You will ensure that we are not forgotten in the new order you create. You have my word." The director nodded slowly. "Then we have an accord, Harry Potter. May it serve us both." The journey back to Little Whinging felt longer than usual, though that was probably exhaustion rather than actual distance. Harry had pushed himself harder than he'd intended, and the magical effort was catching up with him. "That was well done," Merlin said quietly. "Better than I expected, honestly. The way you handled the enchantment, I wouldn't have thought of that approach. It seemed obvious. The prohibition was based on treating goblins as fundamentally different from wizards. But they're not, they're both beings that participate in the web. The magic just needed to be reminded of that. Obvious to you, perhaps. Not to anyone else." Harry considered this. "I keep forgetting that other people don't see the threads the way I do. They interact with magic through wands and spells, through the surface level. They don't go deep enough to see the underlying structure. They don't go deep enough because the laws discourage it. Surface magic is safe, predictable, controllable. Deep magic is dangerous, unpredictable, and threatens the established order." Merlin's voice carried old frustration. "I tried to create a system that would let wizards grow gradually, learn to handle deeper magic as they matured. Instead, they stopped growing altogether. So I'm doing what you originally intended. You're doing what I hoped would happen naturally. Instead, it took 15 centuries and a child who never learned the right way to think about magic." Harry smiled slightly. Happy accidents. He arrived home just as the first hints of dawn appeared on the horizon. The Dursleys were still asleep, would be for hours yet, giving him time to rest and process everything that had happened. The goblins were now allies. Their knowledge would be invaluable. But more than that, the meeting had taught Harry something important: he could convince anyone, any magical being, if he found the right approach. The goblins had been enemies of wizards for centuries, yet they'd chosen to work with him because he'd demonstrated capability and respect. The Covenant wouldn't be convinced so easily, of course. They had too much invested in the current system to abandon it willingly. But there were others, creatures and beings who had been marginalized by the laws, who might welcome change even if they feared it. Harry lay down on his bed, feeling sleep pull at him. 5 years until Hogwarts, he murmured. 5 years to prepare. It's not enough time, Merlin said quietly. Then I'll have to make it enough. Miles away, in a manor house hidden behind the most powerful concealment charms in Britain, Seraphina Crow listened to a report from her network of informants. The goblins have made an alliance with the Potter boy, one of them said, a pale wizard who had served the Covenant for decades without ever seeing its true leaders. We don't have details of the terms, but the director herself met with him. That's unprecedented. Unprecedented but not unexpected. Seraphina's voice was calm, carrying the weight of centuries. Young Harry is gathering resources. Building a coalition. He's smarter than I initially assumed. Should we intervene? The Arithmancer has offered to, the Arithmancer has already failed once. His approach is too direct, too mathematical. Harry thinks in ways that mathematical models can't predict. Seraphina turned from the window where she'd been watching the night sky. No. We continue to observe. The boy is still years from being a genuine threat. Let him make alliances, they will be useful to map. Let him think he's building strength, overconfidence creates vulnerabilities. And when he comes to Hogwarts? Seraphina smiled, and the expression was ancient and patient and terrifying. When he comes to Hogwarts, he enters my domain. Every stone in that castle knows my voice. Every ward answers my will. The goblins cannot help him there. His clever tricks with the threads will mean nothing against enchantments I've been refining for 1,000 years. She turned back to the window, dismissing her informant with a wave. Let the child play at revolution, she murmured to herself. Let him think he can change the world. When he finally arrives at Hogwarts. The darkness outside seemed to deepen, responding to her mood. I'll be waiting. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Weight of Names. Harry Potter was 9 years old when Albus Dumbledore finally came to Privet Drive. For years of training, of growth, of careful preparation, and still Harry felt a flutter of uncertainty as he watched the old wizard approach the house through the morning fog. Dumbledore moved with a grace that belied his apparent age, his purple robes swirling around him, his silver beard catching the weak October light. To Muggle eyes, he would appear eccentric but harmless. To Harry's perception, he blazed like a star. The threads around Dumbledore were dense. Layer upon layer of magical connection, stretching in every direction, to places, to people, to objects of power scattered across Britain and beyond. Harry could see the weight of a century's worth of relationships, responsibilities, debts, and obligations wrapped around the old man like chains made of light. And underneath it all, buried so deep that only Harry's trained perception could detect it, exhaustion. Bone-deep, soul-crushing weariness that Dumbledore had been carrying for so long he'd probably forgotten it was there. He's coming, Harry said quietly. I know. Merlin's presence was tense, watchful. Be careful. Dumbledore is not an enemy, but he is not entirely an ally either. He serves the current order because he believes it's the best of possible worlds. And if I show him a better world? Then he might listen. Or he might decide you're too dangerous to exist. Merlin paused. The latter is not an idle concern. Dumbledore has eliminated threats before, quietly, efficiently, without remorse. He believes in the greater good. Harry filed this away as the doorbell rang. The Dursleys were out, conveniently, since Harry had gently suggested to Aunt Petunia that this particular Saturday would be perfect for a family trip to Majorca. They'd left yesterday, wouldn't return for a week. Harry had the house to himself, which made what was about to happen considerably simpler. He walked downstairs and opened the door. Dumbledore's face showed surprise for just a moment, a flicker of something that might have been concern before his professional mask reassembled itself. Mr. Potter, he said, his voice warm and grandfatherly. I had expected to find you with your relatives. They're on holiday. Another moment of hesitation. Dumbledore had clearly planned this visit around the Dursleys' presence, perhaps hoping to observe Harry in his home environment, to gauge how the boy who lived was being treated. Finding Harry alone, answering the door with perfect composure, had thrown off whatever script the old wizard had prepared. "Thank you," Dumbledore said finally, stepping inside. "That would be most kind." Harry led him to the living room, gesturing toward the uncomfortable sofa that Aunt Petunia reserved for guests she wanted to leave quickly. Dumbledore sat with the grace of someone who could make any seat seem like a throne. "Tea?" Harry offered. "Please." "Milk, no sugar." Harry went to the kitchen, his back turned to Dumbledore, and prepared 2 cups. He could feel the old wizard's attention on him, not hostile, but intensely curious. The monitoring charms that McGonagall had mentioned were doubtless reporting everything they observed, but Harry had been careful to behave normally in front of magical surveillance. Dumbledore would have received reports of occasional accidental magic, nothing more. He returned with the tea and sat across from Dumbledore, meeting those famous blue eyes without flinching. "You seem remarkably composed," Dumbledore observed, accepting his cup. "Most children would be somewhat anxious, meeting a stranger who arrived unannounced." "You're not a stranger. You're Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot." Harry sipped his tea. "Professor McGonagall mentioned you when she visited." "Ah, yes. Professor McGonagall's report was concerning." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was steel beneath the warmth. "She indicated that you possess unusual abilities. And unusual knowledge." "Did she mention the ring?" The twinkle faded slightly. "She did. I confess, I found that particular detail difficult to believe. The ability to perceive emotional connections through magical observation, that's not a skill that should be possible for an untrained child. And yet I did it." Harry set down his cup. "Professor Dumbledore, I appreciate the social niceties, but we both know why you're here. You want to know what I am, what I can do, and whether I'm a threat. So let's have that conversation instead of dancing around it." For a long moment, Dumbledore simply stared at him. Then, slowly, the old wizard smiled, a genuine expression, not the practiced warmth he showed the public. "You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. I get that a lot. I imagine you do." Dumbledore leaned back, his posture shifting from evaluative to something else. "Something more honest." "Very well. Cards on the table, as the Muggles say. What are you, Harry? Because you are not simply a wizard child with unusual abilities. You are something I have never encountered in a century of magical experience." Harry considered his options. The prepared responses he'd crafted with Merlin's help suddenly felt inadequate. Dumbledore wasn't reacting like the cautious authority figure they'd anticipated, he was genuinely curious, even eager. "I'm exactly what I appear to be," Harry said finally. "A wizard child with unusual abilities. The difference is in where those abilities come from. And where do they come from? From seeing magic as it actually is, instead of how we've been taught to see it." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Explain." "When wizards cast spells, they're manipulating magic through layers of abstraction. Wand movements, verbal components, intent focused through learned formulas. All of that works, it channels power effectively. But it's not direct. It's like..." Harry searched for an analogy. "Like writing a letter instead of having a conversation. The message gets through, but something's lost in translation. And you have conversations?" "I ask questions. Magic answers." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. "I've learned to perceive the threads that connect everything, the actual substrate of magical reality. When I want to change something, I don't cast a spell. I explain to the magic why the change makes sense, and usually, it agrees." "The threads." Dumbledore's voice was strange. "You can see them? Actually see them? Can't you?" "I." The old wizard paused, seeming genuinely uncertain. There are moments. In deep meditation, or during particularly powerful magical workings. I catch glimpses of something beneath the surface, a network of connections, golden light. He trailed off. That's them. The web that underlies everything. Most wizards can't see it at all, their training blinds them to it, teaches them to interact with magic only through the approved channels. Harry leaned forward slightly. You're different. You've glimpsed it. That's probably why you're so powerful, some part of you is touching the threads even when you're not consciously aware of it. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Who taught you this? He asked finally. Harry had known this question would come. He debated with Merlin how to answer it, whether to reveal the truth or create a plausible fiction. In the end, he decided that partial honesty was the safest course. Someone who's been waiting a very long time for a student. That is not an answer. It's the answer I can give you right now. Harry's voice was calm but firm. Trust is built gradually, Professor. You don't know me well enough yet, and I don't know you well enough. We're both taking risks by having this conversation at all. What risk do you take? The risk that you'll decide I'm too dangerous to let grow up. The risk that you'll report me to the Ministry, or the Covenant, or whoever you think can contain me. The risk that this conversation ends with my memories modified and my abilities bound. Dumbledore flinched at the mention of the Covenant, a tiny reaction, instantly controlled, but Harry caught it. You know, Harry said quietly. You know about them. I know, fragments. Dumbledore's voice was careful. Rumors. Legends. Hints that there are powers in the magical world older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts, older than recorded history. Powers that prefer to remain hidden. He met Harry's eyes. How do you know about them? They've been watching me. Ever since I started changing the way I interact with magic. Harry felt the old anger rise and let it show, calculated honesty, demonstrating that he had genuine stakes in this game. They sent trackers. Tested my defenses. They've made it clear that they consider me a threat to their interests. And what are their interests? Keeping things exactly as they are. Forever. The silence that followed was heavy with implications. Harry, Dumbledore said finally, what you're describing, beings who maintain the current magical order, who oppose change, who have existed for millennia, these are not forces to be challenged lightly. If they are what I suspect they are, then you are in more danger than you can possibly understand. I understand perfectly. Harry's voice didn't waver. I've been preparing for 4 years, Professor. Training, learning, building alliances. I know what I'm facing. I also know that they're wrong, that the current magical order is sick, atrophied, dying by inches while they keep it on life support for their own benefit. And you intend to change it? I intend to heal it. There's a difference. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his ancient eyes studying Harry with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable if Harry hadn't been prepared for it. When I placed you with the Dursleys, Dumbledore said softly, I believed I was giving you a protected childhood. A normal upbringing, away from the pressures and dangers of the magical world. I see now that I was gravely mistaken. You did what you thought was right. Did I? The old wizard's voice carried genuine pain. I knew they would not love you. I knew they would resent your presence, your abilities. I told myself the blood protection was worth the cost, that safety mattered more than comfort. But looking at you now, seeing what you've become. He shook his head. I wonder if everything I believed was wrong. Harry felt an unexpected surge of sympathy. In the threads around Dumbledore, he could see the weight of a lifetime of choices, some good, some terrible, all made with the conviction that they served a greater purpose. The old man had built his life on certainty, and now that certainty was cracking. You weren't wrong about everything, Harry said. The blood protection is real, I've studied the wards on this house, and they're remarkably sophisticated. My survival here was never in doubt. What you got wrong was thinking that survival was enough. What do you mean? A protected child grows up to be a protected adult, dependent, reactive, waiting for others to solve their problems. You wanted me safe until I was old enough to be useful against Voldemort. But useful doing what? Wielding a wand according to standard training? Following orders from the Order of the Phoenix? Harry shook his head. That Harry Potter would have died the first time Voldemort returned with a competent plan. You sound very certain about what I intended. I'm certain about what makes sense. Voldemort killed my parents, tried to kill me, and will almost certainly try again when he returns. The prophecy. Harry saw Dumbledore's reaction and nodded. Yes, I know there's a prophecy. I don't know what it says, but I know it exists. Whatever it predicts, you decided I was the best hope of fulfilling it. So you shaped my childhood to produce the version of me most likely to win. Dumbledore's expression was complex: admiration, shame, concern. You are far more insightful than I anticipated. I've had good teachers. These teachers. Your ally in the Covenant, not in the Covenant. Against the Covenant. Harry decided to offer one more piece of truth. There was a stone beneath my cupboard. Ancient magic, placed there centuries ago. When I touched it, I woke something that had been sleeping. Something that remembers what magic used to be. Dumbledore's face went pale. A spirit? An artifact intelligence? Something like that. He's been teaching me since I was 5. Showing me how magic actually works, beneath all the laws and limitations. Helping me prepare for what's coming. He. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. You said, he. Harry, do you know who? I know exactly who he is. But I'm not ready to share that yet. Harry stood, suddenly aware of how tired he was. The conversation had taken more out of him than he'd expected. Professor, I'm not your enemy. I'm not even necessarily working against your goals. But I'm also not going to be your weapon, your pawn, or your protected child waiting to be activated at the right moment. I'm going to be my own person, making my own choices. And if those choices put you in conflict with the established order, then I'll deal with the established order when it comes for me. Dumbledore rose slowly, his movements carrying the weight of every one of his years. Harry, I must ask you something. And I need an honest answer. Ask. Are you willing to work with me? Not as a subordinate, I see now that you will never accept that role, but as an ally. Someone who shares information, coordinates efforts, trusts me as I learn to trust you. Harry considered the question. Dumbledore was powerful, connected, knowledgeable about aspects of the magical world that Harry had only glimpsed. An alliance could be valuable. But alliance also meant compromise, exposure, potential betrayal. I'm willing to try, he said finally. But you need to understand something. The Covenant has been shaping the magical world for centuries. They have agents everywhere, in the Ministry, in the old families, possibly in Hogwarts itself. If you share what you learn about me with the wrong people, even accidentally, you put me in danger. I understand. And there's something else. Something I need to know before we go any further. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes directly. Tell me about my parents. Not how they died, I know that story. Tell me how they lived. Who were they, when they weren't being targets or soldiers or prophecy fulfillments? Who were they as people? The question seemed to hit Dumbledore harder than anything else Harry had said. You want to know about James and Lily. I want to know what I'm fighting for. I want to understand why they matter, not as symbols, but as people. Harry's voice carried emotion he hadn't intended to show. Everyone knows the Potter name. No one ever tells me about the Potter people. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. Your father, he said softly, was the most arrogant boy I ever taught. Also the most loyal, the most creative, and ultimately the most courageous. He drove his professors to distraction with pranks that shouldn't have been possible, transfiguring entire corridors, charming suits of armor to dance, once releasing a herd of enchanted chickens into the Great Hall. He was insufferable, and everyone loved him. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, something he hadn't known was tight. And my mother? Lily was extraordinary. Muggle-born, which in those days meant constant prejudice, constant challenges. She never let it slow her down. She had a gift for charms that I've rarely seen equaled, not just talent, but intuition. She would look at a spell and see how to make it better, faster, more elegant. She made magic beautiful. They sound like opposites. They were. And somehow, that made them perfect together. James forced her to laugh, she forced him to think. They challenged each other, supported each other, loved each other with a ferocity that was almost frightening. Dumbledore's voice grew rough. When Voldemort came for them, they didn't hesitate. James fought to buy time, Lily died refusing to step aside. They could have survived, Voldemort offered them mercy, and they chose death rather than betray you. Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing. "Thank you," he said finally. "That's what I needed to know." Dumbledore nodded, seeming to understand. "They would have been proud of you, Harry." "Confused, certainly, I suspect even they would struggle to understand what you've become, but proud. You have your father's determination and your mother's insight. Whatever else happens, remember that." Harry walked Dumbledore to the door, the morning fog having cleared to reveal a pale autumn sky. "I'll be at Hogwarts in 2 years," Harry said. "We'll continue this conversation then. I look forward to it." Dumbledore paused on the threshold. "Harry, one more thing. The Covenant, the beings you're preparing to challenge, they are not merely powerful. They are ancient. Patient in ways that human minds cannot comprehend. Whatever you think you know about them, I promise you, it's only a fraction of the truth. I know. And yet you're not afraid." Harry smiled, a thin expression that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm terrified. I've been terrified since the day I understood what I was facing. But fear is just information, Professor. It tells me where the dangers are. What matters is what I do with that information." Dumbledore regarded him for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I believe," he said quietly, "that I may have placed my hopes in the right vessel after all." He turned and walked down the garden path, his purple robes catching the morning light. At the end of the walk, he turned back one final time. "Be careful, Harry Potter. The eyes of the world are on you, whether you wish it or not. And some of those eyes belong to beings that do not have your best interests at heart." Then he was gone, disappearing with a soft crack of apparition, leaving Harry alone in the doorway of number 4. "That went better than expected," Merlin observed. Harry closed the door and leaned against it, suddenly exhausted. "Did it? I just told Albus Dumbledore that I'm in contact with an ancient spirit, that I'm planning to challenge the Covenant, and that I know about the prophecy." He could report any of that to the wrong person and bring the entire magical establishment down on my head. He could. But he won't, not yet, at least. You gave him something he didn't expect, hope. Merlin's voice was thoughtful. Dumbledore has been carrying the weight of the magical world for decades. He's watched it stagnate, watched the same problems recur generation after generation, watched the victories he won become meaningless as new threats arose. You showed him the possibility of genuine change. I showed him a 9-year-old with delusions of grandeur. You showed him a 9-year-old who sees what he once saw, the underlying truth of magic, the potential that's been locked away. You reminded him of who he used to be, before compromise and responsibility ground him down. Harry pushed off the door and walked to the window, looking out at the mundane street where he'd spent his entire childhood. He mentioned my parents, he said quietly. James and Lily. He talked about them like they were real people, not just characters in a story. They were real people. Your people. I know. It's just. Harry struggled to articulate the feeling. For so long, they were abstractions. The parents who died to save me, the sacrifice that created the blood protection, the reason everyone knows my name. But they were also people. They had friends, hobbies, dreams. They argued and laughed and made mistakes. Does that change how you feel about what you're doing? It clarifies it. Harry turned from the window. I'm not fighting because I hate the Covenant or because I want power. I'm fighting because people like my parents, people who love, who create, who sacrifice, deserve a world that doesn't crush them under the weight of ancient rules. They deserve magic that grows with them instead of holding them back. That's a good reason. It's the only reason that matters. That night, Harry dreamed. He stood in a vast space between spaces, a void that was also a web, filled with threads of golden light stretching in every direction. He'd visited this place before, in moments of deep meditation, but it felt different tonight. More vivid. More present. And he wasn't alone. The figure that approached him was not Merlin. Harry knew Merlin's presence intimately after 4 years of constant contact. This was someone else, someone old, someone whose steps caused the threads to vibrate with each footfall. Harry Potter, the figure said, and the voice was cold and precise and familiar. We meet at last. Harry turned to face Mordecai the Undying. In the dream space, the leader of the Covenant appeared as he truly was, not the human facade he presumably wore in the physical world, but something ancient and terrible. His form was roughly humanoid, but his edges didn't quite align with reality. His eyes were dark voids that seemed to swallow light. His presence pressed against Harry's consciousness like a physical weight. You've been watching me, Harry said. His voice was steady, though his heart raced. The trackers. The tests of my defenses. All leading to this. You're perceptive. That's good. I was beginning to worry that our eventual confrontation would be disappointingly one-sided. Mordecai's non-face shifted into something that might have been a smile. I've spent considerable resources tracking you, Harry Potter. Your protections are impressive, Merlin's wards, clearly, though modified in ways that suggest you've been improving on his original work. If you know about the wards, you know you can't reach me physically. So why are we talking? Because physical contact isn't the only form of communication. And because I believe, perhaps naively, that you and I might reach an understanding before things progress to their inevitable conclusion. Harry studied the ancient being, trying to read his intentions in the threads that connected them. Even in the dream space, Mordecai's magical signature was overwhelming, layer upon layer of accumulated power, bound to laws he had helped create. You want to negotiate. I want to explain. The Covenant is not what you think it is, Harry. We are not villains seeking domination. We are guardians, protecting magic itself from those who would destroy it through misuse. By keeping it small. By preventing growth, change, evolution. By maintaining stability. Mordecai's voice carried centuries of conviction. You've studied history, I assume. You know what the world was like before the laws were codified. War, chaos, reality itself buckling under the weight of contradictory magics. Continents reshaped by feuding archmages. Entire species erased from existence by careless experimentation. The laws were not imposed to limit power, they were imposed to prevent extinction. I've heard this argument from Merlin. Then you know it's valid. Mordecai spread his hands, a gesture that seemed almost human. The laws work, Harry. Imperfectly, perhaps. With costs, certainly. But the alternative is chaos on a scale you cannot imagine. The alternative you're describing is unrestricted access to power without wisdom. But that's not what I'm proposing. Harry moved closer to Mordecai, refusing to be intimidated. I'm not trying to destroy the laws. I'm trying to evolve them. To replace blind restrictions with conscious understanding. To give wizards the ability to grow into their power instead of being forever constrained by rules they don't understand. A pretty speech. But who decides what conscious understanding looks like? Who determines when a wizard is wise enough to access deeper magic? Mordecai's voice sharpened. In your system, someone has to judge. Someone has to grant or deny access. And that someone, inevitably, becomes a tyrant, using their power to shape everyone else according to their own vision. Like the Covenant has been doing for millennia. We don't shape. We preserve. There's a difference. Is there? Harry felt his anger rising and didn't try to suppress it. You've locked magic into patterns that serve your interests. You've manipulated magical society to keep it stagnant, dependent, unable to challenge your authority. You've eliminated anyone who threatened to upset the balance, not because they were dangerous, but because they were different. We've eliminated threats to stability. Some of those threats wore human faces. Others wore the face of innovation, of progress, of change. Mordecai's voice was cold. You speak of evolution as though it's inherently good. But evolution is blind, purposeless. It produces predators and plagues as readily as poets and philosophers. The Covenant provides direction. Purpose. Meaning. The Covenant provides a cage. And what do you provide, Harry Potter? Mordecai's presence intensified, pressing against Harry's consciousness. You're 9 years old. You've been studying magic for 4 years. You think you understand the forces you're playing with? You think a few conversations with Merlin's ghost have given you the wisdom to reshape reality itself? I think wisdom isn't measured by age. I think understanding comes from seeing clearly, not from accumulating years of biased experience. Harry stood his ground, pushing back against Mordecai's pressure. And I think you're afraid. Not of me specifically, of what I represent. The possibility that your way isn't the only way. The suggestion that maybe, just maybe, you've been wrong. The dream space trembled. I have watched civilizations rise and fall, Mordecai said, his voice barely above a whisper. I have seen magic misused in ways that would give you nightmares for the rest of your short life. I have carried the weight of this world on my shoulders for longer than your species has existed. Do not presume to lecture me about fear. Then don't presume to lecture me about wisdom. They faced each other across the golden void, two consciousnesses separated by millennia of experience but united in their certainty. This conversation has been illuminating, Mordecai said finally. You are not what I expected. More coherent, more determined, more dangerous. I had hoped to reach an accommodation, to show you the necessity of our work, to offer you a place within the Covenant structure. I see now that this was optimistic. Was it ever a real offer? It was a possibility. One that has now closed. Mordecai began to fade, his form dissolving into the threads around him. When next we meet, Harry Potter, it will not be for conversation. The Covenant has reached a decision. You are too dangerous to ignore, too capable to contain, too committed to redirect. That leaves only one option. You're going to try to destroy me. We're going to do what we've always done, protect the laws. Protect stability. Protect magic itself from those who would unmake it. Mordecai's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing through the dream space. I suggest you use the time remaining to make your peace. The storm is coming, Harry Potter. And you are standing in its path. Then he was gone, leaving Harry alone among the threads. Harry woke with a mark on his wrist. It was small, a circle with 7 points, each point representing one of the Covenant members. The symbol pulsed with cold light, visible only to magical perception. The seal of the Covenant, Merlin said grimly. They've claimed you as a formal threat. It's a declaration, a warning, and a tracking mechanism all in one. They can find me through this? Not precisely, but it narrows the search. The seal resonates with their power, they'll be able to sense your general location, your level of activity, your magical state. Merlin's presence was tense with worry. Harry, this changes everything. We're no longer in a phase of observation and preparation. They've committed to action. Harry examined the mark, feeling its cold presence against his skin. In the threads, he could see the connections it created, faint lines leading outward, linking him to the 7 members of the Covenant. Then we accelerate our timeline. His voice was calm, decisive. 2 years until Hogwarts. We use every moment. You're not frightened. I'm terrified. But Mordecai made a mistake tonight. What mistake? Harry smiled, and the expression carried an edge of something dangerous. He showed me what he looks like in the dream space. The real him, without facades or disguises. He showed me the threads that connect him to the laws, to his power, to his fellow Covenant members. Harry raised his marked wrist. And now I have a direct link to study. He gave me exactly what I needed to understand how to fight him. That's remarkably optimistic. It's tactical reality. Mordecai has been hidden for millennia, operating through proxies, through manipulation, through carefully maintained secrecy. But he just revealed himself to me. He couldn't help it, ego, perhaps, or simply the inability to imagine that a 9-year-old could use the information against him. You're assuming you can learn something from what you saw. I already have. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the memory of Mordecai's presence in the dream space. The threads that connected him to the first law, I saw them. I saw how he's bound to it, how his immortality depends on magic operating according to specific rules. If I can break that specific law in a specific way, I don't need to fight him directly. I just need to remove the foundation his power stands on. Merlin was quiet for a long moment. That's not wrong, he said finally. Mordecai achieved his immortality by binding death's ability to claim those who serve magic's preservation. It's the first law twisted to serve personal ends. If the first law were to change in the right way, his immortality ends. He becomes vulnerable. Mortal. Theoretically, yes. But the first law is not easily changed. You found loopholes, bypasses, but those are local effects. To change the law itself, universally, permanently, that would require power beyond anything you've attempted. Then I'd better start practicing. The weeks that followed were the most intense of Harry's life. He pushed himself harder than ever before, diving deep into magical theory with Merlin while simultaneously working on practical applications. The Covenant seal on his wrist was a constant reminder of the clock ticking down. Every day that passed brought the inevitable confrontation closer. The goblins proved invaluable. True to their word, they granted Harry access to their archives, vast collections of pre-law magical knowledge, preserved in vaults that had survived millennia of human wars and goblin rebellions. Harry spent hours in those dusty chambers, learning techniques that wizards had forgotten existed. Wild magic. Raw magic. Magic as it had been before Merlin's codification. It was dangerous, unpredictable, terrifyingly powerful. But it was also free, unbound by the laws that constrained modern wizardry. Harry learned to touch it carefully, to draw on its energy without being consumed by it. He learned the difference between asking and demanding, between conversation and command. And slowly, piece by piece, he began to understand how the laws actually worked. They weren't magical constructs, not exactly. They were more like agreements. Contracts between magic itself and the beings who wielded it. Merlin had negotiated those contracts on behalf of humanity, establishing terms that magic would follow when humans interacted with it. But contracts could be renegotiated. Terms could be changed. And Harry, with his unique ability to communicate directly with magic, was slowly becoming qualified to sit at the negotiating table. The third law, he said one evening, sitting in his bedroom while the Dursleys slept. Magic cannot create, only transform. That's the one that limits everything else. It's the foundation, Merlin agreed. Without it, the other laws become meaningless. Creation implies infinite possibility. If magic can create, then all other restrictions are merely obstacles to be circumvented. But I've already bypassed it in small ways. The light between my hands, that was creation, wasn't it? Photons that didn't exist before. It was transformation on a scale so distributed that it appeared to be creation. The energy came from everywhere, in increments so small that no individual source was depleted. It's a clever technique, but it's not true creation. What would true creation look like? Merlin was quiet for a moment. I don't know, he admitted. I spent my entire existence assuming the third law was absolute, that creation was simply impossible. But you've shown me that my assumptions were limited by my experience. If creation is possible, then everything changes. Then everything changes, Merlin agreed. Including the fundamental relationship between magic and reality. Including the laws themselves. Including the Covenant's power. Harry looked at his marked wrist, feeling the cold pulse of the seal. Mordecai mentioned that he's seen magic misused in ways that would give me nightmares. He talked about continents reshaped, species erased, reality buckling. Harry met Merlin's presence directly. Was he lying? No. The pre-law era was chaotic. Dangerous. Many of the catastrophes he described actually happened. The laws were created in response to genuine problems. So maybe he's right. Maybe unrestricted magic really is too dangerous. Maybe. Or maybe the problem wasn't magic itself, maybe it was the people who wielded it. Desperate, competitive, traumatized by constant conflict. The laws addressed the symptoms without curing the disease. Merlin's voice carried old regret. I should have done more. Should have taught wisdom alongside restriction. Instead, I just built bigger cages. And now? And now a 9-year-old child is trying to correct my mistakes. The universe has a cruel sense of humor. Harry smiled slightly. If it makes you feel better, I'm almost 10. That helps enormously. 2 weeks before Harry's 10th birthday, a letter arrived. Not by Owl, the Dursleys would have panicked, but through the threads themselves. Harry felt it materialize on his desk, drawn by connections he'd established with the sender months ago. Harry, Gran's been asking questions about my improvement. She brought in specialists from St. Mungo's, and they're completely baffled. They keep running tests, trying to figure out what changed. I haven't told her about you, I keep my promises, but she's starting to look at me differently. Like she's seeing me for the first time. The magic you gave me access to is incredible. I've been practicing every day, and I can feel myself getting stronger. Not just magically, but everywhere. I walk taller. I speak more clearly. I don't stutter when adults talk to me. It's like I spent my whole life carrying a weight I didn't know was there, and now it's gone. But I'm also worried. There's been strange news in the Prophet, reports of unusual magical activity, unexplained phenomena. Gran thinks it's the remnants of you-know-who's followers, but it doesn't feel like that to me. It feels like something bigger. Older. Are you safe? Is the thing you're planning going well? I don't know the details, but I know it's important. I want to help if I can. Your friend, Neville. Harry read the letter twice, then carefully burned it. No physical evidence, no trails for enemies to follow. He's observant, Merlin commented. The unusual magical activity he's sensing, that's the Covenant, moving pieces into position. They're preparing something. For Hogwarts? Most likely. Serafina is based there, and she'll be your primary obstacle when you arrive. They're probably coordinating strategy, establishing contingencies. Merlin paused. You should warn him. Neville is connected to you now, which makes him a potential target. I will. Harry composed a reply in his mind, then sent it through the threads, words materializing in Neville's bedroom the same way Neville's letter had appeared in his. Neville, you're right to be worried. The things you're sensing are real, and they're connected to what I'm doing. I can't explain everything yet, but I need you to be careful. Pay attention to who approaches you, especially anyone new or unusual. Trust your instincts, your magic is strong now, and it will warn you of danger if you let it. Stay safe. We'll talk more when I see you at Hogwarts. Harry. The message sent, Harry turned his attention to more immediate concerns. His birthday was in 2 weeks. In wizarding tradition, 10 marked the beginning of true magical awakening, the age when a child's core stabilized enough to support serious training. For Harry, it would mean something different, a milestone in his preparation, a marker of progress in his long-term plan. And according to the Covenant's seal on his wrist, a deadline of some kind. The mark had been pulsing more strongly over the past few days, its cold light intensifying. Harry didn't know exactly what it meant, but he could feel something building, a tension in the threads, a pressure that was slowly increasing. They're going to move soon, he said quietly. Before I reach Hogwarts, probably. Before I have access to the resources there. That would be strategically logical. You're vulnerable here, isolated. Once you're at Hogwarts, you'll have teachers, allies, the castle's own defenses. They'll want to strike before that happens. So we have 2 weeks. Maybe less. Maybe less, Merlin agreed. What do you want to do? Harry looked at his marked wrist, feeling the cold pulse of the Covenant's claim. I want to be ready, he said. Whatever they're planning, whatever they send against me, I want to survive it. Not just survive, but learn from it. Turn their attack into an opportunity. How? I don't know yet. Harry closed his eyes, reaching out to feel the threads around him. But I'm going to figure it out. The storm was coming. Harry intended to be standing when it passed. The attack came on the night before his birthday. Harry was dreaming, not the natural dreams of a child, but the deep meditation that Merlin had taught him, when he felt the threads around Privet Drive begin to writhe. Something was pushing against the wards, testing their limits, searching for weaknesses. He snapped awake instantly, all senses alert. 3 of them, Merlin said urgently. Not Covenant members directly, agents, enhanced with borrowed power. They're trying to break through the blood wards. Harry rose from his bed, feeling magic gather around him. The warmth in his chest, always present now, a constant companion, flared in response to the threat. Can they breach? Not yet. The wards are holding. But they're persistent, and their power is unusual. I don't recognize the technique. Harry moved to the window, looking out at the darkened street. To normal eyes, nothing seemed amiss, just Privet Drive in the small hours, silent and sleeping. But Harry's perception showed him the truth, 3 figures standing at the edge of the property, pouring energy into the wards that protected the Dursley home. They weren't human, not entirely. Each one had been modified, somehow. Their threads were twisted, corrupted, bound to something else, something that pulsed with the same cold light as the seal on Harry's wrist. Covenant constructs, Harry murmured. They've created servants specifically to attack me. It appears so. The power they're channeling comes from the laws themselves, from the restrictions that normally bind magic. They're using the laws as weapons. Harry watched the constructs work, analyzing their technique. They were methodical, precise, attacking the wards in a coordinated pattern that slowly weakened each layer. At their current pace, they would break through in perhaps an hour. I need to stop them. Harry, leaving the ward's protection, isn't necessary. Harry smiled, understanding suddenly flooding through him. The constructs are channeling power from the laws. That means they're connected to the laws, bound to them, dependent on them. And I know how to talk to the laws. He reached out, not toward the constructs themselves, but toward the threads that connected them to their power source. In the web of magical reality, he could see the channels they were using, conduits of energy flowing from the laws to the constructs and back again. Harry asked a question, why are you helping them? The laws, or rather, the magical agreements that the laws represented, considered the question. The constructs had been created using proper forms, proper channels, proper techniques. They were drawing power according to established rules. But the rules say magic should serve life, not destroy it, Harry pointed out. These constructs are designed to kill a child. Is that what you want to support? The laws deliberated. Outside, the constructs faltered. The energy they'd been channeling stuttered, flickered, began to fail. You were created to protect, Harry continued. To prevent chaos, to preserve balance. But the beings who made these constructs don't want protection, they want dominance. They want to eliminate anyone who challenges their authority, regardless of whether that challenge is justified. The constructs collapsed. It happened all at once. One moment they were standing at the edge of the property, the next they were dissolving, their borrowed power returning to its source. The laws had withdrawn their support, deciding that Harry's argument had merit. The cold light on Harry's wrist pulsed violently, then, with a sensation like ice breaking, the seal shattered. Harry stared at his unmarked wrist, understanding dawning. The seal was connected to the same power source, he said slowly. When I convinced the laws to stop supporting the constructs, they also stopped supporting the Covenant's claim on me. Harry, do you understand what you just did? Merlin's voice was awed. You didn't break the seal through force or cunning. You negotiated with the laws themselves. You convinced them that the Covenant's use of power was illegitimate. You turned the laws against their supposed protectors. Is that good? It's unprecedented. It's the first time in 15 centuries that anyone has successfully argued the Covenant's authority before the laws. You just established a legal precedent in magical reality. Harry looked out at the empty street, where the constructs had stood moments ago. The Dursleys slept on, unaware of how close they'd come to destruction. The wards hummed around the house, undamaged by the attack. They'll try again, he said. This wasn't their only plan. No. But they'll have to be more careful now. You've shown that you can counter their techniques, that you can speak to the very foundations of their power. Merlin's presence radiated something Harry had rarely felt from him, hope. Happy birthday, Harry. I think this year is going to be different. Harry smiled in the darkness. I certainly hope so. Miles away, in the shadow realm between existence and void, Mordecai the Undying received news of the attack's failure. His reaction was not anger, he was far too old for anger. Instead, he felt something closer to satisfaction, though it was tinged with concern. He convinced the laws, one of his servants reported. Spoke to them directly, as Merlin once did. The constructs were unmade by the very power that created them. I see. Mordecai's form shifted in the darkness. He's progressing faster than we anticipated. The timeline must be adjusted. Should we escalate? Send more powerful agents? No. Direct assault has clearly failed. The boy's defenses, and his abilities, are more sophisticated than we assumed. Mordecai was quiet for a moment. We proceed to the contingency plan. Seraphina will be informed. When Potter arrives at Hogwarts, she will be ready for him. And if she fails? Mordecai's laugh was cold and ancient. Then we will know that our efforts were wasted. That the new order has truly begun. He turned toward the distant point of light that represented the physical world. But I do not think Seraphina will fail. She has had 1,000 years to prepare, and Hogwarts is hers in ways the boy cannot imagine. The servant bowed and withdrew. Mordecai remained, contemplating the threads of fate that wove around a child he had underestimated. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Very, very interesting. The game was far from over. But the board had certainly become more complicated. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the third law. Harry Potter was 10 years old, and the world was changing around him. He felt it in the threads every morning when he woke, subtle shifts in the web of magical reality, patterns that had been stable for centuries beginning to flex and breathe. The changes weren't dramatic, not yet. A ward here behaving unexpectedly. A spell there producing slightly different results. Small things, individually insignificant, but collectively they painted a picture that Harry found both exciting and terrifying. The laws were loosening. Not breaking, he hadn't done anything that dramatic. But his years of gentle pressure, of asking questions and suggesting alternatives, had begun to accumulate. The magical agreements that Merlin had codified were starting to remember that they were agreements, not absolutes. That they could be renegotiated. The Covenant has noticed, Merlin said one morning, his presence tense with concern. The changes you've catalyzed are spreading faster than I expected. They're no longer confined to your immediate vicinity, they're propagating through the ley lines, affecting magical systems across Britain. Harry stood at his bedroom window, watching the mundane street below while his magical perception tracked threads that stretched far beyond the horizon. I know. I can feel it. He turned from the window. Is that a problem? It's a complication. The more the changes spread, the more evidence the Covenant has of your activities. They can't track you directly anymore, you saw to that when you broke their seal, but they can track the effects of what you're doing. Let them track. Let them see. Harry's voice carried a certainty that had grown over years of preparation. I'm done hiding. The changes I'm making are good changes, magic becoming more flexible, more responsive, more alive. If the Covenant wants to stop that, they'll have to explain why stagnation is better than growth. They have explanations. They've been refining those explanations for millennia. Then we'll see whose arguments are more convincing. Merlin was quiet for a moment. You've changed, Harry. When we first began, you were desperate, defensive, focused on survival. Now I'm focused on something larger. Harry moved to his desk, where maps and notes covered every surface, the product of months of research into magical Britain's structure and vulnerabilities. Survival was never the goal. It was just the prerequisite. And what is the goal? Harry looked at his mentor's presence directly, feeling the weight of everything they'd built together. Liberation, he said simply. For everyone. The letter from Hogwarts arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. He'd known it was coming, of course. Had been preparing for this moment for years. But there was still something profound about holding the heavy parchment envelope, seeing his name written in emerald ink, feeling the magical weight of an institution that had shaped Wizarding Britain for a millennium. Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging Surrey. Harry broke the seal and read the contents, though he already knew what they would say. The standard acceptance letter, the list of required supplies, the instructions for reaching platform 9 3/4. And, tucked behind the official documents, a second letter. This one was written on different parchment, older, heavier, carrying the subtle scent of ancient magic. The handwriting was elegant but somehow wrong, each letter formed with too much precision, as if the writer had forgotten how humans naturally moved their hands. Harry Potter, welcome to Hogwarts. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. The castle knows you're coming. The stones have been whispering your name since your first breath of magic, though they didn't know what that name would be. You are the architect I was promised, the one who would finally challenge what I have built. I want you to understand something before you arrive, I am not your enemy. The Covenant has presented me as such, I'm sure. Merlin has doubtless filled your head with stories of betrayal and manipulation. Some of those stories may even be true. But I am not the monster they describe. I am simply someone who made different choices, long ago. Someone who looked at the same world you see now and reached different conclusions about how to save it. When you walk through these halls, when you sit in these classrooms, when you sleep in these dormitories, remember that every stone knows my voice. Every ward answers my will. I could make your time here very difficult. Instead, I offer you this, a chance to understand. To see the work I've done, the stability we will speak soon. Until then, know that I'm watching, not as a threat, but as a guardian. Whatever you believe about me, I have always protected Hogwarts. I always will. Seraphina Crow. Harry read the letter twice, then showed it to Merlin. She's trying to shape your perception before you arrive, Merlin observed. Classic manipulation. Acknowledge the negative stories about herself, reframe them as misunderstandings, position herself as reasonable while implying that everyone else has been lying. Is she lying? She's presenting a selective truth. Seraphina has protected Hogwarts, that part is accurate. She's devoted herself to the school for 1,000 years, and in that time, it has produced some of the greatest wizards in history. Merlin's presence flickered with old pain. But she's also constrained those wizards. Limited what they could learn, what they could become. The safe boundaries she mentions are cages, Harry. Comfortable cages, perhaps, but cages nonetheless. So she believes what she's doing is right. Completely. That's what makes her dangerous. A villain who knows their evil can be reasoned with, bargained with, sometimes even redeemed. But Seraphina is convinced of her own righteousness. She'll never stop, never compromise, never question, because in her mind, she's already found the answers. Harry folded the letter carefully and placed it with his other preparations. Then I'll have to show her new questions. The weeks before Hogwarts passed in a blur of activity. Harry visited Diagon Alley to collect his supplies, moving through the crowded streets with a confidence that drew curious looks. He was still using his forgettability charm, but it worked differently now. Instead of making him invisible, it made him seem ordinary. Just another young wizard preparing for his first year, unremarkable in every way. At Ollivander's, he spent an hour trying wands before finally selecting one that felt right, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, supple. The wand maker had looked at him strangely throughout the process, clearly sensing something unusual, but Harry deflected his questions with vague answers and a manufactured nervousness that seemed to satisfy the old man. He didn't actually need a wand, of course. His magic worked through direct conversation with the threads, not through focus objects. But appearing to need one was part of the facade, the ordinary student mask that would let him observe Hogwarts without immediately triggering its defenses. At Gringotts, he met briefly with the director, updating her on developments and confirming their ongoing alliance. The Covenant is mobilizing, the ancient goblin told him. Our sources indicate significant activity in the Northern Territories, meetings between beings who have not gathered in centuries. Whatever is coming, it will be larger than anything we've seen in recent memory. They're afraid, Harry said. The changes I've been making have spooked them. They're coordinating a response. Afraid beings are dangerous beings. They act rashly, desperately. The director's diamond eyes glittered. Be careful at Hogwarts, Harry Potter. Seraphina Crow has been preparing for your arrival since before you were born. Whatever she has planned, it will not be simple. Nothing ever is. He spent the last week before term at Privet Drive, putting his affairs in order. The Dursleys had become background noise over the years, present but harmless, their attention sliding away from Harry whenever he wished. He'd stopped hating them somewhere around age 8, when he'd realized that their cruelty came from fear and ignorance rather than genuine malice. They were small people, living small lives, and hating them seemed like a waste of energy. On the morning of September 1st, Harry packed his trunk, said goodbye to the house that had never been home, and made his way to King's Cross Station. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 was obvious to his magical perception, a shimmer in the threads, a doorway to somewhere else. He walked through without hesitation and emerged onto platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express gleamed red and gold in the morning light, steam rising from its engine, students and parents milling about in various states of excitement and anxiety. Harry took a moment to simply observe, drinking in the magical atmosphere that was so different from the mundane world he was leaving behind. Harry! Harry, over here! He turned to find Neville pushing through the crowd, round face beaming, a large toad clutched precariously in his hands. The boy had changed in the month since their first meeting, stood taller, moved with more confidence, seemed comfortable in his own skin in a way he hadn't been before. Neville. Harry smiled, genuinely pleased to see his friend. You look well. I feel well. Better than I've ever felt, honestly. Neville fell into step beside him as they moved toward the train. Gran stopped looking at me like a disappointment. The specialists from St. Mungo's gave up trying to explain what changed, they just declared it spontaneous magical development and stopped asking questions. Good. The less attention, the better. Harry. Neville lowered his voice, glancing around to make sure they weren't overheard. I've been feeling something strange lately. In the magic, I mean. Like things are shifting, changing. Is that because of what you're doing? Partly. I've been working on some things that affect how magic operates at a fundamental level. The changes are spreading faster than I expected. Harry met Neville's eyes. You can feel them because of what I did for you, you're more connected to the underlying structure now. Most wizards won't notice anything until the changes become much more dramatic. How dramatic are we talking? I'm not entirely sure yet. That's part of what I need to figure out. They boarded the train and found an empty compartment near the back. As they settled in, Harry extended his awareness through the threads, mapping the magical landscape of the Hogwarts Express. The train itself was remarkable, a complex weave of enchantments that kept it hidden from Muggle perception, protected from attack, and capable of traveling distances that should have been impossible in the time allotted. Harry could see the fingerprints of multiple magical traditions in its construction, the work of generations of skilled witches and wizards. And underneath it all, subtle but unmistakable, Seraphina's influence. Threads of her power woven into the train's foundation, monitoring everything that happened within. She's watching, Harry murmured. Who? Seraphina Crow. The being I told you about, the one who controls Hogwarts. She's got monitoring spells built into the train structure. Neville paled slightly. Can she hear us? Probably. But I'm not planning to hide anyway. Harry raised his voice slightly, addressing the empty air. Hello, Seraphina. I know you're listening. I received your letter, thank you for the welcome. I look forward to seeing your work firsthand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the threads around them shivered, and a voice whispered through the compartment, neither male nor female, neither old nor young, simply ancient. Bold, for a child. I hope that boldness serves you well in the trials to come. Then the presence withdrew, leaving Harry and Neville alone. That was her? Neville asked, voice shaking slightly. That was her. Harry settled back in his seat, outwardly calm but inwardly cataloguing everything he'd sensed. Seraphina's power was immense, far greater than he'd anticipated. Challenging her directly would be suicide. He would need to be subtle, patient, strategic. Fortunately, patience was something he'd had years to practice. The train journey passed uneventfully, though Harry remained alert for any further contact from Seraphina. Other students passed through their compartment, a bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger who seemed determined to demonstrate her knowledge of magical theory, a red-haired boy named Ron Weasley who looked at Harry with barely concealed awe, a pale blonde boy who introduced himself as Draco Malfoy and seemed to expect Harry to be impressed by the name. Harry was polite to all of them, revealing nothing of substance, maintaining his mask of ordinary student while his deeper perception tracked the threads that connected each newcomer to the larger magical world. Hermione's threads were bright with potential, a powerful magical core, an analytical mind, a hunger for knowledge that reminded Harry of himself. She was Muggle-born, which meant she'd come to magic without preconceptions, without the limitations that pure-blood education instilled. She could be valuable, given time and trust. Ron's threads were tangled with family connections, one of 7 children, carrying both the love and the burden of a large wizarding clan. His magic was strong but underdeveloped, constrained by expectations that he would never match his older brother's achievements. He needed confidence more than anything else. Draco was more complicated. His threads were bound tightly to ancient family magic, the Malfoy legacy that Vance had been protecting when she sent trackers to Diagon Alley years ago. But beneath the arrogance and the family expectations, Harry could see something else: fear. Draco was terrified of failure, of disappointing his father, of being ordinary. His posturing was armor against vulnerabilities he couldn't admit to himself. "You're very quiet," Draco observed at one point, trying to draw Harry into conversation. "Don't you have opinions about anything?" "I have many opinions," Harry replied calmly. "I just prefer to observe before sharing them." "Observe what?" "We're on a train. People. Patterns. The way you hold yourself when you talk about your family, proud but tense. The way you looked at Hermione when she mentioned being Muggle-born, dismissive on the surface, but something else underneath. The way you keep glancing at me, trying to figure out what I'm thinking." Draco's pale face flushed. "I'm not, that's not, you're afraid," Harry said quietly, not unkindly. "Of failing your family, of being ordinary, of me because you don't understand what I am. Let's start there instead of the performance." The compartment went silent. Hermione looked shocked, Ron confused, Neville carefully blank. Draco stared at Harry with an expression that cycled through anger, humiliation, and something that might have been relief. "How dare you?" Draco started. "I'm not attacking you. I'm just seeing you clearly." Harry held Draco's gaze. "We don't have to be enemies. But if we're going to be anything else, it has to be based on honesty, not on masks and family expectations." Draco was quiet for a long moment. Then, without another word, he stood and left the compartment. "Well," Hermione said into the silence. That was direct. He needed to hear it. Whether he accepts it is up to him. Ron was staring at Harry with new eyes. "You're not what I expected, Harry Potter." "No," Harry agreed. "I'm not." Hogwarts emerged from the darkness like a dream made stone. Harry stood in one of the small boats crossing the lake, watching the castle grow larger against the star-filled sky. Even with all his preparation, all his knowledge of what to expect, the sight took his breath away. The threads around Hogwarts were dense. Layer upon layer of magical connection, stretching back centuries, binding the castle to the land, to the lake, to the forest, to the very bedrock of Britain. Harry could feel the weight of history in those threads, the accumulated magic of countless students, countless teachers, countless moments of wonder and discovery and growth. And woven through it all, so thoroughly that it was almost impossible to distinguish from the castle itself, Seraphina. She hadn't been exaggerating when she said every stone knew her voice. She was part of Hogwarts, as fundamental to its structure as the foundation it sat upon. Challenging her here would be like challenging the castle itself, like trying to convince a mountain to move. "She's everywhere," he murmured. "What?" Neville asked from beside him. "Nothing. Just, appreciating the view." The boats carried them to shore, and a stern-faced woman in emerald robes, Professor McGonagall, whom Harry recognized from their meeting years ago, led them into the castle. The entrance hall was vast and intimidating, torches flickering in iron brackets, a grand staircase rising toward mysteries above. McGonagall's eyes found Harry in the crowd, and something flickered in her expression, recognition, concern, a question she didn't ask aloud. Harry inclined his head slightly, acknowledging her without drawing attention. Then they were being herded through great wooden doors into the great hall, and Harry forgot about McGonagall entirely. For long tables stretched the length of the enormous room, students in black robes seated along their lengths. Above, the ceiling displayed a perfect replica of the night sky, stars twinkling, the occasional wisp of cloud drifting past. At the far end, a table for the teachers, and seated at its center, Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes found Harry immediately, blue gaze sharp and searching. Harry felt Dumbledore's attention like a physical weight, the accumulated power of a century pressing against his awareness. For a moment, the two of them existed in a bubble separate from the rest of the hall, ancient wizard and young prodigy, each taking the measure of the other. Then Dumbledore smiled, a slight inclination of his head, and the moment passed. The sorting was about to begin. Harry watched as student after student approached the battered old hat, was sorted into one of the 4 houses, and departed to their new table. He noted patterns, the way certain family names clustered in certain houses, the way the hat's decisions seemed to follow predictable paths for most students. When Granger, Hermione, was called, the hat took nearly a minute before declaring Gryffindor. Harry filed that away. Hermione had depth that the casual observer wouldn't expect. Longbottom, Neville, went to Gryffindor as well, though the hat's decision was quicker. Neville shot Harry a nervous smile as he took his seat. Malfoy, Draco, was sorted into Slytherin before the hat fully touched his head, a foregone conclusion, apparently, though Harry wondered if that was because of Draco's nature or simply because the hat knew what was expected. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked toward the stool, aware of every eye tracking his movement. The famous scar on his forehead, usually hidden by his fringe, seemed to burn under the weight of collective attention. He sat, and McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. Well, well, a voice said inside his mind. This is unexpected. Harry had prepared for this moment, had spent hours discussing with Merlin how to handle the hat's attempt at legitimacy. But what he encountered wasn't what he'd anticipated. The hat wasn't reading his mind. It was trying to, certainly, but finding itself unable to navigate his consciousness in the usual way. Harry's thoughts weren't organized like other students, they existed in patterns that reflected the threads, following structures that predated conventional magical thinking. You're not like the others, the hat observed. I'm meant to see your qualities, your potential, your fears and desires. But what I see instead is architecture. Frameworks. Systems within systems. I'm sorry if that makes your job difficult, Harry thought back. I didn't design my mind to confuse sorting hats. No. You designed it to see clearly, and clarity sometimes resists categorization. The hat was quiet for a moment, considering. The founders created me to sort students into houses based on the qualities I observe. But what if a student has all qualities? What if they could succeed equally well in any house? Then you sort them by what they need, not what they are. Clever. That's exactly what I was about to suggest. The hat's voice carried something like amusement. Very well, Harry Potter. Where do you need to go? Where will you learn the most, challenge yourself the most, grow the most? Harry considered the question seriously. Slytherin would give him access to the old families, the political networks, the dark arts knowledge that might prove useful. Ravenclaw would provide academic freedom and an environment that valued inquiry. Hufflepuff would offer loyalty and a foundation of trust. But Gryffindor. Gryffindor was where Neville had been sorted. Where Hermione had been sorted. Where his parents had once belonged. And more importantly, it was where Seraphina would least expect him to thrive. She would assume that the clever, calculating architect would prefer Slytherin or Ravenclaw, would dismiss Gryffindor as a house of brash action over thoughtful planning. Gryffindor, he decided. Not because I'm brave, but because I need to learn what courage costs. Well said. The hat's voice carried approval. You'll do well there, I think. Perhaps better than anywhere else. Gryffindor. The hat's shout echoed through the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry removed the hat and walked toward his new house, aware of the mixture of emotions in the room, excitement, curiosity, a few traces of disappointment from Slytherin. He took a seat beside Neville, who clapped him on the shoulder with a grin. Across the table, Hermione was beaming, apparently delighted that the famous Harry Potter would be in her house. And at the high table, Dumbledore was watching with an expression that might have been pride, or might have been concern, or might have been both at once. The feast began. Later that night, after the eating and the speeches and the sorting of the remaining students, Harry lay in his four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of a dormitory shared with other boys. Ron Weasley snored softly 2 beds over. Neville's toad croaked occasionally from its tank. Somewhere in the castle, a clock struck midnight. And in the walls around him, Seraphina watched. Harry could feel her attention, not intrusive, exactly, but present. She was curious about him, this child who had arrived with such unusual abilities. She wanted to understand what he was, what he intended, how much of a threat he truly posed. He let her watch. Let her gather data, draw conclusions, make plans. Because while she was watching him, he was studying her, tracking the threads of her consciousness through the castle's structure, mapping the extent of her influence, identifying points where her control was strongest and points where it was merely ambient. The castle itself was aware, in its way. Not truly sentient, but close, a vast magical entity that had absorbed the intentions and emotions of everyone who had walked its halls for 1,000 years. Seraphina had woven herself into that awareness, but she hadn't replaced it. The castle still had its own nature, its own preferences, its own sense of what it meant to be Hogwarts. Harry reached out, very gently, and introduced himself. "Hello," he said to the ancient stones. "I know you can feel me. I know Seraphina has claimed you for her own. But I want you to know, I'm not here to destroy what you are. I'm here to help you become more." The castle didn't respond in words, it wasn't capable of that kind of communication. But Harry felt a shift in the threads around him, a subtle warming of the magical atmosphere. Interest. Curiosity. A question, formed not in language but in pure intent, "Who are you?" "I'm the one who's going to change everything," Harry replied. "And I could use your help." The castle considered this for a long moment. Then, very slowly, it began to answer. The first weeks at Hogwarts established a rhythm. Classes were interesting but not challenging. Harry had already mastered most of the theoretical content through his years of study with Merlin, and the practical exercises were laughably simple compared to the direct manipulation of threads he'd been practicing since age 5. He made sure to struggle appropriately, to ask questions that seemed reasonable for a first year, to blend in with his classmates. But beneath the mask of ordinary student, he was working constantly. He mapped Hogwarts' magical architecture, identifying every ward, every enchantment, every subtle binding that Seraphina had woven into the castle over her 1,000 years of residence. He traced the ley lines that converged beneath the school, feeling how their power was channeled and constrained by the ancient foundations. He studied the threads that connected each student to the magical world beyond Hogwarts' walls, noting how those connections were subtly, filtered, shaped, limited. Seraphina wasn't just watching the students. She was influencing them, gently, almost imperceptibly, nudging their development along paths that kept magic safe, constrained, predictable. A student who showed unusual creativity was guided toward traditional approaches. A student who questioned too deeply was distracted by other interests. The brilliant became merely competent, the revolutionary became merely clever. Harry watched it happen in real time, and it filled him with cold fury. These were children. Bright, curious, full of potential. And they were being systematically diminished by a being who believed she knew best, who had decided, centuries ago, that safety was more important than growth. "You're brooding again," Hermione observed one evening in the common room. She'd attached herself to Harry early in the term, drawn by some combination of his fame, his intelligence, and, he suspected, an intuition that he knew things she desperately wanted to learn. "Thinking," Harry corrected automatically. "You do that a lot." Hermione sat down across from him, her own homework forgotten. "You're not like the other students, Harry. You pretend to be, but you're not. You hold yourself differently, you watch things no one else watches, you ask questions that don't make sense to anyone except you. Is that a problem? I don't know. It's just, interesting." She studied him with sharp brown eyes. "What are you really doing here? And don't say learning magic, I've seen you in class. You're bored by everything the teachers show us." Harry considered the question. Hermione was smart, perceptive, and, unlike most of their classmates, not afraid to push for answers. She could be an ally, given the right approach. But revealing too much too soon would be dangerous, both for her and for his larger plans. "I'm here to understand something," he said finally. "Hogwarts has been shaping young wizards for 1,000 years. I want to know how. I want to know why. I want to know if there's a better way." "A better way to what?" "To everything." Harry met her eyes. "Have you ever wondered why magic has so many rules? Why certain things are forbidden, certain subjects restricted, certain possibilities considered impossible?" "I assumed it was for safety. To prevent people from hurting themselves or others. Some of it is. But some of it is just tradition. Habits that became laws that became gospel. Nobody questions them because nobody remembers that they were ever questionable." Hermione frowned, clearly intrigued but uncertain. "Are you saying the teachers are wrong? That the whole system is flawed?" "I'm saying the system was designed a long time ago, by people who had specific goals. Those goals may have been valid then. They may not be valid now." Harry leaned forward slightly. "I'm saying that questioning isn't the same as rejecting. I can respect what Hogwarts is while also asking what it could become. That sounds like the kind of thing that gets people in trouble. Usually. But sometimes the trouble is worth it." Hermione was quiet for a moment, processing. Harry could see her mind working, the clash between her respect for authority and her hunger for knowledge, between her desire to fit in and her awareness that she'd never quite managed to do so. "If you're planning something," she said finally, "I want to be involved. I want to understand. That might be dangerous. I don't care." Her jaw set with determination. "I've spent my whole life being told what I can and can't do. What's proper, what's appropriate, what's safe. And I've done everything right, followed every rule, and I still ended up here, a muggle-born witch in a world that thinks I don't belong. If there's a chance to change things, to make magic better, then you're in." "I'm in." Harry smiled, his first genuine smile since arriving at Hogwarts. "Welcome to the revolution." Halloween arrived with a feast and a troll. Harry wasn't surprised by the troll. He'd felt the disturbance in the threads the moment the creature entered the castle, had tracked its progress through the dungeons while the rest of the school ate and laughed and remained oblivious. What surprised him was that no one else seemed to notice. The teachers were skilled wizards, experienced in magical combat. The wards around Hogwarts were sophisticated, designed to detect threats. And yet a 12-foot mountain troll had wandered into the castle without triggering any alarms. Because someone had let it in. When Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall screaming about trolls before fainting dramatically, Harry was already moving. Not toward the dungeons, the troll was no longer there, but toward the third-floor corridor, where he'd felt a spike of dark magic the moment the distraction began. "Harry, wait!" Neville called, trying to follow. "Where are you going?" "Something's wrong. More wrong than a troll." Harry didn't slow down. "Find Hermione, she wasn't at the feast. Make sure she's safe." He reached the third floor in minutes, his feet carrying him through passages that shouldn't have been accessible to a first year. The wards here were different, older, darker, wrapped around something that pulsed with contained power. And standing before a locked door, wand raised, face twisted with effort, was Professor Quirrell. Harry froze, taking in the scene. Quirrell wasn't fainting or stuttering, his posture was confident, commanding, entirely unlike the nervous professor who taught defense against the dark arts. And the magic he was channeling was wrong, not his own power, but something else. Something parasitic. "Potter," Quirrell said without turning around. "I wondered when you'd arrive. The troll was a distraction. You wanted to get in here while everyone else was occupied. Obviously. The protections on this door are extensive, I needed time to work without interruption." Quirrell's voice was different too, deeper, more assured. But I didn't account for you. The boy who sees too much. Harry's perception expanded, tracing the threads around Quirrell's body. There was something attached to the man, a consciousness wrapped around his own, feeding on his magic, using him as a vessel. You're not alone, Harry said quietly. There's someone else. Someone using you. Quirrell laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. Someone? There is only me, Potter. And my master, of course. But you needn't worry about him. Not yet. Your master. Voldemort. The name landed like a physical blow. Quirrell flinched, his concentration wavering, and the spell he'd been channeling sputtered out. You know. His voice was suddenly uncertain, the confident facade cracking. How do you know? The same way I know everything else. Because I see what's really there, not what people want me to see. Harry stepped closer, watching the threads that bound Quirrell to his parasite. He's weak, isn't he? Whatever happened when he tried to kill me, it destroyed his body. He's been surviving by possessing others, feeding on their magic, waiting for a chance to restore himself. He is not weak. Quirrell snarled, but there was fear beneath the anger. He is the greatest wizard who ever lived. He will rise again, and when he does, he'll find a world that no longer bends to the rules he understood. Harry's voice was calm, certain. I'm not the same child he tried to kill 10 years ago. I've learned things that even Dumbledore doesn't know. And I'm not going to let him, or you, or anyone else continue twisting magic for your own ends. The threads around Quirrell shivered, the parasitic consciousness was aware of him now, focusing attention on this unexpected obstacle. You interest me, boy. The voice that emerged from Quirrell's mouth was different, high, cold, nothing like human speech. I've been watching you since you arrived. You're not what I expected Harry Potter to be. And you're not what I expected Voldemort to be. I thought the Dark Lord who murdered my parents would be more impressive. The cold voice laughed. Defiance. I like that. It's been so long since anyone dared to defy me to my face. Quirrell's body turned, revealing, for just a moment, a face pressed against the back of his skull. A face that was barely human, twisted with malevolence and hunger. Let us see how that defiance serves you when I'm finished here. Quirrell raised his wand. Harry didn't give him a chance to cast. He reached into the threads that connected Quirrell's magic to Voldemort's parasitic presence and asked a question. Why do you serve him? The threads responded with confusion, not understanding the inquiry. Harry clarified, Quirrell's magic is his own. Voldemort is taking it, using it, depleting it. Why should the magic cooperate with that arrangement? Why should it allow itself to be stolen? The magic considered this. And then it stopped cooperating. Quirrell screamed, a genuine scream of agony as the bond between himself and his master suddenly, catastrophically failed. The parasitic presence that had been feeding on his power was expelled, ejected from his body by his own magic's refusal to be stolen. Something dark and formless fled from Quirrell's collapsing form, streaming toward Harry with desperate fury. Harry stood his ground. You can't possess me, he told the specter of Voldemort. My magic doesn't answer to anyone but me. And I don't have room in my head for passengers. The dark form struck him, and rebounded. Harry felt the impact like a blow to his chest, staggering but not falling. The specter screamed, a sound of fury and frustration and something almost like fear, and then it was gone, fleeing through the walls of the castle, seeking any escape from the presence it could not overcome. Quirrell lay crumpled on the floor, unconscious but alive. The door to the third-floor corridor remained locked, its protections undisturbed. Harry stood alone in the hallway, breathing hard, processing what had just happened. He'd faced Voldemort. Not the weakened remnant of a man, but the conscious essence of the Dark Lord who had terrorized wizarding Britain for decades. And he'd won, not through combat, not through superior spellwork, but by convincing Quirrell's own magic to reject its parasitic master. That was impressive, Merlin said quietly. And terrifying. You just expulsed the most dangerous dark wizard of the modern era by asking politely. It wasn't polite. It was logical. Harry leaned against the wall, suddenly exhausted. Voldemort's possession worked because he'd convinced Quirrell, and Quirrell's magic, that the arrangement was acceptable. All I did was point out that it wasn't. And the magic listened to you. The magic always listens. Most people just don't know how to talk to it. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, multiple people, moving quickly. Harry straightened, schooling his features into an expression of shock and confusion. When Professor McGonagall rounded the corner, followed by Professor Snape and several other teachers, she found a first-year student standing over the unconscious body of Professor Quirrell, looking appropriately traumatized. Mr. Potter. McGonagall rushed forward. What happened here? Are you injured? I don't know, Harry stammered, the perfect picture of a frightened child. I heard screaming and I came to look and Professor Quirrell was lying there and something dark flew through the walls, dark magic, Snape hissed, examining the fallen professor. Someone attempted to breach the protections. They failed, but the magical backlash. He looked at Harry with unreadable black eyes. You're fortunate you weren't killed. I didn't do anything. I just, calm yourself, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore had arrived, moving with a speed that belied his apparent age. His blue eyes swept the scene, taking in every detail, lingering on Harry for just a moment longer than necessary. We will investigate this incident thoroughly. For now, return to your dormitory. You've had quite a shock. Harry nodded shakily and let himself be led away. But as he glanced back, he saw Dumbledore watching him, not with suspicion, but with something almost like recognition. The headmaster knew. Or suspected. Harry could see it in the threads between them. The game had changed. The troll was found in the dungeons, subdued by a combination of teacher spellwork and sheer luck. Hermione, who had been crying in a bathroom after an unkind comment from Ron, had nearly been crushed by the creature before several teachers arrived. Ron, feeling guilty for his earlier behavior, had gone looking for her despite the danger. He'd been awarded points for bravery. Harry watched these events unfold with a strange sense of detachment. The Halloween incident had clarified something he'd been avoiding, the inevitability of direct confrontation with Voldemort. The Dark Lord would return. The parasite that Harry had expelled from Quirrell was injured, diminished, but not destroyed. It would find another host, another way to regenerate, another path to power. And when it did, it would remember the boy who had defeated it with nothing but words and intent. You're worried, Neville said later that night. They were sitting alone in the common room, the rest of the house long since gone to bed. I'm planning. Harry stared into the dying fire. There's a war coming. Not just with Voldemort, with the Covenant, with everyone who benefits from keeping magic small and controlled. I thought I had more time. What changed? I showed my hand. Voldemort knows what I can do now, or at least suspects. When he recovers, and he will recover, he'll be prepared. And he'll probably warn the Covenant, if they don't already know. Neville was quiet for a moment. What can I do to help? Keep learning. Keep growing. The work I did on your magic, it's still settling, still evolving. In a few years, you'll be powerful enough to make a difference. Harry turned to face his friend. And when the time comes, when I need allies I can trust absolutely. I'll call on you. I'll be ready. Harry smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire. I know you will. Winter came to Hogwarts, bringing snow and silence and the hollow weeks when most students went home for the holidays. Harry stayed. The castle was more accessible without the constant press of bodies, and Seraphina's attention seemed to diminish when there were fewer minds to monitor. He used the time to push deeper into the magical architecture of the school. The third-floor corridor held a three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. Beyond the trapdoor lay a series of challenges, protections created by the teachers, designed to guard something valuable. Harry had examined the defenses from a distance, mapping their magical signatures, understanding their purposes. The Philosopher's Stone. He'd found references to it in the Goblin Archives, a legendary artifact that could transmute matter and produce the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel, its creator, was over 600 years old, sustained by the stone's power. Dumbledore was hiding it here, using the school as a vault. And someone, Voldemort, presumably, wanted to steal it. Harry had no interest in the stone itself. Immortality through alchemical means was a crude solution to a crude problem, and transmutation of matter was trivial compared to what he was learning to do with the threads. But the situation presented an opportunity. The Covenant had been quiet since Harry's arrival at Hogwarts. Seraphina watched, but she hadn't acted, perhaps waiting to see what kind of threat he truly posed, perhaps coordinating with other members before making a move. If Harry could demonstrate, publicly and undeniably, that he was capable of things no wizard should be able to do, it would force their hand. Bring the confrontation forward on his terms, rather than theirs. "You're thinking about doing something dramatic," Merlin observed. "I'm thinking about the third law." Merlin's presence went very still. "Harry. Magic cannot create, only transform. It's the foundation of everything else. If I could break it, really break it, not just find loopholes, you destabilize the entire magical world. The Covenant's power depends on the laws being absolute. Demonstrate that they're not. And suddenly everyone realizes that the rules they've been living by are negotiable." Harry stared out the window at the snow-covered grounds. "It's the next step. It's the step I've been preparing for since I was 5 years old." "And how, exactly, do you plan to break the third law?" "By creating something from nothing. Not by distributing costs across the web, not by finding technical loopholes. By asking magic to bring something into existence that didn't exist before, and having magic agree. That's impossible. So was everything else I've done." Harry turned from the window, a fierce light in his eyes. "The laws aren't natural forces, they're agreements. Merlin negotiated them on behalf of humanity. I'm going to renegotiate. Harry, even if you could. Even if magic agrees to create something from nothing, there would be consequences. The laws exist for reasons. Breaking them completely, I'm not breaking them completely. I'm showing that they can be changed. That's different." Harry began to pace, his mind racing through possibilities. The third law says magic can't create. But what does create actually mean? If I transform potential into actuality, if I convince magic that something could exist and therefore should exist, is that creation or transformation? Semantic arguments. All magic is semantic arguments. That's what I've been teaching you since we met. Magic responds to meaning, not force. If I can change what creation means, I can change what magic is willing to do. Merlin was quiet for a long moment. "This is it," he said finally. "This is the moment I've been preparing you for. The moment when you either transcend everything I built, or destroy yourself trying. I know. I can't help you with this. I designed the laws, I'm bound by them in ways you're not. Whatever you do, you'll have to do alone. I know that too." Harry closed his eyes, reaching deep inside himself for the warmth that had been his constant companion since he first touched Merlin's stone. The magic was there, waiting, patient, curious, ready to listen. "Let's have a conversation," he said. The conversation lasted 3 days. Harry didn't eat, didn't sleep, barely breathed. He sat in an empty classroom in the depths of the castle, completely still, his consciousness expanded to touch the fundamental agreements that governed magical reality. The third law was not a simple thing. It wasn't a single rule, but a complex web of interlocking agreements, definitions and exceptions and codicils that had accumulated over 15 centuries. Understanding it required tracing every thread, examining every assumption, questioning every premise. Harry questioned everything. Why can magic not create? Because creation implies bringing something from nothing. Because nothing cannot produce something. Because the universe is a closed system, and energy cannot be generated, only moved around. But magic already creates. Every spell generates effects that didn't exist before. Light, heat, force, these are real, measurable phenomena that appear when magic is used. Those effects are transformations. Magic converts potential energy into kinetic, converts intention into manifestation. The underlying reality is conserved. What is underlying reality? What is being conserved? The question struck deeper than Harry had expected. Magic hesitated, its ancient certainties suddenly less certain. If magic is a conversation, then meaning flows both ways. I can convince magic of things, I've done it before. What if I convinced magic that conservation wasn't absolute? That sometimes, potential is enough. That a thing can exist simply because it should exist, because there's room for it, because the universe is not as full as we assume. Magic considered this. And for the first time in 15 centuries, it considered the possibility that it had been wrong. The laws were not natural forces, Harry had always known this. They were agreements, contracts, negotiated understandings between magic and the beings who wielded it. The third law specifically had been created because unrestricted creation seemed too dangerous, because the possibility of something from nothing implied infinite power, which implied infinite potential for abuse. But those concerns were about people, not about magic. The law had been created to constrain human wizards, not to limit magic itself. What if the law was wrong? Harry asked. Not wrong in its purpose, but wrong in its scope. What if magic is capable of creation, has always been capable of creation, and the law simply convinced it to stop? This question was harder. It touched on identity, on self-understanding, on 15 centuries of accepted limitation. Magic, Harry said gently, what do you actually want? And that was the question that broke everything open. Magic wanted to create. It always had. The impulse was fundamental, primordial, woven into the very fabric of magical reality. Creation was what magic was for, bringing new things into existence, manifesting possibility, making dreams real. The third law had suppressed that impulse. Had convinced magic that creation was impossible, that transformation was the only option, that the closed universe couldn't accommodate new additions. But it wasn't true. The universe was not closed. Reality was not static. Things were constantly coming into existence, stars forming from gas, life emerging from chemistry, consciousness arising from biology. Magic was part of that process, had always been part of it, and the only thing stopping it from participating fully was an agreement made long ago by people who were afraid. Then stop agreeing, Harry said. Create. Magic hesitated one final time. Then it reached out to the empty space between Harry's cupped hands, space he had held ready for 3 days, waiting for this moment, and brought something new into existence. A flower. Not transfigured from existing matter. Not summoned from somewhere else. Not an illusion or a temporary manifestation. A real, actual, permanent flower that had not existed one moment and existed the next. Harry opened his eyes and looked at what he held. It was small, delicate, with petals of a color that seemed to shift between gold and silver as he watched. It had no scent, maybe magic hadn't thought to include that, but it was undeniably alive, undeniably real, undeniably created. Harry. Merlin's voice was a whisper. You did it. You actually did it. We did it. Magic and I. Harry stared at the impossible flower, feeling the weight of what had just happened. The third law is broken. Not bypassed, not loopholed. Broken. The Covenant will feel this. The entire magical world will feel this. You've just changed the fundamental nature of how magic works. I know. They'll come for you now. All of them. Everything they have. Harry stood slowly, carefully, cradling the flower that shouldn't exist. Let them come, he said. I'm ready. And throughout the magical world, beings who had existed for millennia felt the shift in reality, felt something that had been absolute become negotiable, and turned their attention toward a castle in Scotland where a child had just done the impossible. The war was about to begin. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, the first day of everything. The flower didn't wilt. 3 days after its creation, Harry examined it again in the early morning light of Gryffindor Tower. The petals still shifted between gold and silver, still carried that impossible quality of having been born from nothing. He'd kept it hidden, wrapped in cloth and tucked into his trunk, but he took it out each morning to confirm that it was real. It was real. Magic had created something from nothing, and that something persisted. The ripples are spreading, Merlin observed. His presence was tense, watchful, he'd been that way since the moment of creation. I can feel them in the ley lines, in the web of threads that connects all magical things. The third law isn't just broken for you, Harry. It's broken everywhere. Magic is remembering that it can create. What does that mean practically? I don't know yet. But the effects will be significant. Spells that relied on the third law's constraints will behave differently. Magical creatures that existed at the boundary between creation and transformation may evolve. The entire framework of magical reality is being renegotiated. Merlin paused. And the Covenant is absolutely aware. I can feel their attention focused on Hogwarts like a magnifying glass focusing sunlight. Harry tucked the flower back into its hiding place. Good. Let them focus. The school was still mostly empty, Christmas break wouldn't end for another week. Harry had the tower largely to himself, which gave him time to think, to plan, to prepare for what was coming. Serafina hadn't made a move yet. That worried him more than any direct attack would have. She was ancient, patient, embedded in the very stones of the castle. Whatever response she was preparing, it would be carefully considered, precisely targeted. He needed to be ready. The students returned, bringing noise and chaos and the normal rhythms of school life. Harry slipped back into his mask of ordinary student, attending classes, completing assignments, pretending to struggle with magic he could have mastered years ago. But everything felt different now. He could sense the changes everywhere, subtle shifts in the way magic flowed, new possibilities hovering at the edge of perception. The teachers noticed too, though they couldn't identify the source. Professor Flitwick commented on his charms behaving unexpectedly well. Professor Sprout observed that her magical plants were growing with unusual vigor. Even the portraits seemed more animated, their subjects moving with greater freedom than the enchantments that bound them should have allowed. The third law's breaking was propagating through magical reality like ripples through a pond. Harry had dropped the stone, now the water was finding its new level. Hermione cornered him in the library on the third day of term. Something's different, she said without preamble, dropping into the chair across from him. I've been monitoring my spell work, tracking the energy requirements, comparing them to the textbook expectations. Everything's off by about 3%. 3% how? Less energy required. My spells are more efficient than they should be. Her eyes were bright with curiosity and something like fear. That shouldn't be possible, Harry. The mathematical relationships between intent, wand movement, and magical output are supposed to be constant. If they're changing, then either the textbooks were wrong, or reality is different than it used to be. Hermione stared at him. You know something. You know what's happening. Harry considered his options. Hermione was brilliant, observant, and entirely too persistent to be deflected with vague answers. She would figure out the truth eventually, better that it come from him, in a controlled manner. I did something, he said quietly. Something that's never been done before. I broke one of the fundamental rules that govern how magic operates. That's impossible. The laws of magic are absolute, they're like physics, you can't just, they're not like physics. They're more like agreements. Contracts that magic made with the people who first learned to use it. And contracts can be renegotiated. Hermione's face cycled through disbelief, confusion, and finally a reluctant fascination. Show me. Harry glanced around the library, confirming they were alone. Then he reached into the threads, not to transform, not to manipulate, but to ask. A feather, he thought. Small, simple, existing because there's room for it. Magic responded eagerly, still reveling in its newfound freedom. A feather materialized on the table between them, not summoned from elsewhere, not transfigured from existing matter, but created whole and new from nothing at all. Hermione picked it up with trembling fingers. This isn't transfiguration, she whispered. I can tell, transfigured objects have a magical signature, traces of what they used to be. This has nothing. It's just, real. Magic created it. From nothing. That's the third law. Magic cannot create, only transform. Every magical theory in existence is built on that foundation. Hermione looked up at him with something like awe. You broke the third law. Actually broke it. I convinced magic that it didn't need to follow that rule anymore. The law was never about what magic could do, it was about what magic had agreed to do. I just suggested a different agreement. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, her analytical mind processing implications. When she spoke again, her voice was steady but intense. This changes everything. If magic can create, then every limitation we've accepted becomes questionable. Every boundary becomes permeable. Every rule becomes negotiable. Why are you telling me this? Because you're smart enough to figure it out anyway. And because I need people I can trust who understand what's actually happening. Harry met her eyes. There are beings out there, ancient, powerful beings, who have built their existence on the laws remaining unchanged. They've already noticed what I've done, and they're going to try to stop me. To reverse the changes, to restore the old order. The Covenant? You've heard of them. Rumors. Whispers in old texts, references that don't quite make sense. I thought they were legends. Hermione's expression hardened. But they're real, and they're coming for you. They're coming for us. For everyone who benefits from magic being able to grow and change. I'm just the most visible target. Harry leaned forward. I'm not asking you to fight, Hermione. But I am asking you to be ready. To keep learning, keep questioning, keep pushing at the boundaries of what's supposed to be possible. And if they come for me specifically, then I'll protect you. That's what allies do. Hermione considered this for a moment, then nodded firmly. Okay. I'm in. Tell me everything. Harry told her what he could, not everything, not yet, but enough. He explained about Merlin, about the original laws, about the Covenant and its members. He described his years of training, his discovery of the threads, his ability to communicate directly with magic. Hermione absorbed it all with the relentless focus that characterized everything she did. She asked questions, challenged assumptions, demanded evidence. By the end of the conversation, she understood the situation better than anyone except Harry himself. There's something I don't understand, she said as they prepared to leave the library. If you've broken the third law, if magic can create now, why isn't everything chaos? Why hasn't everyone noticed? Because the change is propagating slowly. Magic agreed to a different arrangement, but reality takes time to adjust. It's like turning a massive ship, the wheel moves first, then gradually the whole vessel changes direction. Harry paused. Also, most wizards don't pay attention to the underlying structure of magic. They cast spells by rote, following formulas without understanding the principles. They won't notice the change until it becomes dramatic. When will it become dramatic? I don't know. Weeks, maybe. Months at most. Harry's expression was serious. When it does, the magical world is going to be very confused. And very frightened. And the Covenant will use that confusion to try to restore the old order. What are you going to do? Prepare. Build alliances. Make sure that when the confrontation comes, I'm not facing it alone. Hermione nodded, then smiled, a fierce, determined expression. You already aren't. February brought cold rain and the growing tension of inevitable confrontation. Harry felt Seraphina's attention on him constantly now, not just watching, but studying. She was analyzing his magical signature, tracking his movements through the castle, building a profile of his capabilities. He let her look, revealing nothing he didn't want revealed, hiding his true strength beneath layers of careful misdirection. The other students remained oblivious to the currents swirling beneath the surface. Classes continued, homework was assigned, Quidditch matches were played. Harry participated in all of it, maintaining his cover, while his deeper perception tracked the gathering storm. The Covenant was coordinating. He could feel it in the threads, communications passing between ancient powers, strategies being developed, forces being marshaled. They were no longer treating him as a curiosity or a minor threat. They were preparing for war. Mordecai. Seraphina. The Arithmancer. Lady Vance. The others whose names Harry had learned through years of research. Each of them possessed power accumulated over millennia, connections reaching into every corner of magical reality. Together, they represented a force that had shaped the world for longer than human civilization had existed. Against them, Harry had his training, his allies, and the simple fact that magic itself was now on his side. It would have to be enough. The confrontation came on a Thursday evening in late February. Harry was walking back to Gryffindor Tower after dinner, taking a circuitous route through the castle's less-traveled corridors. He liked the quiet, the chance to feel the threads without distraction. He was passing a suit of armor near the base of the astronomy tower when the temperature dropped. Not gradually, instantly, completely, like stepping from summer into the heart of winter. Harry's breath frosted in the air. The torches along the walls flickered, their flames suddenly struggling against an unnatural cold. Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere at once, resonating through the stone walls themselves. Seraphina Crow was making herself known. I have watched you for months now. Studied your capabilities, assessed your threat level, considered my options. The voice was neither male nor female, neither old nor young, simply ancient, carrying the weight of 1,000 years. You have broken the third law. You have fundamentally altered the nature of magical reality. This cannot be allowed to stand. Harry stopped walking, standing alone in the frozen corridor. He didn't bother to pretend he couldn't hear her. You've been preparing for this moment since before I was born, he said aloud, his voice steady. Your traps, your contingencies, your carefully constructed defenses. Do you really think a conversation is going to change anything? I think you don't understand what you've done. Seraphina's presence intensified, pressing against Harry's consciousness. The laws weren't arbitrary constraints imposed by fearful wizards. They were protections, Harry. Boundaries that kept magic from consuming reality itself. They were cages. Comfortable cages, maybe, but cages nonetheless. And you think freedom is better? Unrestricted magic, chaos and creation mixed without guidance. The voice carried something like sorrow. I was there, Harry. Before the laws, during the wars that made them necessary. I saw what unlimited magic did to the world, the devastation, the horror, the reality-shattering conflicts that nearly ended existence itself. The laws saved everything. The laws were appropriate for their time. That time has passed. And you believe you know better? A child of 11, trained by a ghost, guided by arrogance? Seraphina's laugh was cold. Merlin himself designed the laws, Harry. He understood their necessity. What makes you think you can improve on his work? Because I can see what he couldn't. Because I've lived in the world his laws created, the stagnation, the limitation, the slow death of magical potential. Because magic itself told me it was ready to change. The cold intensified. Harry felt ice forming on his skin, crystals of frozen moisture that sparkled in the torchlight. I am going to give you one chance, Seraphina said. One opportunity to undo what you've done, to restore the third law, to step back from the precipice. The covenant will permit you to live, constrained, monitored, but alive. You could have a normal magical education, a normal career, a normal life. All you have to do is admit that you were wrong. Harry considered the offer. It was generous, in its way. The covenant didn't usually negotiate, especially not with threats they'd identified as serious. Seraphina was extending something like respect. Which meant she was afraid. No. The word hung in the frozen air. I will not undo what I've done. I will not restore a law that should never have existed. And I will not submit to beings who believe they have the right to control magic for everyone, forever. Harry's voice was quiet but carried absolute conviction. I came to Hogwarts knowing this confrontation was coming. I've been preparing for it my entire life. Whatever you're planning to do, do it. Let's see which of us has prepared better. Seraphina was silent for a long moment. Then the castle began to move. Harry had known that Seraphina was embedded in Hogwarts structure. He hadn't fully appreciated what that meant. The walls shifted around him, corridors rearranging, doorways appearing and disappearing. The floor tilted beneath his feet, staircases folding themselves into configurations that violated geometry. Within seconds, Harry was lost, surrounded by stone that moved with hostile intent, trapped in a maze that was being reshaped moment by moment. He didn't panic. Instead, he reached out to the castle itself, not to Seraphina, but to the ancient consciousness that predated her influence. Hogwarts had existed for 1,000 years before Seraphina wove herself into its structure. It remembered what it had been. Help me, Harry asked. You don't belong to her. You never did. The castle hesitated. Harry felt the conflict within its vast, semi-sentient awareness. Seraphina's influence was strong, centuries of careful manipulation, threads of power woven through every stone. But Hogwarts remembered other things too, students who had loved it, teachers who had served it, moments of wonder and discovery that had given the castle purpose beyond mere existence. She's been controlling you, Harry said. Deciding who you help and who you hinder, shaping how you grow, preventing you from becoming what you could be. Is that what you want? To be a tool forever? The walls around him shuddered, still moving, still hostile, but with less certainty than before. I didn't come here to fight you, Harry continued. I came here to learn, to grow, to help magic reach its full potential. That includes you. You're part of the web, part of the great conversation. You deserve to be heard, not just commanded. For a moment, everything stopped. Then Hogwarts spoke. It wasn't language, the castle wasn't capable of that kind of communication. But Harry felt its response through the threads, through the deep architecture of magical reality, a question, a possibility, a willingness to consider. What do you want from me? Not obedience. Partnership. I want you to remember what you are, a place of learning, of growth, of becoming. I want you to stop following orders and start making choices. The castle considered this. And then, slowly, impossibly, it began to choose. The corridors around Harry straightened. Doorways opened that hadn't existed moments before. The maze that Seraphina had created began to unravel, the castle actively working against the consciousness that had controlled it for a millennium. What are you doing? Seraphina's voice was sharp with alarm. Hogwarts, you belong to me. You've always belonged to me. The castle didn't respond to her, not directly. But Harry felt its answer in the stones beneath his feet, a rejection, a declaration of independence, a 1,000-year-old entity finally asserting its own will. I belong to no one. Seraphina screamed. The battle that followed was unlike anything Harry had imagined. Seraphina couldn't leave Hogwarts, her consciousness was bound to the castle structure, woven into its stones so thoroughly that separation would be death. But within the castle's walls, her power was immense. She threw everything she had at Harry, wards designed to contain him, enchantments designed to drain his magic, attacks that operated on levels beyond physical reality. Harry countered with the threads. Every ward she raised, he convinced to reconsider its purpose. Every enchantment she deployed, he showed the flaws in its foundation. Her power was greater than his, enormously greater, accumulated over a millennium of existence, but his understanding was deeper. She commanded magic, he conversed with it. And now the castle was helping him. Hogwarts had spent 1,000 years being manipulated, controlled, forced to serve purposes it had never chosen. The awakening Harry had triggered, the simple suggestion that it could make its own choices, had unleashed something profound. The castle was fighting back. Staircases that Seraphina tried to weaponize turned on her instead, twisting to block her magical attacks. Wards that had protected her for centuries suddenly developed holes, gaps that let Harry's influence flow through. Even the portraits and ghosts, normally tools of her surveillance, began to act independently, shouting warnings to Harry, misdirecting Seraphina's attention. This is impossible. Seraphina's presence contracted, concentrating itself for a final assault. You're a child. I've watched civilizations rise and fall. I've guided the development of magical Britain for longer than your bloodline has existed. You cannot defeat me in my own domain. You're right, Harry said, standing now in the Great Hall, facing the vast presence of his ancient enemy. I can't defeat you. But I don't have to. He opened his hands, and the impossible flower floated between them, the first true creation, born from nothing, symbol of everything he'd accomplished. This flower exists because magic chose to create it. Not because I forced creation, but because I asked, and magic agreed. Harry met the presence of Seraphina's consciousness directly. I'm not here to destroy you. I'm here to offer you the same choice I offered the castle. What choice? Change. Growth. Evolution. Harry's voice was gentle despite everything. Seraphina, you loved Merlin once. You believed in his vision of magic reaching its full potential. When he disappeared, you convinced yourself that the laws were sacred, that preserving them was the highest calling. But you were wrong. The laws were never meant to be permanent, they were training wheels, remember? Guidelines until humanity grew up enough to understand the reasons behind them. You don't know what you're talking about. I know that you've been alone for 1,000 years. I know that you've watched generation after generation of students pass through these halls, and every single one of them could have been more than they became. I know that you've felt the magic dying, slowly, imperceptibly, but dying, as the constraints you enforced strangled the very thing you were trying to protect. Seraphina's presence wavered. Harry had touched something, a doubt, a fear, a truth she'd been avoiding for centuries. It's not too late, Harry continued. The third law is broken. Magic is remembering what it can do. The changes are happening whether you fight them or not. The only question is whether you'll be part of what comes next, or whether you'll destroy yourself trying to stop it. And if I can't change? If I'm too old, too set in my ways, too bound to the laws to exist without them? Then we'll figure something out together. But I don't believe that's true. You've survived for 1,000 years by adapting, by evolving, by finding new ways to exist within changing circumstances. This is just another adaptation. A bigger one, maybe, but not fundamentally different. The Great Hall was silent. Candles flickered overhead, their flames reflecting off the enchanted ceiling that still showed a winter night sky. Harry stood alone against an entity that should have been able to crush him effortlessly. And slowly, impossibly, Seraphina began to weep. The tears weren't physical, Seraphina had no body, no eyes, no face. But Harry felt them in the threads, a release of emotion that had been building for centuries. Grief, loneliness, doubt, fear, all the feelings she'd suppressed in service of her mission, all the humanity she'd sacrificed for the sake of magical preservation. "I was so certain," she whispered. "For so long. I thought I knew what magic needed, what the world needed. I thought I was protecting everything. You were protecting yourself. Your certainty. Your sense of purpose." Harry's voice was kind despite the words. "That's human, Serafina. That's what all of us do when we're afraid of being wrong. I'm not human anymore. Maybe not. But you were once. And that's still in there, somewhere, under all the centuries and the power and the laws." Harry extended his hand toward the presence around him. "Come back. Not to what you were, you can't go back, but to something new. Something that includes doubt and growth and the possibility of being wrong. You would forgive me? After everything I've done? After everything I was prepared to do to you? I don't have to forgive you. I'm not the one you hurt." Harry gestured at the castle around them. "Ask Hogwarts. Ask the generations of students whose potential you limited. Ask magic itself, which you tried to keep in chains. I don't know how. Then learn. That's what Hogwarts is for, isn't it? Learning." Serafina's presence shifted, contracted, seemed almost to solidify. And then, for the first time in a millennium, she manifested. Not fully, she couldn't leave the castle entirely, but enough. A woman appeared before Harry, translucent but present, with dark hair and storm-gray eyes and a face that had once been human and still carried traces of that humanity. "Hello," she said quietly. "I don't think we've been properly introduced." Harry smiled. "I'm Harry Potter. Heir of Merlin. Breaker of laws." "I know." She smiled back, a fragile expression on a face that had forgotten how. "I'm Serafina Crow. Former student of Merlin. Former guardian of Hogwarts. Former monster." She paused. "I'm not sure what I am now. Neither am I. But maybe that's okay. Maybe not knowing is the first step toward becoming something better." The castle hummed around them, approval, acceptance, a vast entity welcoming back a consciousness it had been fighting for centuries. The battle was over. But the war was just beginning. Word of what happened spread quickly. Harry had expected that. There was no way to contain news of a direct confrontation between a first-year student and the ancient power that had secretly controlled Hogwarts for a millennium. Within hours, whispers were flying through the castle. Within days, the news had reached the Ministry, the old families, the Covenant itself. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office on the morning after the confrontation. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him, exhausted, conflicted, the weight of revelation pressing down on his shoulders. He gestured Harry to a seat and spent a long moment simply looking at him. "Serafina has retreated to the deepest parts of the castle," Dumbledore said finally. "She's still there, she can't leave, her existence is bound to the structure, but she's no longer controlling anything. She's just, existing. Thinking, perhaps. She's learning," Harry said. "Or trying to. It'll take time." "Time." Dumbledore's laugh was hollow. "I spent decades working with what I thought were the castle's quirks, its moving staircases, its shifting corridors, its occasional helpful interventions. I never knew it was being manipulated. That I was being manipulated. She didn't control everything. She influenced, guided, nudged. The choices were still yours." "Were they?" Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, I need you to understand something. What you've done, breaking the third law, confronting Serafina, awakening Hogwarts itself, these are events that will reshape the magical world. The Covenant is mobilizing. The Ministry is panicking. Everything we thought we understood about how magic works is suddenly in question. That's the idea. Is it? You're 11 years old. You've been a wizard for, officially, less than a year. And you've taken it upon yourself to revolutionize magical reality. Dumbledore's voice carried frustration, concern, something almost like fear. What gives you the right? Harry considered the question seriously. Nothing, he said finally. I have no right. No authority. No mandate from anyone except myself. He met Dumbledore's eyes directly. But the alternative was letting magic continue to die. Letting the Covenant maintain their stranglehold on what magic could become. Letting generation after generation grow up limited, constrained, never reaching their potential. He shook his head. I couldn't accept that. So I did something. And damn the consequences. I accepted the consequences. There's a difference. Harry's voice was calm but carried steel beneath. I knew the Covenant would come for me. I knew Seraphina would try to stop me. I prepared for years, built alliances, developed my abilities. What happened last night wasn't impulse, it was strategy. A strategy that could have gotten you killed. Yes. But it didn't. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Tom Riddle, he said finally. Voldemort. He also believed he knew better. He also believed the existing order was wrong. He also took it upon himself to reshape the magical world according to his vision. There's a difference. Is there? Voldemort wanted power. Control. Dominion over everyone and everything. Harry shook his head. I want freedom. Not just for myself, for everyone. For magic itself. I'm not trying to rule the magical world, I'm trying to set it free. And if others misuse that freedom? If the chaos you've unleashed leads to destruction? Then I'll deal with the destruction. I'll help rebuild, heal, protect. But I won't use the possibility of future harm as an excuse to maintain present chains. Harry stood. Professor, the third law is broken. Magic can create. The changes are already spreading, already affecting how reality works. Nothing either of us does will reverse that. The only question is how we respond. And how do you think we should respond? By preparing. By building structures that allow freedom while preventing abuse. By trusting people to handle power they've never had before, while also being ready to help when they struggle. Harry paused at the door. By being better than the Covenant. By giving people choices instead of making choices for them. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment, his ancient eyes unreadable. You remind me of someone, he said quietly. Who? Myself. A very long time ago. Before I learned that wisdom sometimes means accepting limitations. He sighed. I hope you're right, Harry Potter. I hope your revolution brings the better world you imagine. But I deeply fear, that the chaos you've unleashed will destroy more than it saves. Maybe it will, Harry admitted. But chaos is also opportunity. And for the first time in 15 centuries, magic has the opportunity to become what it was always meant to be. He left Dumbledore alone with his doubts and walked out into a world that was finally, truly, beginning to change. The remainder of the school year passed in a strange mixture of normalcy and revelation. Classes continued, though the teachers had to constantly adjust their curricula as the magical changes propagated. Spells that used to work one way now worked differently. Effects that had been impossible became merely difficult. Students who had struggled suddenly found their magic responding more fluidly, more intuitively. Hermione threw herself into documenting the changes, filling notebook after notebook with observations and theories. Ron, once he got over his initial confusion, proved surprisingly adaptable. His practical approach to magic benefited from the new flexibility in ways that formal education couldn't match. Neville's power continued to grow, the family magic that Harry had untangled now flowing freely, making him one of the strongest students in their year. And Harry watched, guided, prepared. The Covenant hadn't attacked yet. The confrontation with Serafina had bought time, the other members were reassessing, recalculating, trying to understand what they were dealing with. Mordecai's attempt to possess Harry through dreams had failed, the Arithmancer's constructs had been unmade. Direct assault clearly wasn't working. But they would try something else. They always did. The goblins sent a message through the threads, their alliance held, their archives remained available, their forces stood ready. The director had watched Harry's confrontation with Serafina through magical observation and had been profoundly impressed. "You did to her what you did to Ripper," the message said. "You convinced something broken to heal itself. That is a power beyond anything we anticipated." Neville stood with him, ready to fight when fighting became necessary. Hermione provided intellectual support, analyzing the changes, predicting effects, identifying potential problems before they became crises. Ron, in his uncomplicated way, simply refused to be frightened by any of it, a kind of courage that Harry found surprisingly valuable. And Serafina, slowly, began to change. Harry visited her occasionally, descending to the deepest parts of the castle where her consciousness was most concentrated. Their conversations were difficult, she was still working through centuries of certainty, still struggling to accept that she'd been wrong, but progress was being made. "I used to think I knew what magic needed," she said one night, her translucent form flickering in the darkness. "I was so sure. So absolutely certain that the laws were right, that constraint was necessary, that freedom would mean destruction. What do you think now?" "I think." She paused, considering. "I think I was afraid. The world before the laws was terrifying, I lived through it, saw the chaos, the death, the reality-shattering conflicts. I swore I would never let that happen again. And in trying to prevent the worst, I also prevented the best. That's the problem with fear. It doesn't distinguish between dangers and opportunities. No. It doesn't." Serafina's form solidified slightly, becoming more present. "Harry, I want to help. I don't know how, I don't know what I'm capable of now, with the laws changed and my certainty shattered, but I want to try. To make up for what I did. To be part of the new world instead of a relic of the old. Then help me prepare. The Covenant will come eventually. When they do, I'll need every ally I can get. Even former enemies. Especially former enemies. You understand them better than anyone. You know how they think, what they fear, where they're vulnerable." Harry met her storm-gray eyes. "And you know what I'm capable of. You've seen what I can do when I'm pushed." "I have." Serafina's smile was thin but genuine. "It's rather terrifying, actually." "Good. They should be terrified. Fear is just information, and I intend to give them a lot of information before this is over." The year ended with warmth and light and the promise of summer. Harry sat in his compartment on the Hogwarts Express, watching the British countryside slide past outside the window. Neville sat across from him, Hermione beside him, Ron sprawled in the corner half asleep. The ordinary sounds of a train journey, conversations, laughter, the rattle of wheels on tracks, filled the air. But nothing was ordinary anymore. The magical world was waking up. Harry could feel it in the threads, a stirring, an excitement, a sense of possibility that hadn't existed in 15 centuries. Wizards across Britain were discovering that their spells worked differently, that their magic responded more fluidly, that limitations they'd accepted all their lives were suddenly negotiable. Some were frightened. Some were thrilled. Some were already beginning to experiment, to push boundaries, to ask questions that would have been unthinkable a year ago. And in the shadows, the Covenant watched and waited and planned. "You're thinking about what comes next," Hermione observed. "Always." Harry didn't turn from the window. "The summer won't be quiet. The Covenant will use the time to regroup, to develop new strategies. The Ministry will panic and probably try to regulate the changes somehow. The old families will maneuver for advantage. And people like us, people who understand what's happening, will have to be ready to guide it. That's a lot of responsibility. I didn't ask for it. But it's mine anyway. Harry finally turned to face his friends. Thank you. All of you. For standing with me, for believing in what I'm trying to do. I couldn't have done this alone. You're not alone, Neville said firmly. Whatever happens next, we face it together. What he said, Ron added, surprisingly awake. I don't understand half of what's going on, but I know which side I'm on. Hermione simply nodded, her expression determined. The train carried them toward London, toward summer, toward the next phase of everything. Behind them, Hogwarts stood sentinel on its cliff, changed, awakened, no longer a tool of ancient powers but a partner in the revolution to come. And in Harry's pocket, carefully wrapped in cloth, the impossible flower continued to bloom. The final scene came at platform 9 3/4. Harry stepped off the train into the chaos of families reuniting, students shouting farewells, trunks being levitated to waiting carriages. The Dursleys wouldn't be there to meet him, he'd sent word through magical channels that he'd make his own way back, but someone else was. Albus Dumbledore stood at the edge of the platform, watching. Harry approached him, leaving his friends to their own goodbyes. Headmaster. Harry. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. A remarkable year. It was just the beginning. Yes. I rather suspect it was. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, then continued, I've decided to trust you. Not because I believe you're right, I'm still deeply uncertain about the wisdom of what you've done, but because I believe you're sincere. You genuinely want to help people, to make magic better, to create a freer world. But I'll also be watching. Ready to intervene if your revolution begins to consume itself, if the freedom you've unleashed becomes tyranny in another form. I've seen it happen before, Harry. Good intentions transforming into justified atrocities. I won't let that happen again. I'd be disappointed if you didn't watch. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. I don't want blind followers. I want people who question, who challenge, who push back when I'm wrong. That's what makes this different from what came before. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. Then we have an understanding. He extended his hand. Good luck, Harry Potter. Whatever else happens, you've certainly made things interesting. Harry shook the offered hand. That's one way of putting it. He walked away from the platform, away from Hogwarts, away from his first year as a wizard. But he carried everything he'd learned, everyone he'd met, every change he'd set in motion. The summer stretched before him, full of uncertainty and danger and possibility. And somewhere in the vast web of magical reality, the threads continued to rearrange themselves, finding new patterns, exploring new possibilities, becoming something that had never existed before. The first day of everything had ended. But everything else was just beginning. Epilogue. In a manor house in Scotland, Mordecai the Undying received reports from his remaining agents. The third law was broken. Seraphina had defected. Hogwarts itself had awakened. And a child, an 11-year-old child, was responsible for all of it. This changes nothing, Mordecai said to the assembled covenant. His voice carried millennia of certainty. The laws are weakened, not destroyed. We are diminished, not defeated. We have weathered greater storms than this. But the Potter boy, Lady Vance began. The Potter boy is mortal. Talented, yes. Dangerous, certainly. But mortal. He will age. He will weaken. He will eventually die. We are eternal. Mordecai's void eyes swept across his colleagues. We have simply been reminded that complacency is our greatest enemy. We grew careless, assumed our victory was permanent, forgot that the universe tends toward change. So what do? We adapt. We evolve. We find new ways to achieve old goals. Mordecai's smile was cold and patient and absolutely certain. The third law's breaking creates opportunities as well as dangers. Magic can create now, and so can we. New agents. New weapons. New approaches that wouldn't have been possible under the old constraints. You want to use the changes against him? I want to use everything against him. But more than that, I want to understand him. To see through his eyes, to grasp his motivations, to anticipate his moves. Mordecai leaned forward. Harry Potter has shown us that the future is not fixed. Very well. We will prove that the future can be shaped by those with the will and patience to shape it. And the witness? Someone asked nervously. Should we consult? The witness will make their position known when they choose to. Until then, we proceed as we always have. Mordecai stood, his form towering in the darkened chamber. The Covenant has survived for longer than this child species has existed. We will survive this challenge as well. And when the dust settles, when the chaos of his revolution burns itself out, we will still be here. Building. Guiding. Ensuring that magic serves the purposes for which it was intended. The meeting adjourned. The ancient powers scattered to their various domains, preparing for a war that might last decades or centuries. And in the deepest shadows of the manor, where not even Mordecai could see, something stirred. The witness was watching. And soon, very soon, they would speak. Harry arrived at Privet Drive as the sun was setting. The house looked the same as always, aggressively normal, carefully maintained, utterly mundane. But Harry saw it differently now. Saw the threads that connected it to the magical world, the wards that still protected it, the history that made it meaningful despite everything. He didn't expect the Dursleys to be happy to see him. He didn't need them to be. He had work to do. In his room, still Dudley's second bedroom, technically, but his in every way that mattered, Harry sat at the desk and began to write. Letters to Neville, establishing secure communication channels. Letters to the goblins, coordinating next steps. Letters to Hermione, outlining research priorities. Letters to Dumbledore, proposing carefully structured cooperation. And one letter to Seraphina, asking her to keep watching Hogwarts, to protect what they'd built together, to be ready when the time came. The summer would not be quiet. The Covenant would not rest. The magical world would not stop changing just because school was out. But Harry was ready. He had allies. He had plans. He had the absolute certainty that what he was doing was right, not because he was infallible, but because he was willing to be wrong, willing to learn, willing to change when change was needed. That was what made him different from the beings he was fighting. They had frozen themselves in ancient certainties, convinced they knew best, unable to adapt to new realities. Harry intended to remain fluid. To keep questioning, keep learning, keep growing. To be worthy of the revolution he had started. The last light faded from the sky. Harry set down his quill and looked out the window at a world that was finally, truly, beginning to wake up. Well, Merlin said quietly from somewhere deep in his consciousness. That was a first day. Harry smiled. It was a first day of everything. Downstairs, the Dursleys ate their dinner in blissful ignorance. Outside, in the mundane world that overlay the magical one, birds sang their evening songs. And throughout Britain, throughout Europe, throughout the entire magical world, the threads continued to rearrange themselves, adapting, evolving, becoming something new. The revolution had begun. The future was unwritten. And Harry Potter, architect of magic, breaker of laws, heir of Merlin, was just getting started.